All right. I think I'm live, y'all. I think I'm live. And it is, what is it, September 3rd, Thursday, 2020. And the time in Phoenix is 3:43 a.m. So it's early as hell, y'all. Early as hell. All right. So let's get down to it. I had a nice night last night. I got home. I did my little workout routine, my stretches. I stretch every day. I try to stretch every day, keep the muscles stretched, elongated. And plus, stretching is good, for your strength, and it tones your body. So you definitely want to, choose a good routine for yourself on a regular basis. And I do my little sit-ups every day. I can't do the regular sit-ups. I do the sit-ups with this little, what they call it, core blaster, a core master machine that I have. I kind of sit up in the chair, and it adds a little bit of weight resistance with the resistance bands. So I do a little bit of that when I get home from work. So, that's part of my daily routine. And then I try to get some cardio in with my walking, either walk or run, depending on how I feel that day. But without further ado, this video is about female traders. And the reason I wanted to talk about that is because there are a lot of women, that claim that they are friends of other women, and they turn out to be snakes. And I think it's very important that we learn how to identify these type of women. Okay, because you got a lot of them out here, and they're out here selling other women up the river. Good morning, Viper Sniper and Pretty Black Magic. Yeah, this topic is going to be a good one, and it's long overdue. As I recollect different women throughout this online community on YouTube and Facebook, there have been a lot of female friendships that have fallen out because of snakes in the mist, female snakes in the mist. Okay, women who don't have the best interest of other women at heart at all. We saw that with Cynthia G when she fell out with her good friend online. Her good friend ended up ratting her out, telling all her secrets. Okay. You saw that with myself and another female YouTuber who I've had her back. And for whatever reason or another, simply because she just didn't like my ass, she took the first opportunity to stab me in the back publicly. You see this all the time amongst women in general. Good morning, Water Sniper. Yeah, it's 6:46 a.m. where you're at. It's earlier than that over here. It's like 3:40 over here. Okay, but here's the thing. There are female content creators on here that aren't even overtly snakes. Some of these snakes, you wouldn't be able to recognize that they were snakes until they're pointed out to you. Now, me, I'm very sensitive. Yes, I am extremely empathic. Most empaths are very sensitive people. And I make no qualms about it. I admit I'm hypersensitive. And that is because I notice and I see mostly everything, and then begin to internalize it. And what I normally see, I try not to make a big deal out of it, because knowing how sensitive I am, I know that even small things can become a big deal to me. So I try to just kind of, throw it back, not make a big deal out of everything. Good morning, Sister George. But here's the thing. What I've been noticing with some certain women in these online spaces is that they will do anything to be part of the boys club. I'm gonna tell you, and this is just me personally, this is just a faith thing. This may not be a whole woman thing. This may not even be a black woman thing. But I'm just gonna tell you, for me, I cannot stand these kinds of women. These kinds of women, they make my ass itch in the worst way. I cannot stand these type of women that will sit back listening to men disrespecting other women, and then they still lay back in the chat rooms and kiki caw, saying nothing. I can't stand the silent bitches that do this. And understand, they know what they're doing. Understand, they know exactly what they're doing, because they're only verbal, they only kiki caw when these guys are coming down on women, usually in the negative way. You'll see these women in those chat rooms LOLing at the most awkward moments. And I know that you guys have seen what I'm talking about. Some guy will make a comment about a woman's weight, her appearance, or they'll be talking about a woman in a completely disrespectful and derogatory way. And this is the woman that will sit back and she could not say anything. Mind you, you have the ability to not say nothing at all if you just want to be neutral. But these bitches ain't neutral. Soon as they see a guy going off on a female, another woman, they're not neutral. You'll see their little LOL in the chat room. The shit is funny to them. I hate these, and I'm telling you, hate is a strong word. But I'm not even misusing the word at this time, because I'm telling you exactly how they feel about bitches like this. I hate these kinds of women from the depth of my soul. I hate them bitches. Because they'll see these men disrespecting another woman, excuse me, not women, another woman. They'll see the woman being disrespected, and they act as if they're neutral, but at that point in time, they're not neutral, because they had the presence of mind to post LOL, laughing out loud. What is so funny, bitch? Bitch, what is so motherfucking funny? See, y'all think Faith is tripping right now. Y'all think Faith is tripping right now. But I'm telling you, this is where I have seen females. These are not women. This is where I have seen females like Jessica X, like Erica Williams. Yes, everybody's beloved Erica Williams that can do no wrong. She seemed to be very neutral. Yeah, I've seen her LOLing at other women's expense. And she has a wrench on every man hater's channel. And it's not for her protection, because she is not a controversial figure. See, I know the black women that get wrenches for their protection, like Mahogany Roots, myself. We get wrenches for our protection because we be in there cutting up. But Erica Williams, she has a wrench on every woman hater's channel. Not for her protection, because heaven forbid, I've never seen her defend any black woman ever. But I have seen her little LOL. These are the bitches that you really, really, really gotta look out for. And I know y'all probably think, Faith, you tripping. Erica, she cool. She got a channel. She talks about money. She talks about finance. Yeah, she's very, very, very neutral. Yet not so neutral when she's in the presence of men disrespecting women. Now, when she could say something about the disrespect, she doesn't. Instead, there's the LOL. There's always the LOL. Why? And to me, I can't stand bitches like this even worse than the ones that are more vocal about their pick-me-ism. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Oh, time for me to get my mighty sights because these words are extremely, extremely little. But yeah, I know y'all gonna be tripping, but that's okay. Because see, these are the females that don't get called out. See, it's easy to call out people like Jessica X because she's a little bit more out there. But the Erica Williams variety, not so much. And I'm here to tell you they can get it too. Yeah, BMT, Erica talks about politics on Facebook. YouTube, she doesn't get involved. Yeah, she doesn't get involved until it's time to LOL. And like I said, I'm very, very sensitive. I'm very, very observant. I notice everything. Nothing escapes my scrutiny, my scrutinous eye. I'm very, very, I have a lot of scrutiny when it comes down to this. BMT says, to be fair, y'all weren't going up on O'Shea panel and talking with the man. Erica was by herself. Yeah, BMT, we get it. You are a Erica fan. Most men are. But I'm finna tell you. I'm going to tell you. I see her. I see her in black men's spaces when black men get extremely disrespectful with black women. And there is no pushback at all whatsoever from her, hardly ever. And I do mean hardly ever. She's neutral as fuck until it's time for a LOL. Love Wisdom, Erica Williams, she was on O'Shea's panel a few times. O'Shea's had her on quite a few times. And she's a highly intelligent, highly successful business woman. What I'm saying takes nothing away from her accomplishments or her intelligence at all. At all. But her reluctance to speak up when it's really appropriate to speak up, when there are black women being disrespected, I don't even care if you don't speak up. But the moment you start kiki caw and LOLing with the men, to me, you just drew a line in the sand. You just chose your side. It would have been better had you just been neutral. That's what I'm saying. What's with the LOL? And that's what I had. That was the problem that I had with Jessica X early on. But like I said, I always, because I know how sensitive I am, when I would see stuff like that, I used to kind of just throw that shit, on the back burner. Like, yeah, they laughing at an inappropriate moment, but I could just be, a little sensitive. But then I started finding out that Jessica X really was a pick me. She started becoming more vocal. And so that confirmed my suspicions about Jessica. BMT says it's just the fact that when people get dragged, people go quiet. Yet when they go their way, people ask, who will speak for me? No, you don't really need nobody to speak for you, but I'm not going to laugh at the expense of another black woman. Just like I was on, what's his name, Bernard's channel before I stopped going there altogether. And that was the last time I stopped going there. Bernard, Obsidian, and all the men on the panel had gone to a young lady's page, and they had actually started pulling up her pictures and picking her apart, calling her fat and porky and the young Aretha Franklin, and they were just going in on this woman. Now, what would it look like when I see black men doing something like this to another woman, and my only comment is LOL? It would be better if I had said nothing, because the LOL means something is funny, that I think something is funny. I can't stand women that do this. Jessica doesn't identify as a black woman. She doesn't see herself as a black woman. I don't know. Like, she's like most mixed people that I know. She's black when it's convenient. She uses her light skin privilege when it's convenient. And then she goes back to being the other side when it's convenient. Like when she brought the white dude up on her panel. And I'm getting sick of those kinds too. Jason says Jessica might be a swirler. But you know what? When somebody is mixed, like Jessica X is, it doesn't surprise me that they, that to me they're not even dating outside of whatever they are, because they're mixed. Those people, if not anybody, have the right to swirl, because they're a product of what that is. I don't even call it swirl. But make no mistake, then this isn't an attack against Erica. Erica is just being propped up as an example of the type of women that I'm talking about here. Now, Erica has never come out and stated emphatically where she stands when black men do this. But her LOL, the fact that she's over there with Kevin Samuels all the time, Kiki Cowan, it makes me pretty suspicious that she's not far from the Jessica X variety. And it kind of is a little bit curious to me, because Erica, she embodies the type of black woman that these men claim that they don't find desirable. As a matter of fact, even on O'Shea's channel, black men, they say they respect her, but they're not attracted to her. She has been disrespected herself by quite a few black men over there. Yeah, it's time to draw the line, because see, there cannot be a code of conduct if somebody doesn't draw the lines. And right now, I'm tired of being silent. So if I got to be the villain, if I got to be the one to be the villain, and I know I'm going to get dragged for this, so be it. I've been dragged before. I've been the villain so many times. People love for Faith to be the villain. But here it is. No more should any woman be sitting up laughing at the expense of another woman. This is the same problem I told you guys yesterday that I had with people like Cynthia Giannotti. Now, while they are also intelligent, right, very smart women, they have a habit. They have a habit of interjecting their opinions about how other women look and sounding like black men, women haters. They start razzing on females the same way that men do. So how is there ever going to be a standard if nobody points out these things? Why is everybody acting as if they don't see these things, except for me? Oh, okay. DA says, I've seen comments from Erica where she challenges the black manosphere. She even pointed out one who wanted black women dead on BGS panel. Well, I've seen her, do stuff like that too. But at the same time, I have to question anyone that's laughing when black men are disparaging black women. Because see, you can't be one day you're the crusader of black women, then the next day you're laughing with the guys that are disparaging black women. I kind of need you to be, you know, even keel. I'm tired of these 1 foot in, 1 foot out the door type bitches. So yeah, one day you're a crusader, next day you're LOL. I can't trust you. I'm sorry. So you all can sit up here and come up with a many examples of her goodness. But as for as many examples that you have of the goodness, I can sit and count on both hands how many times I've seen her doing the latter. So to me, it's like, what's it going to be? Either you're a crusader or you're with them. See, people like Mahogany Roots, Love Wisdom, women of this ilk, I know exactly where they stand. They're the same all the time. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. Don't give me examples of when they're crusading when I got just as many examples of when they're over here LOLing at another woman's expense. I can't stand females like this. These are the ones that you have to look at with the side eye. Like Miss J is the same all the time. I know exactly where Miss J stands when it comes to her fellow sister. But people like Jessica X, people like Erica Williams, I don't know where they stand. How would you like to be out on a battlefield at the time they shooting at the enemy, but then the other half of the time they shooting at your people? Would you trust that motherfucker? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to females like this. And this is exactly why it's very important that we are able to point women like this out. And then we get down to what it is that we don't trust about these bitches. I like Cynthia G's content. I don't trust her. Okay? I like Erica Williams' content. I don't trust her. Yeah, I'm drawing the line in the sand. And it is very possible to admire a person's intellect and their accomplishments, but at the same time, look at their character. And that is where a lot of Black women fail, not only in friendships, but in every area of our lives. DA says it's obvious where Jessica X stands. She's with the men and believes she is different. Yes. Now see, I can respect Jessica because at least she finally, stood out and drew the line in the sand where she stands. I like that. The same way I like my races to be out in the open, I like my pick-me's out in the open. But you lukewarm heifers, 1 minute you're for us, the next minute you're over there laughing with the boys club. I don't trust you. Jason says Synthetic G hates Black men but got pregnant by a dusty brother. Yeah, I think Michi was the only Black female YouTuber that was brave enough to come out and address that whole situation. I think I told you guys where I stood on that. To me, I'm looking at Cynthia G. She's like in her late 30s or something like that. She's accomplished. She has the means to take care of herself and a child. Biological clock ticking. I don't have anything against her making a decision to become a mother if that is what she wanted to do. And I know that's going to be very controversial for me to say that. But I've said this in other videos, by the way. I believe that all Black families matter. So that is her business. She's not a serial baby mama, even though it is questionable as far as who she chose to be the baby daddy. But that's her business as well. She's not a teen mother. She's not broken poor out here having children. She's not a serial baby mother. So if she decided that she wanted to go ahead and have a child before her eggs dried up or whatever, that's on her. I got nothing really to say about that. Pretty Black Magic says lots of Black women have a dusty baby daddy. You got that right. You got that right. I mean, I run out of hands, fingers, and toes counting the Black women with dusty baby daddies. So ain't nobody got no room to be talking about nobody with no dusty baby daddy. Because I'm quite sure it's the ones that are sitting up there pointing their finger at her talking about a dusty baby daddy. And then you go back down their lineage of baby daddies that they dealt with. Even if they didn't have a child by the man, they still gave him some. So they had the potential to be baby mama number 8. There's a whole lot of Black women that sat up here and slept with a dusty. Whole lot of them gave Dusty's baby. Good morning, Arab Black TV. Every time I go live, this guy gets a calling me. I'm going to his ass. You know what? Anyway, I had lost my train of thought here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but back to Black women that we need to look out for. These are the Black women, the ones that are kind of on the fence. You don't really know where they stand. Those are the ones that you really, really need to look out for. Like I said, the Jessica X's, like someone else said here in the chat, it's obvious where Jessica X stands. I mean, she's pretty much on the guy's side. She's for the men. But people like Erica Williams, you don't know where she stands. And I'm not even sitting here saying I know where Erica stands. It's the fact that I see her laughing at the expense of other black women with men who are degrading them that makes me pause and question where her loyalties lie. And it's a legitimate question. And nobody should be sitting up here second guessing themselves if they have a feeling about a person that does things like this. 1 minute you're the crusader, the next minute you're over here laughing with the boys club. I don't trust motherfuckers like that. I don't. You're all on your live streams. Every black man's a beta male coon, and black men are this or black men are that. But then you see a black woman that's phenotypically dark skinned, phenotypically black, and you're calling her ugly and degrading the woman the same way that these so-called beta males do. I don't trust you. These are the women that you need to look out for, because they come under the guise of sisterhood. They come under the guise that they got black women's best interests at heart. But which black women? Black women like them or all black women? That is the question. Melanated Vessel says, Faith, those are the same little girls who used to laugh at DSBW, nerdy or heavyset black women being picked on in grade and high school. Yes. Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. See, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to sit here and say I'm being unreasonable and act as if they have not seen what I'm talking about. But see, I'm here to make it real plain. I'm here to break it all the way down so that there can be no mistaking about what I'm talking about. So that next time you see these females out here exhibiting this type of a behavior, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. This is the line that needs to be drawn in the sand. Because there's a lot of undercover black women that hate other black women out here. Self-hating females. And some of them are the quintessential black woman that these men talk about. They're overweight. They might have been last in everything in life. And to make up for it, they kiki caw with the boys club in order to feel like they're part of something or finally fit in because of their low self-esteem. And they will throw you under the bus in a heartbeat. And I just don't trust them bitches. I'm just going to be honest. Pretty Black says, correct, Melanated Vessel. I remember the mean girls always picking other kids. They do it as adults now. Exactly. And these are the adults that breed children like themselves. So when you see children go to school acting like this, look no further than their parent. Because their parent is like this with other adults. And the children observe it. Derek Black TV said, wasn't one recently hating on you or taking you for a pick me at Faith? Yeah. Recently they were. And it's so funny to me because you can see that, and when I go in both spaces, because I give black men a run for their money just as well as I give black women a run for their money. I am not a favorite in either space. because I am so outspoken. But see, the reason why they want to call me a pick me is because when I get in a black woman's ass, when I start getting into the asses of some of these black women that are females, not women, when I start running down their fuckery, then all of a sudden they want to shut me up and call me a pick me. Not because I'm a pick me, but because I'm calling them out. I pulled their card. Make no mistakes about it. That's all that is. Because anybody that's known me for any stretch of time and know my body of work, know my content, knows that I'm not a pick me. As a matter of fact, I came in pretty much in the ass of black men first. And then when I turned around and started giving it back to the women, that's when they started calling me a pick me. Oh yeah, go back and look at history. Faith didn't become a pick me until she started calling out black female workers too. Arab Black TV says, I'm just trying to understand what y'all understand as far as sisterhood, etc. Here's the thing to understand. There is no sisterhood at this time. There really isn't a sisterhood. How can there be a sisterhood when you got black women throwing other black women under the bus for telling the truth about certain things that go on in the sisterhood, and then they form cults to try to silence you? How can there be a sisterhood when you got black women who sit up and they will agree with anything men, black, how can I say, black woman haters say about other black women in order to be part of the boys club? How can there be a sisterhood when you got all of this going on? When you got black women so desperate that they're over here sleeping with each other's men. On YouTube, no less. Plenty of examples of this. Online, black women, known black female haters traveling thousands of miles to give them box. Posing in pictures with them. How's there a sisterhood? I laugh anytime somebody mentions a sisterhood. The sisterhood has yet to be established. And that's what I'm trying to do here. Now that whole hyena sisterhood that they got going on over there with the 50 or 60 people that go over there, that ain't no sisterhood. There's a bunch of miserable ass bitches commiserating with each other. And I'm not trying to trauma bond with no bitch. It's not going to be no black men ain't shit 24/7 over here. Because I'm a heterosexual woman. I can't do it. And that's the other thing that they call me a pick-me for. Because I don't just absolutely hate black men like they do. And I'm not talking about game, trying to get a bag and all that bullshit. What sisterhood? Gia Girl says the only sisterhood I have with black women is none. Exactly. Exactly. Now my hope, and I know that I'm just, this is a shot in the, I'm sorry, this person keeps calling back to back. I hate people call back to back to back to back. They know I'm online. I know that this is a shot in the dark, but I'm hoping to get together with like-minded sisters who are saying the operative and key word is saying, that's not caught up on this whole get the bag bullshit, gaming up bullshit. I hate all black men bullshit. Sane black women. Where we can all touch and agree that we as black women need to respect ourselves and demand that respect of other people and each other. And that when we see another woman being disrespected, that we're on code every time. Not just some of the time, not half the time, every time. Now, I've seen Sister George do that on her channel. I mean, as much as I hate Jessica X, to Sister George's credit, she would not even let Jessica X be disrespected on her panel or let any black man call her out her name. I've seen that with my own eyes on Sister George's panel. I think that we should, as black women, adopt that as number one code of conduct. Now, we can reprimand each other, but we should not allow anybody else to disrespect us, especially not none of these men. And there's no, nothing against you men or anything like that. But no man should be sitting up here disrespecting any woman, calling her out her name, degrading her, making her feel less than. Because it does tear down the self-esteem of women and girls. Especially. And it's a total mind fuck when you see your sister taking part in. Yeah, I hear you all bringing up Oprah. What are you guys saying about Oprah? Oprah's not even part of this conversation. Oprah's, yeah, she's out there by herself. What you guys saying here? Melanated Vessel says, I agree, but you can't expect something from men we aren't willing to give one another. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Melanated Vessel. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like I said, when I first went into it, I said, I know it's a shot in the dark for me to expect this. But that's exactly what I'm saying. If black women cannot even respect each other, how are we going to expect these men to ever respect us? If we're running around here disorganized, laughing at each other's pain, stabbing each other in the back, man sharing, doing all these things to each other, how do we expect these men to respect us? Babe, did you see how black women were attacking Biggie's daughter? No, I didn't. But you know what? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not surprised. We are our own worst enemy. And here's the thing with that. I think it's a defense mechanism when black women turn on other black women in the presence of men. Because when they see that men have a certain disdain for a certain type of woman, I believe that a lot of these women say to themselves, "Oh, I'm glad it's her and not me. Let me jump on the bandwagon and roast her up too, and take the attention off myself. I'm just going to go along to get along and be part of the boys club so I don't get roasted up either." This is what I think goes on in the minds of a lot of these females. See, the same way we got a lot of beta males running around here, we got beta females with a beta female mentality that do the same thing that beta males do. Yeah, people do love a good roasting. But it's about time that black women, if we ever want any type of respect, we would not participate in such with one another. Because what happens is the same way that you noticed black women roasting up Biggie's daughter, black men are noticing how we disrespect each other and they use it as ammunition against us. Well, you all don't even love or respect yourselves. The same way they tell us that we're self-hating because we want to look like white women. They pay attention to a lot of these things. They pay attention to the whole light skin, dark skin rift between black women. And they use it against us. That's how they're able to use it against us. Because they see that we don't even have respect for one another across color lines. Pretty Black says we come from a culture of insults and disrespect, and it's normalized now. Yes, we normalize dysfunction in our group on a regular basis. And we call this garbage culture. Why would you want to culturalize garbage? Roasting is part of black culture. How low class. And so we have people that even create content based off of roasting. They pride themselves on being able to drag somebody. It's like a accomplishment to them. They think of it as being a skill. Does anybody know anybody that has gotten rich off roasting? I'm talking about roasting alone. Who is the richest roaster you know? I don't even know who Don Rickles is. Who is that? I don't know him, so he can't be that famous. Tariq Nasheed is talented, and he does not create all of his content based off of roasting alone. Tariq Nasheed put out what 3 or 4 different movies, documentaries. So you're saying that his claim to fame is only roasting? That's an insult. D.L. Hughley is a comedian who has also made movies. He has a radio talk show. He speaks on politics. He does not make his money on roasting alone. You all are reaching. I said, who has become rich off roasting alone? See, you Negroes, y'all want to make roasting part of the culture so bad. And that's the other thing about black people. We want a claim to fame based off off stuff that's not even a skill. You guys think it's a skill to roast? Yeah, I've heard people roasting other people. I've roasted other people, but it's not my main thing. It's not my main claim to fame. I said, who solely got rich off of just roasting people, just tearing into other people 24/7? That's what they do. Even comedians have to have something else within their comedy besides roasting. So you all don't want to give it up. It's not a skill that anybody has come up off of. It's not anything that anybody has ever gotten rich off of. No, I asked, who has ever gotten rich off of roasting alone? You all are bringing up the names of people who are talented. Roasting alone, who has ever gotten rich off of that? And why would you want that to be your claim to fame? Why would you want roasting to be known as a part of black culture? It's very negative. Why would you want garbage to be part of black culture? Why would you want low class behavior to be part of black culture? And that's the other thing, it's very difficult to establish a sisterhood, but imagine how much more difficult it is to establish what we as African Americans, as ADOS, black men and women, what we want to be black culture. Because you got a lot of low life, low level, low class people that will throw a lot of garbage into the culture, like snitches get stitches. Roasting. If you could design a black culture, would you not take all of the negative things out of it? Because that's what I'm attempting to do with the sisterhood. If I were to design a sisterhood and create a code of conduct, the very thing that I would eliminate first is these sisters that sit up and participate in the type of behavior that I explained earlier. Do we even ever really think about things like this when we think about creating anything good for our culture? Because as soon as someone points out something that's negative, we like to explain it away. It's just being something that we do. And so therefore it's part of the culture. We're always quick to explain away our dysfunction as being part of the culture. And so therefore we collect a lot of garbage as being part of our culture. I want to point that out to you right here, right now, today. And that's something that we need to stop doing. How about when someone points out dysfunction, we need to just acknowledge that it's dysfunctional behavior and throw it away instead of just explaining it away, making an excuse for it, and calling it part of the culture. Melanated Vessel says, I think through the years, many bad traditions and rituals have been brought into our culture, and it's sad, really. It is. It is. When you think of Jews, you think of people who are very, very shrewd when it comes to making business deals. When you think of Asians, you think of people who are very, very smart when it comes to technology. When you think of white people, you think of people who are very, very good at the art of war and negotiation. But when you think of black people, all we got is sports and music. That's it. That's the only positive thing that I can link with our group. And this is me being positive. We're athletic, we can sing, and we can dance. But back to the sistering. I'm going to highlight this comment right here. But Slayer Jim just said it is too negative to embrace something like that as a culture. Right, Gia girl. Because they know it's not something to be laughed at. Our people, we have learned to laugh at things that are inappropriate. We participate in a lot of inappropriate behavior as a group. We have normalized dysfunction as a group. And, you know, like I said, I don't want to get to talking about the entire group because that's a discussion for another time, but the normalizing of dysfunction within the sisterhood is what I would really like to touch on today. Because we got a lot of Black women that enjoy laughing at each other's pain. If a Black woman like Sister George announced her engagement, a lot of people were congratulating her on her engagement, getting married. But who would be the first ones to laugh? And then and you know what, I'm not even going to use that as an example. Just any Black woman that gets married. Because I don't want to wish anything bad on anybody's marriage. But say, for instance, a Black woman gets married and it doesn't work out. Who would be the first one to laugh at that sister's pain? But other Black women. And I'm going to use myself as an example. I was engaged some years back here on YouTube. I used to talk about my engagement all the time. I was happy to be engaged. And when that didn't work out, well, first of all, even during my engagement, I had Black women throwing salt on my engagement. It was Black women that did that. Other Black women. Calling my rings dust rings and the whole nine. Other Black women. And when that engagement didn't go through, it was other Black women that celebrated the hardest. Why do we so enjoy laughing at each other's pain? You got Black women that are afraid to refer to their husband as their husband because other Black women will have something to say about it. Oh, she always talking about her husband, her husband, her husband, her husband. Well, if she's married to the man, what is she supposed to call him but her husband? Why would you take objection to this woman calling her husband her husband? Because you bitter because you don't have a husband, or you're bitter because you don't have a fiance, that you can't be happy for this other Black woman. That's something that needs to change. You got Black women that are so bitter. You got Black women that are so looking to destroy the next woman that she will sleep with her man. Not because she particularly wants that man, but because she wants to make that woman miserable. I've seen this too. I've seen this too. I've heard women in my family say that they ought to sleep with some woman's husband just to get under that bitch's skin. I've heard females like this say stuff like this. And what's even sadder, I've seen them do it. Not because they wanted the guy. A lot of you guys out here getting lucky, getting extra poon because some chick don't like your woman and they're sleeping with you out of revenge. You just helped some other female get revenge on your wife. So when I say, what sisterhood are you talking about? What sisterhood do you speak of? This is what I'm talking about. With stuff like this going on, how can there be a sisterhood? And this one particular content creator, like I said yesterday in my stream, she's going to keep booting people out of her camp because we love to turn on each other. You rarely see a group of black women getting along for very long without there being some kind of cat fight. I've seen Jessica X turn on many a woman that she was cool with here on YouTube. Plenty of women have complained that I thought I was cool with Jessica X, and then she turned around for out of nowhere and just started going in on me. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. So when I talk about black female traders or female traders in general, this is what I'm talking about. This traitorous behavior that I'm describing right here should be shunned and ostracized out of the sisterhood until we have a stronger sisterhood. Once we start calling out this type of behavior, shunning it, and ousting people that exhibit this behavior on a regular basis, the sisterhood will become stronger because no longer will we tolerate bullshit. See, right now, we've been tolerating a lot of bullshit in the sisterhood, and that's why the sisterhood is never strong. I said it yesterday, but I said, you know what? I might need to make another video to make clear what I was talking about yesterday. This is what I was talking about yesterday. Our tolerance of bullshit in the sisterhood and the excuses we give people that exhibit this behavior. Our continued support for people that exhibit this behavior. Melanated Vessel says, I'm cordial with most black women on here, but I haven't built outside relationships purposefully. I've seen so much on here through the years. I don't blame you. I don't blame you because when you do, like I said, you start talking to people behind the scenes and, thinking that you're friends with a person and all that type of stuff. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, no warning, jealousy and envy crops up out of nowhere and they turn on it. And that's the other thing, in the sisterhood that we need to deal with. We do need to deal with jealousy and envy in the sisterhood. I don't know no black woman that hasn't been jealous or envious of another black woman, and myself included. And we need to really ask ourselves how we're going to start dealing with it. Viper Sniper, I don't know. I hope it will. We need it to. We need the sisterhood to work. And also, we need to be more accepting of differences of opinions in the sisterhood. Black women who don't like to swirl should not be looking down on Black women who like to swirl, and vice versa. We need to start learning how to accept different lifestyles in the sisterhood. Black women who are polygamous should not be looking down on Black women who are not polygamous, and vice versa. Black women who wear their hair natural should not be looking down on Black women who don't wear their hair natural, and vice versa. We should be accepting of our differences in the sisterhood. And that's the other thing that unnecessarily keeps the sisterhood divided. All these little bickerings about things that don't really matter, when at the end of the day, we're all still Black women. And we all still face the same discriminations. We face the same things that we face with our men, with raising our children, and with navigating through this world. We all face the same thing. Whether we wear our hair natural or not, whether we swirl or not, whether we're polygamous or not, same thing. Exactly, Arab Black TV. It's just respect for different styles and lifestyles. And you'll be surprised at how many Black women do not respect each other's style or lifestyle. I see more acceptance amongst Black men than I do Black women when it comes to this. And like I said, the sisterhood forever remains divided over trivial nonsense. So these are the things that we need to work on, ladies. And I don't know if it will ever be a real sisterhood. Because like this little rat tatty stuff that we got going on in different sectors. We got the swirlers over here. We got the colorism people over here. We got the hyenas over there. There ain't no sisterhood. Rudum says, Faith, there's only a sisterhood until something y'all all want comes in the mix, i.e. men, money, luxury items. You know what, Rudum, there's a lot of truth to that, actually. That statement that you made right there, there's a lot of truth to that. There could be a real good sisterhood going, but then let one sister get more attention from a man than the other sister. The other sister is going to be jealous, and she's going to be, slowly doing things to sabotage the other sister, like what happened with Cynthia G. So Rudum is he's on point with that statement. And I'm not one to get offended when a man speaks the truth. The truth is the truth, no matter where it comes from. And that's the other thing in the sisterhood. We have got to learn how to acknowledge truth and facts, especially when it's coming from a how can I say, non-toxic form of criticism. Gia Girl says, as I've gotten older, it has been almost heartbreaking to have to come to the realization that as much as I've tried, I've never had a true sisterhood with another black woman and probably never will. That's deep. That's deep. And here's the thing, we yearn for the sisterhood. We yearn for companionship with other sisters, communion with other sisters. We yearn for this. But for some reason or another, we can't seem to get it right. There's something that always breaks down within the sisterhood that holds us back. And I'm telling you, it's a lack of respect for one another. It's a lack of having a code of conduct that we go by. And if we can't respect each other, nobody else is going to respect us. And you'll constantly have outside influences able to infiltrate the sisterhood constantly, whether it be because a man gave one woman more attention than the other, or more money than the other, or one is prettier than the other. It's always going to be something. And then you do have the sisters that have the attitude of, I'm more attractive and prettier than you, therefore I'm better. You got that going on in the sisterhood too. We try to one up each other on superficial things, regular stuff that anybody should be doing. Like some of us will sit up and we'll try to pat each other on the back for little regular stuff. Like, oh, I'm a good mother. That makes me better than the next one. Oh, I cleaned my house up today. I'm better than you. I wash my ass. I'm better than you. Little silly stuff. Because we're always looking to be better than. I do respect the image consultants, the black women who are image consultants that don't utilize this tactic for self-improvement. I have a lot of respect for image consultants that tell black women that all of you can self-improve. And I am of the mindset that, yeah, anybody can self-improve. But just because you're not where you want to be at right now doesn't mean that you're less than anybody. Rudum says, drop the link. Hold on, let me see if I can do this with this car, with this truck rolling. Oh, hold on a second. I'm touching the wrong thing. post this link in the comment section here. I was trying to do that before I bumped myself off. Here. All right, here we go. We got Rudin. Uh-oh. I had Rudin. Oh, here we go. Yes.
There you go.
There we go. Rudin.
There you go, goddammit. There you go. What's up?
What's up, bro? What's up?
Hey, good morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning. So what's up now? I know you got something to say. What you been over there hating to add to this?
I just want to be balanced. I want to be balanced, respectful, right? I don't want you to be hard on the sisters because the rules apply to the men too, right? But I know you're talking about the women on this one. But I just want to show you that the reason why the sisterhood or the brotherhood, for instance, right, reason why it's not as strong as it could be or it should be is because it's really supposed to be for the struggle, like I wrote in the chat. Like when you're struggling, we all bond based on the struggle, whatever struggle it may be. But when everybody pretty much can get theirs and pretty much is squared away, it's kind of like you now can go off and do what it is that you probably been wanting to do anyway. And I think a lot of folks take offense to that. Like when you were in need, you came around, but since you are good, you're not coming around, and folks holding you to that. And I think that's not really fair. Like I'm just giving an example for men too. Men have played me like that. Like, when you get yours, man, you don't fuck with us no more. Well, realistically, we're not supposed to really fuck around like that after we get ours. But we know we can come back to one another in the future if we ever need something. You know what I mean? That's supposed to be the quote unquote the brotherhood or the sisterhood. You know what I mean?
Right. I get what you're saying, but in particular, and I have to use what I'm saying towards the sisters in particular because this is particular behavior that Black women are exhibiting towards other Black women. And like I said, there has never been a sisterhood, really. Not really.
But has it been a struggle? Unified. Has it been a struggle, like I said, within YouTube, or let's say, for instance, like on your actual, not in your family per se, or in your life? I'm talking about like on YouTube. Has it been a struggle to where all women have to come together?
To be honest?
Yeah. Not really, huh?
Not that I can think of. I'm trying to think. Has there been a struggle?
I mean, that's what it is, though. I mean, it has to be a struggle for everybody to bond. Like everybody has to bond. You know what I mean? I'm not saying folks don't have money, but I'm saying like people, we know Black folks as a collective that we do share similar struggles, whether it's the lack of money or going through certain things with your family members or certain stress and burdens. It's like this. We share these common bonds. And what I'm saying is that if you on YouTube and folks can't really be open because they'll take advantage of you being open, or they try to talk about what you've been through, whether your childhood or your early 20s or 30s or whatever, your marriages, your kids and all that. See, you can't really be open because folks weaponize that against you. But what I'm saying is that overall, if it was a struggle to where, let's say, for instance, if you and some other women had to help another woman who has a baby, and let's say, she's all by herself. Well, now y'all formed a sisterhood just based on y'all helping her, and she's supposed to return the favor if you or somebody of your family or somebody who you love is in a similar situation. You know what I'm saying? It has to be like a struggle, some type of struggle. If everybody coming on here acting like they good, they living good, eating good, then you're not gonna see no sisterhood or no brotherhood. And the reason I'm putting a brotherhood in that because rules apply to men too. I don't want you to feel like it's only women who betray and don't know how to be on code. It's the men too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You know what? I have thought about a struggle though. A lot of black women did come together when it was a lot of black men on YouTube dragging black women for the last decade.
Well,
Now
there you
that was
go.
a struggle that we came together for.
Well, there you
I
go.
can utilize that.
That's a struggle, right? That's a struggle to simply, to combat that. What we talking about now, once you now have combated that and that rhetoric, the black men going at black women, real vicious, kind of go away. Now what? You see what I'm saying? Now what? Like, what else did you guys build in that time to where you guys can be able to stay with each other? And I'm not saying stay with each other all day, every day. We talking about know how to come back and touch bases. You know what I mean?
That's true. We never did come back and touch base.
And that's why I
It was
think,
so much division.
and I think that's why, well, a lot of women they take offense is because now when you as women you get yours, you go about your way, and folks be still wanting you to come back, and folks just don't never come back.
That's a good point.
That shit crazy. It's crazy like that. Now I'm like I say, I'm putting the men and the women on this, but I know you speaking on the women. I just don't want you to beat yourself up and beat up women like that because it's men and women. I also heard when you spoke on, how women be snaking each other and yeah, go behind your back and try to sleep with your man. Well, I'm saying the men do the same thing. So I don't want you to feel like it's all women and women can't get together. Men, we play them games too. It's always going to be some type of jealousy, envy. It's just simply, the lack without, the fact you without, and you see somebody who got it, it just make you feel some type of way, especially if they in your face and you know that what they have, you could have, but yeah, you don't have it. So it makes you kind of like impatient. It makes you very anxious. So you do things and you act out, and then, it goes back to probably your childhood and the struggles you've been through. But you act out when you see people around you, doing well in front of you. That's not a good feeling. Folks do not like to see people live good, eat good, smell good, feel good in front of them. That's just
Now,
natural.
do you think that that's just a cultural thing with black
That,
people, or is that
that's all over the world, Faith. But black people, I think black folks, we have it the worst because we can really see, you know, um, how dirty and grimy we could be because we've always, as a collective, kind of like understood what it means to be at the bottom. So like black folks as a collective don't come from money, not coming from generational wealth. So to see a grimy ass nigga or a grimy chick, well, this motherfucker can't pretend for too long. They can really show you because what's gonna happen is they gonna get hungry, they gonna go broke, and now they gonna show you exactly how they really feel. See, a rich, a white family, or a Jewish family, or Asian or Arab family, they can at least conceal their intentions because at the end of the day, they can go back to their house and go amongst their people and still have something to eat, not ever have to worry about being broke or none of that shit. So therefore, you ain't got to necessarily see the treachery that will come from them so soon. Black people, as a collective, we see that, okay, this person living good, this person doing good. Okay, we need to go take from this individual, whether it's money, whether it's their husband or their wife. We need to go take from their ass because they need to break bread and pretty much represent the goddamn struggle. You know what I mean? That's what black folks do hold other black folks to is pay homage and respect to the struggle. Don't ever act like you are above, you know what I mean, where you come from type shit. Because you got a lot of black men and women who are doing very well for themselves, but for some reason they are feeling guilty by just living successful and just being successful and just moving on, like as if they know in their heart that they supposed to pay back or give something back to the hood or to people who don't have as much. It just that's how black people moving. And once we get about that mindset of feeling guilty for our success and feeling guilty for our accomplishments, then you will see a lot of black people just pretty much progressing in life and not having a guilty conscience and pretty much doing well. We talking about all the hate, all the envy will go out the window because now you got folks who are just not giving a fuck about how you feel. You see what I'm saying? They doing what they doing. You
right?
doing
But
what you doing.
you're talking about in general. Like I'm talking about just with the sisterhood. And this comment that Gia
Okay.
girl put up here, she said, "Yes, true, but women, we are supposed to give empathy and compassion for another woman going through struggles. When I have my cycle, the men seem more compassionate than the women towards me, and this is what I'm talking
Yeah.
about." Women, we don't, especially black women, we don't seem to have any type of compassion towards one another anymore. And that has been a big problem. That's the reason why we could sit up and we could laugh at another woman's pain. We could sit up here and we could sleep with the next woman's husband because we don't feel no compassion for that woman, for her family, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree. No compassion, lack of heart. And, maybe that could be also. I'm just gonna say it like this, and I don't want to give y'all no excuse, but could it be simply from the difference between like our generation and our grandmother's generation is the fact that maybe a lot of you women y'all working a little too hard to have compassion for anybody else?
That could be.
That could be. Could it simply be that women are now working 10, 11, 12 hours a day? They really ain't around their kids, so the compassion that they would have, they would get it from their kids and other loved ones being up under them all day, like how your grandmother, your big mama, would have everybody sitting on her lap, everybody all in her face, cooking. She cooking for everybody, so she would have that compassion because she didn't have to bust her ass working. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that I'm hearing you always are you pretty much in your truck driving. A lot of other women, they going to work now. That takes away the compassion and the sympathy for other people because you like, well, I got to get it. You know what I mean? You got to go to work. You can't really spend time around the things that will make you feel compassionate about it and will pull on your nurturing strings. So therefore, it's like you become a hard up woman.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I work every day, but I don't consider myself to be discompassionate towards other women.
I'm not talking about you, Faith. I'm talking about you saying the other women, not you. I'm talking about other women who just may feel like they work too goddamn hard to be compassionate. Like they need somebody to be compassionate to them and they play. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think that is that. I just think that a lot of these women, there's a lot of desperation. Like you said, if they see another woman happy, she's married, or she's getting something that she's not getting, or attention that she's not getting. There's a lot of jealousy and envy out here amongst black women.
Also,
that's the majority of what I see.
All right, so let me ask you this though, because I'm gonna say this because this is what I said to these guys a while back, right? Now you got some guys who are pretty much good looking guys who pretty much had it good with women, and they don't go around spewing this hate for black women or women, period, right? And I'm one of those guys who don't have a hate for black women. So I asked these dudes a while back, like a year ago. I said, man, would you guys want for us to show you guys how to get the woman or to get pussy or to get women to fuck with you a certain way? Like, do you feel like the people who have it is not coming back to tell you how to go about getting it? So I'm gonna say the same thing when it comes to the women. Do a lot of women feel like, if a woman with a husband or got a family or she's making money, that she's not trying to tell other black women how to get that? Like, is she trying to keep it all to herself and with her selfish nature? And that's the reason why she got hate coming her way?
Yeah, there's an element of that. Like say for instance, I have a cousin.
Yeah.
And she's been married about maybe 15 years or so, or whatever. Now, what I get from her is that she likes to throw her marriage up in other women's faces that aren't married. Now, yeah. I've seen, stuff like that. And so that would make other women, a little bit bitter and jealous towards her because she is actually doing it on purpose. She's purposely doing it.
And that's why I would tell you, I don't know if you know how I think. I think about marriage and relationships as, you pretty much can do what the hell you want to do, especially when folks trying to be funny with you. Like if you feel like a woman is trying to throw a marriage up in your face, then how about you just go and fuck her husband?
But see, that's what we do. That's what we do. Well, but I don't think that is the answer though. Like,
it ain't the answer.
Why would I go and have sex with my cousin's husband just because she's she's the asshole?
That's if your cousin's husband is trying to get at you. Like, what I'm saying is that if she's playing games with you women, right, by saying she's the only one married out the clique and she's being sarcastic and very condescending in doing so, then how about you just let her husband eat your pussy one time, right? And then we'll see if she's laughing after that.
Ruda, huh? I don't think that's a good advice to give women.
It's not good advice. No, it's not good advice. I'm telling you a realistic advice. Or I'm giving you the logical, a pragmatic type of advice. Like what's more likely to happen so she won't be able to think she can do that. Like, okay, you keep throwing your husband up in front of a bunch of women. We could be your cousins, so we might not cross that line. But to go do that to some other women who don't give a damn about your marriage, and let's see
That's true.
if your husband won't be eating their pussy and shit and fucking them. Like you remember on Soul Food when Vanessa Williams came and caught her husband fucking on her cousin Faith on the wall and shit, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
All right, then. Well, that's how it be, Faith. It'll be your cousin husband got you on that wall, just got you just on the wall, just riding you up that wall, man. And then what? Huh?
I don't think that I would ever do anything like that. That's wrong.
I know. I'm
That's
just
wrong.
fucking around, man. I'm just talking shit. I'm just saying that.
Rude, I
I'm just
swear.
No, I'm just saying though, man. This shit. I'm just saying that's how you remedy that. Cause look, you got a bunch of women in the society now, right? And you got just very, very few men that these women would really want to talk to. So like, I'm trying to see, this would be some sharing going on around this bitch. It could be. If somebody gonna throw something in your face like that, well, that's what I mean though. If somebody can be humble and respectful to the situation and care about your plight, then that's one thing. All right, you would be wrong for trying to get at her husband. But if she's gonna purposely just try to, nan boo boo, I got a man and you don't, and bitch you hating, you mad, all that kind of shit, man, go on, look. It's bad advice I'm giving, but I'm just saying, go on, fuck that woman's husband and call it a day. Just have sex with the nigga. Let him have a good time with you. And all the while while he's pleasing you, you just getting all your frustration out on this nigga shit, and then you send him on home to his wife.
Well, I just think that black women need to learn to stop doing stuff like that to each other. If you have a husband, that's good for you. That doesn't make you better than a woman that doesn't have a husband. That's the type of mentality we need to get to. What is the psychology behind the fact that you feel like you have to go nana boo boo, I got a husband and you don't? I mean, there's something going on. You're not satisfied with just being married if you have to do that.
It's kind of like the same when men, kind of like brag when they got money or, got a certain type of car. Like back in the day when, them younger guys in their 20s would have a car in Houston, right? On slabs and shit, rims and shit like that. It's pretty much the same thing. It's like you just boasting, you bragging that you was able to get this shit, you was able to have it, and other niggas just didn't do it. So you want that type of attention. You want folks to look at you and say, well, damn, he got that. But really, pretty much they hating on you. They gonna be envious of you, but you don't really care about that. You just want to be seen. You just want to be acknowledged as somebody who got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, but that's just like our people in general. We're not used to having anything.
Yeah.
That's how people act that are not used to having anything.
Yeah, but let me ask you this though. All right, speaking on this husband deal, right? What I'm saying is this. I know this shit sounds fucked up, but hear me though, Faith. I've said it to a lot of these women on my live stream. I'm like, look, if you women really want to get you a husband, I mean, it doesn't mean you can't get you a boy toy. I have you a side nigga on the side. I'm saying if you want a husband, y'all probably need to look for a man like 20-something, 30-something years older than you who's just rich or got money like that to take care of you. Like your husband wouldn't be your best sex or the best looking nigga you fuck with. It'd be Carl Winslow, Uncle Phil and shit. You know what I mean? It'll be the old, like an older cat who's like, he'll be like 70-something years old now who just want to spend money on you, and then you get you like how you said it, the dude you went on a date with, right? You say he like a young DMX on Belly and shit, right? Well, that's who that's who you go fuck with. You go fuck with him, but you got this 75-year-old nigga that you gonna take care of, and he gives you money. He takes care of you, and you go handle your business with DMX. And I don't think that old nigga would care about that shit. I wouldn't. If I was 65 years old, Faith, listen to me, boy. If I was in my 60s, right? And if I happened to land me like a late 30, early 40-year-old woman, I wouldn't give a damn what young nigga she fucking with, man. I wouldn't give a damn.
But why is that? Why would you not care?
I'd be too old to give a damn. Like at 65, you'd have been in the game for damn near, I'm talking about a dating game for like damn near 50 years. You understand the game that women play. So to act like you don't understand that if you get one that she might play the same game on you is foolish. So I wouldn't care. I wouldn't have the energy to care about what a younger woman is doing if she's fucking with me. Like, if you respect me enough to view me like a Denzel Washington or Mario Van Peebles, we talking about an older guy who's still in pretty good shape, all right? If you can still fuck with me enough to know that, all right, you 41 years old and I'm 65, I don't care about you messing with 30 and 40-year-old niggas, though. I don't care about this shit. If you just having fun with them, why not just go have fun with them, though? But you married, so therefore, if you coming back home and you tending to me and tending to my household, I don't give a damn about you going out having fun with your girlfriends every now and then. You have fun. Go fuck a nigga. Go on a whole trip. Do your thing, because you taking care of this household, too. So understand this, Faith. Understand this, Faith. This is the reason why I look at cheating different than a lot of other people. The reason why I say that a man, if he's taking care of his woman fully, that if he wanted to get some side pussy every now and then he should be able, because he's not cheating her and he's not cheating the household. You have to at least be able to take care of your home to be able to go out and dibble and dabble with other, doing extracurricular, extramarital affairs and shit. But if you're not doing what you need to be doing at the house, and then you trying to step out, now you cheating. You cheating the game. You get what I mean? If that makes sense to you.
Okay, no. Hold on.
Hell no.
See, Rude, I'm going to have to stop you. This is bad advice. People do not listen to Rude.
It's not as good advice.
No, it's not good advice, because first of all, how do you explain all these old men out here shooting up the club because they done got married to some little young female and they mad because she out there with her little side piece? It be these old dudes out here shooting up the club, not these young guys. Okay, and it's always over these women. Now, hold on. It never works, Rude. No matter how you old, how these old guys be sitting up here trying to act like they don't care that these young women are out here spending their money on other men behind their back. They do really care. They care. Okay.
You talking about spending his money on these other dudes?
Yeah. Whose else money is she gonna be spending?
See why you have to spend. Let's see. Now you playing game, because why you gotta spend money on another nigga? Like, you can go have fun with that nigga. Who say anything about you spending money on this dude? Like, go and fuck him. Now listen, Faith, goddammit. Listen, Faith, listen to you, boy. I'm talking about if I'm 60-something years old and got like a late 30, early 40-year-old woman, I'm not giving you money to go give to another nigga. I'm giving you I'm just taking care of really your bills for the most part if I'm 65, right? 70 years old. But if you're going to go out to do your thing, what the hell you doing spending money?
Rude. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what the younger women do with these old men money that they don't really love. They don't really love the man. They don't really care about him. They're just with him for his money. So they don't respect his money like that. So they're going to expect this old man to finance them and their lifestyle, and even the men they play around with, because they don't have no respect for that old man or his money. I'm just telling you how it is.
I guess what Faith, if I was a 65, 70-year-old nigga, right, and I come fuck with you, right, put it like this, I wouldn't give you money like that. I would just take care of your bills. And then when you guys, like I said, you going to work right now, you get your own money. If you want to spend your own money on another nigga, that's you. But I'm saying, though, if you just my woman, if I'm a 70-something-year-old man, right, I wouldn't care about you going to go spend time with a dude, because if I'm taking care of your cell phone bill, because all right, your cell phone bill, cool, but like I say, food, groceries and shit, I got the house and everything taken care of, right? The most like the house probably be paid off. The car, everything, cars and everything will be paid off. So your money would be just your money to do whatever you want to do with it, because you good at my shit. All I would ask for you to do is just take care of my house. Just look out for a nigga, man. Help me if I need help.
Rude. You dreaming. If you dreaming. Yeah, because if you 70 and we married, do you not know that you so old that I'm gonna have access to all your bank accounts? Okay.
Not at all.
I'm gonna yes I am. I'm gonna get the PIN code. You're gonna be so old. I'm gonna get all the access to everything. Rude, yes, I'm gonna have all your money and I'm gonna spend it. Okay, I'm gonna spend all of it. Yes. But that's exactly what's gonna happen.
That's not finna happen like that, fake.
You get with a young woman, that's what's gonna happen. You 70, Rude, you don't even remember your last name.
Look,
you probably fell asleep and thought you were having sex, and she went in your pocket and got that debit card, and now she gone to Vegas.
I still got kids, right? So people, my kids would be over that part, like the money. That'd be them. It wouldn't be you. I'll take care of just your bills. I'll look out for you in that way. I ain't giving you no goddamn money, Faith, for you to go spend it on a young DMX ass nigga who ain't got no money. The fuck?
Bro, your kids not gonna be able to help you. If we married, I got more say than them.
Who said hold on? You say married or just us being together?
right. You was the one that said Mary. You said
Oh yeah.
Mary.
Oh
You
yeah.
said
Shit,
if
comment
you want
low.
to get married, marry one of these old
All right.
guys. And I'm
Common
telling
law
you, if
marriage.
we marry, no, ain't gonna be no common law. If we marry, I got more say than your kids. Your kids is the lot's gonna be changed. They ain't getting in the house. They ain't getting nothing.
Well, Faith, cool. Show respect, all right, for the goddamn marriage by not spending my money on another goddamn nigga in that case if I'm that old. God damn, can you at least do that? Like, why would you have to spend money on another nigga in the first place? If you're gonna go out and spend money, go to the mall and go to Neiman Marcus or some shit like that and get you a bag. Why would you spend money on another nigga? Answer
Because
that
I
question.
only got with you for the money in the first place. I
Nah,
didn't get with you for love.
but still
If
though,
I
if you
loved
got,
you, I would have
all right,
respect for you, but
all right
I didn't get with you for love. I got with you
let,
for
let,
the money.
let's say for instance you got a little love for me, right? You got enough love for me to be able to just respect what I'm saying, all right? What I'm saying is that why would you feel the need to have to even go and spend money on a nigga when you can just have fun with the nigga? That's the whole point. Go have fun with the niggas you want to have fun with. Because if I'm an old nigga, that means I'm not getting hard like that. I'm not getting up like that. So go and get your thrill and seek your thrill. But why you got to spend money unless you spend the money on yourself? Or you going to go eat or whatnot?
Okay,
Cool.
okay, all right, okay. So the average Negro that's like in good shape, it look good like how a woman like me would want him to look. He ain't gonna
Yeah.
have that much money. I'm gonna want to go on trips. I'm gonna go to France. I want to go to Spain. He ain't got the money. Guess who gonna finance that trip to France and Spain? That would be you, old man. That would be
Nah,
you.
nah. Listen,
Yes, yes.
listen. I would tell you, Faith, God damn it, if you a 30 or 40-year-old woman, you shouldn't even be fucking with a nigga who can't break bread like that, who can't even. We talking about like it shouldn't be still you fucking with broke ass niggas in their 40s. That's what I'm saying. If you talking about a 20-some-year-old, if you just want some shit like that, I
But right,
mean maybe.
but that's my play toy. See, I'm your play
I
toy,
understand. I
and then
understand.
that's my play toy.
But goddamn, there's gonna be some rules and some goddamn regulations to the play toy, man. All right. Because look, I would still respect you to where if I want to go get another woman and she may be a little older than you, she might be in her 50s, damn near 60. I still had to consider you if you was already my wife. So if I feel like I'm just with you because you my play toy and I just want to have you around, right? But yet I still want to get with somebody who may be more relatable to me, and you go get somebody who's relatable to you. So me and you pretty much we doing business, right? But I still wouldn't disrespect you by just splurging all up on this chick here without considering or how you would feel about that. As if you was my wife. I'm saying this. You can go out with the nigga, go do your thing. Well, you talking about now trips and all. God damn, Faith. Are you tricking? You a trick?
How you gonna call me a trick when you tricking on me and the
You my
other woman?
wife. If you my wife, that's one thing. You my wife.
Nah, see,
Don't you
Rudum,
mean
you
now? See
dreaming.
what?
You
If you was my
dreaming.
wife, how's it tricking on your wife? How you tricking on your wife? How do a man trick on his wife?
First of
Come on.
all, why would I look at this? Look at this comment. Okay,
What's up?
Slayer Jim. She says she already got the bag with the old man.
Okay.
So if I already got the bag with you, you got enough
Yep.
bag for me and everybody else, then I'm straight.
All right, then put it like this: if you get the bag, man, you got to go on about your way. Then put it like that, all right? You get the bag, go on about your way. Hmm? How about that?
Wow.
No,
Wow.
no, no,
Really?
no, no, no. Yeah, well, yeah, really. God damn it, yeah, really. If you
That's
gonna
how you
get your,
gonna be?
if you gonna get your bag, man, get your bag and go ahead and go though. Let me go get with this 60-year-old woman. Then in that case, I can at
That's
least say I
messed up.
tried it. I can at least say I tried it with a younger woman, but she was too fast for me. And I might as well get with one of these church ladies and shit with the church hats, with the stockings and the church suits and whatnot. I might as well kick it with my own age range because Faith is a little too fast for me. You know what I mean? Now I
That's
know for
bogus.
now I know for a fact that if I can get on some Mario Van Peebles, some Denzel shit, then I mean, you might not be so big on a boy toy that's younger than you, man. You might just look at me and be like, well, damn, this is a hell of an old nigga right here.
Well,
You know what I mean? Let me
yeah.
talk on some Ving Rhames type shit. Like, I don't know if you're gonna be so quick to want to get you a younger dude, especially a young broke ass nigga.
Yeah, I mean, like if you still fully functioning and you still look good, then yeah, that's something totally different. But like,
Oh,
say
but
for
you,
instance,
huh?
you got a Biz Marquis situation going on.
Oh, nah.
Yeah,
Nah. What I'm saying, you hustling backwards, right? You hustling backwards if you gonna get the bag from me as an old nigga, and then you gonna go spend the bag. You supposed to save the bag or invest the bag into yourself or in your business, not on a nigga. That's what I'm confused, Faith.
Hold on a second. Who said that I'm not? Okay, if your bag is big enough for me, you say you got a bag that's big enough for me. You got a bag that's big enough for you to get a side chick on top of me. Then how come it's not big enough for me to get my plaything?
You can get the play thing, but what I'm saying is this: the reason why you got the bag was for you to be able to keep the bag and not give away the bag. Man, you're supposed to keep the bag, right? Or do something with the bag to where you would benefit from the bag. Not give it to another dude. Like you could, all right, what would you be spending money on a nigga for? Like, let me know. Besides getting something to eat or whatnot, or maybe going on a trip, what else would you be spending money on another nigga for?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That just to go on a trip or places that I know he can't afford. Like he can't afford that trip to Spain, and I'm gonna want
Okay.
somebody nice and young and arm candy or whatever. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Like I say, man, if he in his 20s, man, you know what I mean? You in your 40s or whatnot, all right, that's one thing. But if he 40, I wouldn't be cool with that.
Okay, so you would be cool if he was like in his 20s or 30s.
Because that would make sense for you to help a young nigga out, but not a nigga your age. Like let's defeat the
Oh,
purpose.
okay, all right, let's shake on that. We can shake on that.
All right, I done shook on that. All right, now what? Let's keep going.
Nah, but for real though, for real.
What's up?
Um, Rudum, what you
What's
said
up?
earlier about the black women. No, what you said, black people in general, that it was like something that we had to go through as a struggle. That really stuck
Yeah.
with me because you know what, black women, we have had struggles that we've had to come together for, but like you said, we never stick together, and that is an issue that we've had. And I'm
So let me
seeing
say,
like you kind of opened it up and let me see, another side to this whole situation because it is just like that. We'll come together long enough, to resolve an issue. But then once the issue is resolved, just like with that attorney lady and Crystal Harrison, I don't even think
yeah,
that they really deal with each other anymore.
okay. Let me
So
tell
yeah,
you what
you
I
bring
know.
up a good point.
Let me tell you what I know about, like, say, women. Women do like it's a different type of friendship that women have. From what me, me dealing with a bunch of women, I just know that women, when they are friends, it's pretty much they are in a relationship with one another. Men, not so much, man. It's like men we can cut ties real easy for the most part. You got some needy niggas out here, but for the most part, when a man get occupied with his life, like if he get a wife or a girlfriend or a family, get kid, he can leave his homeboy alone for like 3 4 years. He ain't got to necessarily see his homeboy every day. It's a difference between he ain't got to even be on the phone with the nigga. Like we don't really talk to each other on the phone. You know what I'm saying? It's like we meet up. But when a man is establishing himself, he can just get the fuck away. But what I'm saying with women, what I've noticed is like y'all all pretty much go together, man. Like y'all all are girlfriends for real. And it's like that was supposed to be put over everything else that you might want to do. And I don't think a lot of you women be very clear about what it is that you really want. Like, for instance, let me give you an example. My homegirl told me this shit years ago. She said that she went, she does hair, and she said that she went and purchased a $2,000 Fendi bag, and the woman who she was working for in the same little hair salon got real mad at her, pretty much wondering like, what the fuck would you spend two grand on that? And I told her, I said, you know what? You never made it clear that this is what you want. You never told the women in your circle that you wanted to get a Gucci bag or a Fendi bag or a Louis Vuitton bag or whatnot, right? So they thought you just gonna be lame enough for them to be able to shine and shit on you. So now when you came out the blue with the Fendi bag, it's like everybody was appalled, like, well, goddamn, are you serious? Like, goddamn, because how you did it, how she did it, she went and just paid the 2 grand. It wasn't no layaway plan. It was straight 2 grand and got the shit. See, that made everybody else feel some type of way because it's like, well, damn, you've been pretty much hanging around us playing lame, and the whole time you playing possum, and the whole time you've been wanting to get some shit like this. So hell, these women probably would have hung out with you if they felt that you wanted to be on their level like that, because it's supposed to be like competition. The reason why you got so many women can be together because they all may not be on the same thing. You see what I'm saying? If that makes sense to you. Well, somebody got to
Okay.
stunt, somebody got to be the prettiest, somebody got to be the richest, somebody got to be the most flashiest and the most fashionable. And yet, if all of them trying to do that, how can they run together though when they all know what to do? See, when you know how to dress well, know how to get you a man, know how to build a family, know how to get your money, then why would you need another woman though? You wouldn't need no other woman because I told you the sisterhood is based on the struggle. It's not based on you being wealthy and you being well off. That's hanging out in a social club type shit. When we talking about this sisterhood shit to where everybody's bonding, everybody needing one another, it's because we need to live with one another. We need to take care of each other's kids. We need to borrow money from one another. We need to, you know what I mean, pay bills and shit. It ain't because we all are self-sufficient. So I know I told my mother this shit. I'm gonna be calm when I say that. I told my mother this shit about a lot of these families who used to go to our church that, you know, the women who you see is still together and shit after all these years is because they need one another. Now, if they all had their money, they all was like wealthy and well off, they wouldn't even be as close of a family like that. So don't give me that, oh, this family is so tight. You don't know if they would be tight if they all had money. You get what I'm saying? You don't know if they all would be tight if, you know what I'm saying? Like if didn't nobody have to go stay with somebody and shit. So that's how women move. Women move like that. It's like, okay, I'm gonna pretend like as if we all good until I get mine, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go by my way, and it's gonna make somebody feel some type of way, and that's when everybody start getting their feelings. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I think you're on to something here because that is true. Like if you have a group of women hanging out with each other, as soon as one of the women get a boyfriend, and then all of a sudden she's spending more time with the boyfriend, because this has happened to me. Then all of a sudden you get your girlfriends calling you up. Oh damn, you can't call nobody no more. Ever since you got with your man, you don't know nobody. You know, that type of thing.
Yo.
So you know what? You might be on to something like that because they might be feeling some kind of way because you done found somebody, and now the rest of them, they sitting over there, they're still, you know, doing the girl trips and having the hot girl summers by themselves.
But do you know why though? And this is the reason why I'm not big on cliques and hanging around a bunch of people. The reason also for why people can hang out and be so close is because pretty much people are watching out for one another. They pretty much keeping an eye out on other people. It's like they spying on one another. The reason why I see a lot of women hanging out so tough after so many years, like as if y'all ain't got nothing else to do, is because you don't want to see somebody in this clique elevate their game. That's not why y'all hanging out. If that was the case, y'all would never hung out. It's supposed to be a mutual understanding and a mutual situation, a mutual agreement for why we kick it. We got to be going through like similar things. Like, but if you are having a boyfriend and now you spend time with your nigga, now you're gonna have a woman saying, well, you know what, you putting dick over the goddamn sisterhood when you're not. But then again, you could be, because that's logical. Because it's like, okay, well now at one point I didn't have a man, but now since I got one, I want to enjoy my man though. And women would take offense to that type of shit, man. See, I'm saying this shit because I know when men try to play them games, he'll get his ass knocked out by playing them type of games. Like no man can come to me, or I can't go to no other man saying, hey bro, since you got your girlfriend, my nigga, you don't hang out with me no more, bro. See, that shit wouldn't sound right. It wouldn't look right. And I understand that is acceptable with women, but yet women got to be clear and say, look, man, I fuck with y'all my girls, but goddamn, girl, don't hate me when I get me a man, because I'm gonna spend time with that nigga. Oh, I'm gonna be on that nigga dick though every motherfucking day. You have to let that be known, because if you don't and you start doing it, Faith, they're gonna look at you and say, well, damn, we underestimated you, and now Faith is a nigga is out here going on dates and doing her thing with these dudes, and now she ain't having no time for us, man. Faith ain't spent time with us in the whole 3 months. Well, I can't even get Faith on the phone no more. And that's how y'all gonna become.
And real quick, shout out to Delicate Jewel for the $5 super chat. She says, sisters, how y'all feel? Brothers, y'all are right. Hi, beautiful people. All right.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, you got to be clear. I don't think women like being clear about what's gonna happen when they get theirs. It's like y'all kind of like go along with the flow, like y'all gonna be with each other no matter what type shit, and then life happens, and then folks get really pissed off about your life taking place, like as if you ain't got the right to live.
But you know what? I guess that goes to show that everybody can't go with you on your journey, because you are going to have that's even when you become successful and you start earning more money. There's always going to be somebody in the circle jealous that you're doing better than them. Yeah, so there might be a cutoff point, you know, where you have to say, okay, well, I just can't deal with these women anymore, because if I deal with them, I'm going to be single for the rest of my life, because every time I get a man, here they come.
Because you got to ask yourself, Faith, all right? I know people don't talk like this, but what I'm saying is this. You got to ask yourself, did these people ever tell me that they would still be with me if I went and got a man, or if I got some money, or if I became famous? Like, did these friends around here tell me that they would still rock with me? Because nobody ever had that conversation. This is the reason why the betrayal happens, and it hurts when it comes from your close family and friends, because you think that automatically by you elevating that they gonna ride with you on some Gina and Pam type shit. Nah, man. What it is okay, these people was only fooling with you because you didn't have shit, and you made them feel comfortable with their life and them not having shit. And the fact that people know, and the fact that people know that you could be the one, right, that they underestimate, but you could be the one that once you kind of like, get a clue and get it going, that you would outdo everybody else in the goddamn circle, for the reason why they have to show you that they are envious. Think about what I'm saying, though. When you have that flashy friend or that flashy, that person who, don't care about nobody else's feelings, though, but yet they get their feelings hurt if somebody do something to them. Okay, then the reason why they can be that way is because they know that they are inadequate in the first place. They know that deep down that, you know what I mean, they lacking, and the folks around them don't really know their true talent, their true potential. So she's only around you guys just to keep you guys down. Like, okay, as long as Faith don't know how good looking she is, or how Faith can get that rich ass nigga, all right then, I ain't gonna ever tell her that she's very talented and she know how to speak very well and she know how to talk her shit. So I'm gonna let her just do what the fuck she's doing while I stun on her, because I know the moment Faith wake the fuck up, this shit is all over with, man. Faith gonna squash my ass. She gonna crush my ass, dog, and I ain't gonna be able to be around Faith. You remember on Braxton, Tony Braxton, Family Values, right? You remember that shit, that show?
Yeah, I remember.
All right, then. Years ago, and I was dealing with my child's mother, right? We was watching the show. We just, I'm playing with the baby. We watching the show, and I noticed how, Tony Braxton is a star. We know that, right? But Tony Braxton has always been very cool and very respectful. But this was a time when Tamar was starting to come up. This was around 2011, around that time, right? And then,
Right.
it was a scene where Tony was walking the runway or walking some type of. She was just, everybody was speaking to her and taking pictures and all that kind of shit, right? And what happened was her other sister was with her on that, right? But Tamar was trying to walk ahead of everybody, like she wasn't interested in the attention that Tony was getting. You get what I mean?
Right. So she was throwing shade on Tony. I remember that.
That was major shade, though, because that's what people do. Like, everybody knew that Tony was a star, and Tamar was trying to play the same game as Tony. And Tamar still haven't became the star that Tony was, or what Tony is now. You know what I mean? And that's roughly that. That's kind of shit that makes people feel like, well, you know what? If I'm around people who are stars, me trying to act like I am a star, I can't really shine bright with other people who are really stars around me. So even though you may not be somebody who realize your potential, you still have the potential, and all you need to do is pretty much keep living, and you will see where you've been going wrong, and all of a sudden, bam, you now start coming to your own, and what's gonna happen? The person who was stunned on you, like a fucking Tamar, for instance, in this case, right? She gonna start walking ahead of you, like she ain't giving a fuck about the people who praise and Faith. Hey, Faith, how you doing, girl? Hey, Faith, let me get a picture, Faith, and all that kind of shit. You gonna have your goddamn Tamar Braxton of your clique walking ahead, talking about, come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, you're dropping gems, brother. I'm sitting here like, yeah, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes over here.
So all those things is the reason why, like I say, I know you're talking about the sisterhood, but I'm saying the brotherhood too. I'm not even trying to take over by saying the brotherhood per se, but I'm letting you know it's not just the women, it's men too, but yet men and women kind of deal with certain situations a little different. We're not as needy as women, and yet, like I say, the envy will still be there though. The only reason why men don't really have to deal with the envy is because we ain't got to necessarily be around no nigga like that. We don't. Women, for some reason, you guys feel like you have to be around each other because that's just what y'all do. And if you realize that other folks around you are just waiting for you to either come up so they can really show you their true colors, or they can fuck around and just already show you they hate, and they just trying to see what you gonna do, or they pretty much gonna keep you down, then that's that. That's just how it's gonna have to be. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does, because that is exactly what has been my experience and what I've seen other women experience. Because as soon as another woman come up, she get married or she becomes successful in the area in her life, then there's always the other sister that she thought was her friend kicking her down.
And the sentiment of that is of the person who's looking at you and they like, well, damn, Faith done moved up, Faith done got a husband, got a boyfriend, she got some money. It's like the sentiment is, well, damn, Faith, what about me? And you supposed to feel some type of way about that because when she said that and she started crying in your face, because y'all can easily cry, right? You supposed to be like, well, girl, what you mean? What about, I'm always be here for you type shit, right? But she's
Right.
still coming at you saying, I don't like the fact that things are changing because now I'm not gonna be with you. It's no different when Martin, right? When Gina and Pam, and when Gina got the new job in LA, and Pam realized that I'm not going to LA. That's what she told Gina, right? She said, wait a minute. We gonna be shopping in Beverly Hills and going to Hollywood and all that. And then Pam realized, she said, hold on, I'm not going to LA. And then when Gina back door, what she do? She hugged her. Talking about, oh Pam, all that kind of shit. That's just how it goes. What about me, Faith? Like when you win, if you're going to be successful, if you're going to move on and level up, then what about the people who was with you the whole time? Like, what about them?
Right, but say for instance, you with a person that that's not how can I say upgradable? They're not ready.
It's still for you to try to like upgrade them. Let me upgrade you. Look, PK. You have unlocked the code, one of the life codes, right? So they'll look at you and be like, well hold on, Faye, why can't you upgrade me? Like, why you can't give me the answers? How you found out, yo?
Okay, but here's why, Rude. Okay, like say for instance, I've learned that in order for me to be compatible with a guy, I have to be a woman that has a likable demeanor. Okay, so I had to do a lot of work on myself in order to become the type of woman that's ready to accept a relationship, and I successfully get one. But then I see my sister down here; she's still wondering how come she not in the same shoes, but she have not done any work on herself. She's still out here doing the hot girl summer. She's still out here, blaming everybody, for her plight in life. Everything's everybody else's fault. She's not done the internal work on herself that I have. So how do you work with that? I mean, I can tell this person until I'm blue in the face what I did, but until that person is ready to do it themselves, there's nothing that you can do.
Let me show you something. All right? And just feel me when I say this, right? It's still gonna be up to you to kind of like make them at that point. Let me give you an example. If I were to become a rich and wealthy man, I got so many men in my family that's around my age, right? And it's like we all sitting around, just trying to see what's gonna happen. And I know these guys low key waiting to see what I'm gonna do because I haven't really spoken to these guys in years. But I know if I just say for instance, if I hit the lottery, for instance, right, and go up 10 million, 20 million, all it would take for me to tell my brother to get all these niggas to go back to Fifth Ward, man, and meet us at the old spot, man. And I want all you niggas there around about 8 o'clock at night. Everybody, all the men at this spot. Them dudes, for the fact that they know me and they know that they know that, for the fact I haven't been around them in so many years, that I've been doing something to where if I come out the blue and say, y'all niggas meet me after like 7 years, they all gonna show up. And all I have to do is simply tell them guys, man, look, we on, bro. We on. It's up to you guys, man, if you guys want to ride with me on this shit. As a matter of fact, nigga, I want you niggas to do this shit, man. X, Y, and Z, ABC, X, Y, and Z, and we're going to get this shit going. And within a matter of a month, we about to hit the road, bro. We about to really do what the fuck we been saying we going to do. I don't see those guys going against me because I would make these niggas come with me. I would probably make their ass come with me, bro, because I know you niggas don't even know what the fuck you're doing at this point. And the reason why I've had to learn what I learned is because I know you don't know it. So therefore, you going to ride with me on this shit, nigga. And then once we get here, if you don't like it, then we'll send you back to Houston. But nigga, other than that, bro, you gonna just come with me. I ain't got to ask you to work on yourself and go through these steps and all that. No, I'm gonna tell you, nigga, come ride with your boy. As if I care about these niggas. Come ride with me, man. Come see what it look like, man. And then if you fucking with it, fuck with your boy out of respect of us knowing each other for years. If not, go back to Houston. What I'm saying with you, if your sister see that, that you are leveling up and she ain't trying to level up, you can just easily make her ass by just really getting dead off in her shit and pretty much really beat her ass though and say, man, bitch, get the fuck up, man. Get your ass up, bitch. This is what we about to do. We finna get on this goddamn workout plan. I'm about to show you. You finna go to the mall. We about to go to hair salon. Bitch, get your ass up off your ass and come do this. And then just try me. Try to go against me and see if I won't beat your ass. See, use that approach. I know it sounds crazy, but what I'm saying, when you dealing with somebody like a sister or a brother,
that is crazy. You're not going to make anybody get ready to change their lives.
No. You could though. You could depend on if you show them some money. If you show them a change, their ass will wake up. If anybody in my chat show anybody in their family $1 million, that they up $1 million, you best believe everybody gonna get up off their ass and gonna come with you. That's just how they gonna do. Right now, folks will be lackadaisical and mediocre because they don't see no extraordinary shit happening around them. You best believe, Faith, if your sister see that you going to Neiman Marcus, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, nigga, Prada, and you just traveling, and you just say, look, man, I'm about to take you with me, man. You finna come with me. We finna go and get you a facial, get you a wax, whatever the fuck, right? We finna do some girl shit. She gonna ride with you off of the strength of her being your sister. And the fact that she
Wait a minute, and shout out to Third World Colombian. That's my YouTube husband out there. And me and D, I'm with you. Who is doing all that? Rudin. Nobody is going to pull anybody kicking and screaming towards success. If you're not thirsty for it yourself, if you're not willing to do the same things that I'm willing to do to get to where I'm at, then I'm not going to pull you kicking and screaming.
Faith, I feel you, but I'm telling you, it's a little different when you get the money and you can show them why they're gonna have to come with you. Because like I say, it's gonna be kind of hard for your day ones to be against you when they know that, all right, well now Faith or Love Wisdom got the bag. We with them. Like they just be waiting to see who's gonna get the bag, who's gonna get the momentum. I'm telling you, your family, we talking about the ones who you love and they love you. We ain't talking about the contrarians, the ones who low-key be hating on you. We talking about your beloved niece, your nephews, your mother, your daddy, your father, shit like that. We talking about the folks who you know you love and who can easily do what the hell you want them to do. All you have to do is really show them, hey man, look, come through, man. We got it, man. Come ride with your boy. And they gonna be gladly to come ride with you because they always still got love for you. You know what I mean? Now, unless you're telling me you and your sister don't really get along like that, now that's a difference. But if you and your sister, if that's your baby, oh, it's no doubt in my mind that if you get that she is gonna be contrary and be kicking and screaming and shit when you come and get her. Ain't no way in life I can believe that.
I don't know if I agree with you on that point. I agree with you on mostly everything else you said except that point right there. But anyway, let me go ahead and introduce Love Wisdom onto the panel. What's up, sister?
Good morning. I'm sorry. Here I go. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good morning.
Rude, you cutting up over here again? But I do. Here's the thing. With the money aspect of moving up, I remember the rapper Little Ma had said something. Young Ma, I think that's her name. Like, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, I can't take you with me. What happens is when people get money, people get a little fame, people get access. You have people in your circle who automatically think we made it. We made it. And it's nothing wrong with that. But what happens is when we make it, people get stagnant. That's like if somebody win the lottery, they win the Mega Millions. And it's like, yeah, we won. And you give them a little bit of money, you help them out, give them a house, you know what I'm saying? Pay off, help them level up, so to speak. What tends to happen is these people start getting dependent on you and they don't want to do no work. Right. Because it's like, I know I can go to that person and get some money. And this is the people, whether they contrarian or somebody that you really care about. Like money just expands who people really are. So if you was lazy broke, when you get money, you're going to be rich broke. And then you're going to be dependent on other people. Like, shoot, I know I can get some money from this person. I know I can get some money from that person.
I agree on that. I mean, look, Wisdom, I feel you on that. I think now that probably be something. I know this might sound crazy when I say this, right? But I think that would be something that a lot of people might not even mind going through that, like being the one that everybody got to come to. Not for no ego stroke, but if you now realize that you are up 10, 15, 20 million, and now your family got to come to you, then you can change the dynamic of the actual family. Not saying that the dysfunction will go out the way completely, but I'm saying like you got the nieces and nephews, the sons and daughters, the people up under you who really look up to you and respect you. But now you can put that new generation in a good position. The older people, you can just pretty much make them work for you at this point. What I mean, like you just employ them to do things, contribute to your business or whatever it is you got going on, and now they get paid based on what they do for you now. Not just giving them money because they're your uncle and your aunt and all that. No, she got to actually come and cook for you, come and clean, your uncle got to come cut the yard. He got to actually put in work to actually get 3,000-4,000 out of you if you just need it real quick. You see what I'm saying? That's my position. But my thing is, I understand what you two ladies are saying. It makes good sense. But I'm saying like when you change the dynamic, something so drastic like you becoming a millionaire all of a sudden, right? I can promise you, if you got a close knit family, yeah, it may be a little dysfunctional, but they gonna come with you wherever you go. There's nowhere in life that that your beloved family members is gonna just be like, oh, we ain't fucking with Love Wisdom now because she got money. Unless they weren't already fucking with you. We talking about the ones who love you. That's what I'm saying though. Fooling with the ones who love you, not the ones who really hate you, who you really go at it back and forth, beefing with, and have fights with. We talking about the niece and nephews, the little brother, the cousins, the uncle, all of them who really got love for you. You bring them with you. Let them come ride with you. Let them come stay with you. Show them a new life, man, and then let them go back and tell everybody else how you moving and how they moving now, and then see if the other family members gonna come and get on board, or they still gonna be contrary because they don't like you. Cause now it's bigger than just you not liking me. Now we got money now. Let's do what the hell we've been planning on doing as a family and stop the bullshit. Like if you got people who want to sing, folks who want to cook, somebody want to own a business, somebody want to go back to school. Let's do what the hell we say we was gonna do. I don't want to hear about the beef me and you had 5 years ago and shit when we had a fight 5 years ago. For what? Why? We got the money right now, man. Like that fight because we were frustrated and we was broke. Like, come on, man. Like I can take care of your kids and you can just look out for me. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's the money is in play. We are now successful as a family. Let's continue to do what we need to do and head towards greatness. So that's my position. All right, y'all got it.
Well, you know what? It's just that people are just inherently. Some people, I'm not saying all, are inherently lazy. Just like look at Master P's family. You heard of how he came, his family coming out against him. They talking about he don't help the family, he don't do nothing, he only care about himself and all of this type of stuff. And Master P told them to get a job.
Yeah. But listen though, I can say that Master P was feeling damn good 25 years ago. He was on and he was able to be the one to break bread for his family. That's a good feeling for a man, I know for sure. I'm sure it's good for a woman. What I'm saying is that those are problems after the fact. What I'm saying, little Romeo and all his kids not coming at him sideways like that. It's probably them older ones who, his sisters and brothers and all that, right, who was trying to use them and like now they didn't want to be nothing because now he gave them the money, like how he gave everybody around him the money. They didn't want to do nothing with the money but blow it off on drugs or splurge and spend and shit. I'm saying now, them younger kids, they straight. So his job is complete. My thing, what I'm saying to you, Faith, is this. The shit it's sounding crazy, but feel me on this. If you get the money, if you get the bag, you best believe it's going to be about 5 members of your family that's going to ride with you and going to do everything you want them to do. With no pushback, no disobedience, no disrespect, and none of that shit. I can bet you that. And those would be the 5 members of your family that you put on. And that's that. That's that.
Yeah, now if they're willing to put in the work, that's something totally different.
They'll put in the work because they be working for you.
Just standing around with your hand out, expecting you to do everything. That's not.
That's why I was saying I love wisdom. Now, when you got the money, you employ people. You employing it's nepotism. You employing your family members to work for you now or work around the family. Like you get paid based on what you do.
We're getting away from the topic though, because here's the thing though. I'm talking about people and having success in their interpersonal relationships with other people, their friendships, their relationships.
Oh, shit,
look at it this way. Like I used to have this girlfriend that I used to hang out with, and she was like really popular, really good with pulling guys. So a lot of the women in the group like to hang out with her because she pulled all the cute guys, to the circle. So you didn't really have to put in that much work to get guys to come over because of her. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
But notice that when she's not around the group suffers because she's not there. Okay. Now, what is it that the rest of the group, got to do that she was doing by herself in order to get the same result? We got to figure that out. We can't just sit up here and just lamp on her coattail all the time. And that's what I'm trying to get you to see. Like, she might be, pretty rich, but the rest of us got to get to that level.
Okay, I agree.
And she's not going to be able to bring the whole group up unless everybody realizes that. But you got lazy people in the group that don't want to go to the gym, work out, don't want to learn how to do their hair, don't want to learn how to do makeup, don't want to learn how to socialize or, do what they got to do to attract the opposite sex, then guess what?
Well,
When she finally goes and get a boyfriend, get married, and all that type of stuff, guess who can't be mad?
I agree with that, but all right. So I guess what you going based on is like having good discernment. Okay, well, now you would know who you need to be hanging out with because now you're looking for work ethic based on what you can attract. So if you are the woman who can attract all the good looking niggas to come your way, all the good looking men, excuse me, to come in your way, all right, well, you got to have the women who know how to put in some work too, that, pretty much is charismatic or very friendly and very, free spiritual, where men love coming over, to where now when you leave, they still gonna come through to come kick it with the other women. Like, well, damn, I'm gonna go over here and play cards and dominoes with old girl who I met through faith. So now you have to pick and choose now, decide all the women you gonna put on like that, do they have the work ethic I'm talking about day one. We ain't talking about your old friend. We talking about the women you meet like right now, like you meeting people on YouTube and things, right? So if you get these women on YouTube to come with you and you know how to bring them in your way, well, you got to have 3 or 4 women who know how to keep them in. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Now that'd be up to you now because you're an older woman and now you meeting people for the first time on here compared to folks you was raised up with. You see what I'm saying?
Right, I get what you're saying. It does take, maybe that example, but you can't do it for that other person. You can't, help that sister. You can't be in that sister's marriage to help her marriage work. She's gonna have to do that herself.
I mean, I agree with you, but also you can kind of let her know if she's married, if she's ready for marriage. You can kind of tell her like you might not be ready for marriage though. Like you could be getting married for the wrong reasons. Kind of like with Gina told Pam about that guy Simon. And I always take this shit back to Martin because I love Martin, right? I fuck with Martin. But when Gina told Pam about Simon that you're not ready to marry this dude because you don't even love the guy. Well, it can be for you, Faith, to tell your friend like, look, man, quit playing games like you finna get married to this dude when you don't even understand what it means to be a wife. You ain't even trying to be no wife. You still want to run the streets and all that. Come on, man. Why you playing with that man? That man really want to settle down with you. Let that man go be another woman, for instance, right? And not you, because you're going to do nothing but break his heart. See, now you can do that. So it won't be no problems in the actual marriage, though. Let alone, you can give her advice and say, don't go into no marriage and you broke. If you don't have your own little money or your own career, just don't go and be fully dependent on the man like that. Still be able to have your own shit so y'all can build something.
And that's the exact thing that I preach every day. And now that is something that I preach every day. Always have your own.
Yeah,
my problem comes in with the backstabbing, and this goes back to the original topic, is that when Black women see these other women that are successful in their regular lives, their marriages, their relationships, raising their children, there's a lot of shade thrown at these women. There's a lot of backstabbing going on.
Yeah.
And then you don't even have to necessarily be jealous. I've seen women that were, already at that level. Like I said, I got a cousin that's married that throws in other women's face that she has a husband and other women don't. For some reason or another, if there's a woman that thinks she's pretty and the other woman isn't, there's always this competition, this cattiness that goes on. And these are things to me that kind of rips apart the sisterhood.
Let me show you a little something about the pretty thing, right? Like the pretty, if you're going based on that, it ain't really about the prettiness. It's the fact that if the woman just got the personality that'll make a man just want to be around her. Pretty, you could be a pretty bitch. You could be just a decent looking woman who every man just want to hang out with, like every man desire. So it's not about the pretty per se. It's the fact that the pretty can be you just got a cuter face. It doesn't mean that men want to be around you. So like Kenya Moore got the cutest face on the Real Housewives of Atlanta, but she's not the one that everybody want to be around though.
Yeah, I can't stand her.
All right then. Well, that show you that the pretty don't mean shit if you a bitch, man. You just, that don't mean nothing. That don't mean a goddamn thing. Not in today's time, it do not. It's all about who the men want to do more for, who the men want to have around because she's pleasant, she's respectful, and like she just cool to be around. Like she just a cool chick to where anything that the man is doing, he's gonna always invite her. She's more than welcome to bring her and her friends to come through because of how she get down in her personality, not because she's got a pretty face. I wouldn't invite Kenya Moore nowhere at all. But I will invite Cynthia Bailey and you know Portia Williams, and I wouldn't invite Nene Leaks. Hell no, I wouldn't. You know what I mean? That's just me because
Yeah,
they
Nene is
bitches.
she's a whole mess. To
Yeah.
me, she's messy. She starts a lot of unnecessary stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
me and Nene, we would be fighting. But
Yeah.
let me go
So
ahead and
all right.
welcome Miss J to the stream. Hi, Miss J.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What's on your mind, sis?
Oh, nothing. I'm just listening to the wonderful advice.
And can you believe it? It's coming from Rudem.
No, no.
But don't all three say all these same women have the same outcome? So, I mean, Kenya, Portia, and Nene, they pretty much have the same lives, even though they have different personalities.
That's true. That's true.
I guess it's just Atlanta.
What is so funny?
So funny, she said they all got the same outcome, but you know,
They
hey,
do.
you got Nene been with a nigga, you know, how old buddy about 80? So that's why I was telling Faith, man, get you an 80-year-old nigga, then you know you can get in the mix by saying you married. How's old buddy?
Don't nobody want to be married to no old senior citizen.
But Nene's not young, so.
Yeah, that's true. She's younger than him.
Well, yeah. Nene used to be a stripper. She lived a wild life.
Wasn't Nene cheating on him though with some other guy?
Of course, yeah. She was, and she was complaining because she has to be a caregiver because he's not in the best health. But she lived a wild life, so she should be happy where she ended up.
Right.
She ended up better than the 999 other strippers. So hey,
that's true. That is so
hats off to her.
Definitely.
Yeah, you know, who might be on to something with this old man bag thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's how you got to do it. Faith, goddamn, get you the old nigga. What the fuck?
But wait till you're older yourself. Don't do it when you're in your 20s.
Get you like by
Don't
40.
Do it when you're
by
in
40.
Your 20s. Wait till the wall hits and then get them.
You gotta understand, Faith, P gang. You know, when you had your fun in your 20s and 30s, by the time you hit 40, you know that's retirement age, that's grandmother age. Man, get you somebody who's gonna take care of you now, all right? Like, don't get nobody your age because that goes against the point of taking care of a woman is when y'all so close in age. Like, to take care of a woman, you got to be older than her, like to take care of her. Like, I can't take care of a woman my age. I'm 34. So anybody 33, 34, 35, it's like, come on, man. I don't think she even would respect me enough like that to understand that I'm taking care of her because we was going to the same goddamn school type shit. But if I get a woman like 21, 22, I can actually take care of her and it would make sense. And she would receive it like I'm taking care of her because I'm an older guy. You know what I mean? So, get you somebody, Greg Leaks, age or whatnot, or fucking, what's the old nigga name from Real Housewives of Potomac? I'll be watching all that shit. Ray, get that old Ray. Nigga, gray chin, gray beard, and just millionaire type nigga, and then y'all just live it good and have fun. Retire.
But that brings up another topic. I do want to move on to something else, but how do you feel about younger women in their 20s getting with guys, over a decade older than them?
That 15, makes sense.
20 years.
That makes sense though. See, look, if that guy can make her feel good about being with him, I can agree with that. Like he has to still make her feel good about being with an older guy. Like he shouldn't be an old slob or disgusting. He need to be a pretty good looking, in shape guy to be able to keep up with a younger woman. So yes, if he's somebody who, in good shape, nice physique, money, right?
So I'm just saying, your daughter is 19.
Okay.
And your friend and you are both 40. And your friend says, I'm gonna marry your 19-year-old daughter. You would be
not
cool.
My friend. Not my friend. Not my friend. Not my friend. No, not a friend. No. But if she met a guy.
What's the difference if it's your friend or just some random guy?
It's the
Because
difference. I
birds of
don't
a
know.
feather,
I
birds of a
don't know the
feather
nigga.
flock together.
No, the difference would
That's
be I don't know
why.
the nigga. It would be I
Yeah,
don't know the
birds of a
dude.
feather flock together. We don't want that for our daughter. Let's be real.
I wouldn't know this other dude. You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't know him.
Yeah.
Look, I agree with Joe, with brother Joe. Joe, like, how old is too old? Because Anna Nicole Smith was like in her 20s and her husband was like 85 years old.
Joe
That's
with
too old.
yeah.
Okay,
Joe,
You
but when
know,
you're a billionaire, age doesn't matter.
what,
You're
how old is
if
old? But
if you're a billionaire, there's no such thing as too old. If you're a
put it like this,
billionaire,
Joe
now if
Whitfield.
you're a
I
regular
think
ass
Joe.
person, yeah.
I
true.
think Joe. I think Joe Whitfield say he's like in his 50s, like close to his mid 50s. I don't know for sure. That would be the perfect age for all you women in the chat and all you women on the panel. That's the age y'all need to go get at. It's Joe Whitfield. Good
Okay,
looking brother.
Slayer
A
Jim
good looking.
just said something. She said that men can still take care of women their own age. They just want someone naive.
That
All right.
Yeah.
now I
Yeah.
agree. I definitely agree with that because you even have that going on right now. They up there campaigning, get a 21, get at
That's been
23.
going on forever.
You
It's
know,
all right. I'm gonna
That's
tell
a
you why.
tale as old as time.
I'm gonna tell you why about the Slayer Gym. All right. The reason why we like a woman to be a little naive, right, is because it just make a nigga feel better being able to school you and tell you about some shit that you may not know, compared to somebody your age who would know the same things that you do. That's all it come down to. Just having a little more experience, a little more wisdom. It's not really just the age per
Uh,
se.
A
I
magician
have
likes
to
people to never know how their magic tricks work.
exactly. And on
right?
That's
top
all
of
it
that,
is. You just
I think it's more of a control thing.
Yeah, because
no,
even women,
it's a naive thing. It's
That too.
easier to get
That
over on
too.
people who don't know what you're doing.
Yeah,
exactly.
that too. That too. It's a control thing. But like I
But
said, a man he gotta have his shit together though to be able to really control the situation. But he not being no dictator. It's just more like he's the man. He's the man, and he's not just a boyfriend. He's the goddamn man. Like he conduct himself as a man to this woman, this younger woman, and she's respecting him as an older person. So she would give him that type of, let's say I ain't gonna say big brother, but like that older man respect that she would give any older man, her teacher, her goddamn pastor, whatnot. The older man respect. That's
but
it.
but Rue,
So
but
you
that's
Yeah.
almost like her daddy because that's a bit of a conundrum because what happens is
It's not a conundrum to them.
especially with girls who didn't grow up with their father and they tend to seek older men, it's almost like he becomes her father before he becomes her lover. Things like that sometimes creeps me out because it's like when you're seeking a young lady who is very naive and just coming up in the world, and
Yeah.
it's because you can control her. That she's not looking at you as a man; it's more or less looking at you as her father. And
I
I
mean,
and I think that's what some men like. They like to be looked upon as a father first
it's
before her lover, and it gets creepy because what happens is you take advantage of her naivete, and once she's taken advantage of it, she's thrown back out there in the world. It's kind of like, well, that's her fault. She should have known better. It gets like
Mm-hmm.
that.
I agree. I agree. No, I agree with that. But it also, it's like pretty much you becoming like her go-to man. Like my whole thing would be, a man he don't deserve a woman if he can't be her go-to. Like she shouldn't be going to her daddy and her uncles. Like the fact that you are an older guy, she should be able to come to you for everything that she needs, and not to her brother, not to her uncle, to you. So yeah, you do need to be a little older. Yes, I understand though. She might look at him as a daddy and shit, but it's not the same. Cause like I said, I'm not telling you to get with a guy like 50 years older than you. I'm saying get with somebody who can take care of you fully, and then you can get you a side nigga, get you a side nigga on the side. You know what I mean? That's my thing.
what is
Well,
with
no,
you and these side people?
because
What kind of
everybody
community would
everybody
we have if
deserve
everybody took that
because
advice?
everybody deserve a side
Well,
nigga or a side chick.
no.
That's fact. Everybody deserve one. It
Yeah, that's
does.
a
Deserve.
successful community.
Yes, it goes with the relationship. It goes with the relationship, right? You get married and you get you a side nigga or a side chick. The fuck?
But rude in
I'm
that. But
saying that's a successful community when that happens.
if that was the case, then like don't get into a committed relationship. Just slang dick all you want. Like,
It's not.
see,
Nah.
it becomes a problem when you you marry somebody, you're supposed to be in a committed relationship, but you got a side person. Like that never made sense to me. It's like in that case, we didn't go be single.
Nah, hold on, love, wisdom, sweetheart. Nah, the side, look, committed means I'm committed to you, right? I'm gonna come home to you. I'm gonna take care of you. Me and you, we gonna do our thing together. Like this is what we do. This is our situation, right? Going to go and get a side, like you get a side dude or I get a side chick. It's not somebody who is gonna be all out business. It's just the fact that when you go out, you might get tired of me, so therefore you go spend time with your nigga. Just that. That's simple. It sounds crazy because people do it. I'm just saying it out loud. I'm just letting folks know it's okay if you did do it. It's like it's nothing wrong because folks do that. You know
No,
what I mean?
it's
Folks do
not okay. That
It's
is
not
cheating.
okay.
that. Shit, I told you, Faith.
Functioning
Cheating.
communities don't
Okay,
act like
dude.
that.
I told Faith
Functioning
cheating.
communities don't act like that. That's not
Shit.
functional behavior.
I think the
That's
black community.
dysfunctional.
I think the black community would be very functional if we could, leave every now and then and go spend time with somebody else
The
and then
black
come back.
community already does that.
Okay, remember when I was talking about trash behavior earlier, Rudin?
Mm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that would fall into the category.
Faith, I would rather for
already
you.
doing that now.
Yeah, we're doing it now,
I'm
but
just
Faith, I
saying
would
the
rather for you.
CDC says we do that now. That's why we have the
We doing
problems
it
that
now.
we have.
The difference is we not being open about the shit. If we was open about it to where we knew exactly how we was gonna do it before we got committed or got involved, then we would know. Like me, maybe my mindset is on some swinger type shit because I wouldn't trip out on a woman doing something so natural by being with another guy. Like if that's what you want to do, I'd rather for you let it be known that that's what you want to do, compared to you getting mad at me and then you gonna go spite fuck a nigga behind my back to get back at me, or
Okay,
you gonna go have a dude
Rude,
anyway.
you want like a Will and Jada relationship with an open marriage. That's what it sounds like.
It can,
Sounds
yeah,
like
it can be, open, but respectful, right? Open, respectful. Simply, we take care of our home. And I'm not saying we don't tend to one another. I'm saying though, if it gets to the point where you find another person attractive and you just tempted by them, you ain't got to pretend like as if you ain't feeling a certain way about this individual. You can actually act on those feelings just as long as you keep it in perspective by not falling in love with the nigga and don't put the nigga in my business and vice versa. I won't fall in love with no other woman. I damn sure won't bring no other woman to your shit. But yet, if I'm not gonna deny and say I don't like this woman when I do, so I don't want to sneak behind your back and have to lie to you by saying I'm going to work and it's a young lady up here who I call my work wife and shit. But yeah, you don't know shit about it. But yeah, we fucking every time we go to work type shit to where I'm not even fucking you when I get home. So that's bullshit. I'm just saying the transparency because you understand the black community. The thing that really makes us not really thrive or reason why we don't do well in relationships is because we so worried about the other person's genitals, like what they do with their pussy, what they do with their dick, right? And if you took that off the table, we could actually get along because we can actually struggle together. So if we can struggle together, why can't we really thrive together? Because people be so caught up in who you fucking type shit. Throw that shit out the window, we'll get along for about 30 good years. Just think about it. Because
Okay,
look, think about it. When you break
while
up,
we have these entanglements, can we at least mix in some clinic visits?
of course,
So
that's
we
the
can
whole
stop
point.
having the other problems that we have when we lead in this behavior.
That would
would
make
be
now
nice.
everybody.
So we can mix in some doctor visits.
That would make us now have to go. That would make black men have to go to the doctor more than often. Now black men would have to take their ass
Like
to the
every
goddamn
60
doctor
days or 30 days, just like the porn stars do.
every
Just get
every
tested.
every 3 months, every 6 months type shit. Now we have to go
No,
to the
every
doctor
month, like porn stars.
every month. Fuck it, every month
Yeah.
in this bitch. Like we go see our parole officer, some shit like that, probation officer. We going to every month on this motherfucker to get that. Well, men gotta get that swab stuck in their dick. So a lot of guys don't like getting tested for that reason. You know that, right?
Okay, here's
That's
a good
fine.
question. Melanated Vessel says, well, if there's no commitment, where's the sacrifice?
That's a great question because at the end of the day, the black community, we already playing hood polygamy right now. Like you already got unofficial sister wives out here right now. You already got women who say they are proud to be a side chick. So the trash behavior that we speak against is going on. As the sister said with the CDC, it already says we exhibit those types of behaviors. So at the end of the day, black people have to be mature with how they move. My thing is this. If you like it, I love it. If you get yourself a man or a woman who's down for an open relationship and y'all agree, fine. But we know most black people don't want that. Like most black people want to be in some committed relationship because we done did all the whopping and all the dicks. Like we done did all that. Now we want to settle down. We want to build families. Like it's time to get serious. I threw all that shit away. But you still have people who they say they throw it all away, but at the same time, I still want to have my cake and eat it too. Like you can't have it both ways, because that's why all these STDs and STIs is running around here right now, because folks just want to do what they want to do. It's just
because people are addicted to sex, though. People are addicted to sex. That's the problem.
Definitely,
people want to act like sex addiction is not a thing, and a lot of people in our community, they're addicted to it. They can't give it up, no matter how nice a person they have, no matter what great a relationship they have. They have to go out and exhibit this behavior, and they need therapy.
Yeah,
you talking about?
Get over it, because it's like that's not a healthy lifestyle.
You talking about single people or married people?
Both, honey. You don't have to be married, a single, just to be addicted to sex. Plenty of people are. When you can't control your behavior, it is detrimental to you. You are addicted to that.
I mean, I understand that, but that's the reason why we here, is because of that. So we just pretty much paying homage and touching bases, right? I know it's crazy because these diseases is around, but to say that somebody's addicted to sex, exactly,
you are
we
addicted
are.
to sex.
No, we are. And my thing is this though. And my thing is this though. That this is why I always will say to people is that you can be monogamous if you was actually in a monogamous type of environment. Like if you can, honestly, if any one of you women on this panel can actually say that you can be around 20 or 30 different men and you don't find none of those guys attractive, well, okay then. Well, if you had to be around those guys for a long time, then you may not cheat on your husband with any one of these dudes because you don't find none of these guys attractive. But what if you found at least
just because
15
you find
or
someone
16?
attractive doesn't mean you have to have sex with them.
All right, what I'm saying is though, attractive to the point where you're gonna get closer to them, not just he's nice looking. We're talking about now y'all vibing, y'all catching feelings for one another, and now you pretty much open up to this
not
dude.
have sex with them just because you're vibing with them. That's
you're right. But I'm saying though, what if you wanted to? What I'm saying, if you wanted to, would you be wrong?
I might want to rob a bank because I want some money. Doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. You have to have self-control. Because only reason because that's quote unquote illegal. But if that wasn't illegal, we all be robbing banks. Okay, but I'm saying but I'm saying you can go out there and raw dog someone, end up dying.
Right.
Just because I mean, come on, like
that's facts. But
there
folks
are
don't care about that.
To your actions. Some of them illegal, some of them health wise. But I'm saying, look at the consequences of it. Do you want to lose your family?
Folks don't care about that.
Wealth? You want to lose your life? I mean,
folks don't be caring about that. I'm telling you what it is though. Folks don't care about losing their family or their life. They might want to die in some pussy.
But see, that's
some people don't care about robbing banks. That's why they're in jail. That's why you don't feel sorry for them.
Where they go?
Exactly. You don't feel sorry for these old people when their life blows up in their face because of the decisions they made. Exactly.
I agree.
Rude. How is any of that beneficial to the black family?
It's not.
It's not beneficial. It's the fact that people ain't got to lie about it. And what I'm saying, if you're not lying about who you want to go have sex with or who do you like, then you can really progress, because that's be the hang up for why men and women can't really go forward in their relationships, because in the back of your mind, you thinking about who your other person could be fucking around with. Just think about it. If we just didn't worry about that, how much fun this shit could really be, respectfully, right? Like we can just raise kids together, start a business together, right? Just live a life together, and you ain't got to worry about, well, then who is she fucking? Is she fucking some other dude? Or is my man fucking another bitch? See, that's stressful. So I'm saying the benefit. Go ahead.
Well, can't we just keep it real that you Rude, you would rather have an open relationship. You rather have an open relationship.
Yeah.
You rather have an open. Now that's you. That's you. But there's some people who don't feel that way though, Rude. It like for me, for example, I don't share. I don't like to do that stuff. Like if I find out that you cheating, you gotta go, because I can't. Like that's too much that time is an investment. And in the community, we have too many people wasting time because they want to play games. And it's like, I agree with you. People do need to be honest. Now, we really do lack honesty in the community. Like you need to tell people up front what the situation is and give that person a conscious decision on whether or not they want to continue with it. The problem becomes with aim to women and got these women thinking that oh, we really gonna have something. We're all in fact, they just a pumping dump. Like,
Oh yeah.
you need to be honest with these people so that they can make a decision on whether or not they want to continue with this or go their separate ways. We're
I
not
agree.
doing that. We're not doing that in the community. We lying to people. And that's how people get mentally and emotionally drained because of the lying that goes on. You ain't got
Right.
a lot to kick it with nobody. And
See, that's what.
there's people who are mentally and emotionally fragile. Like, you can have a woman who she want to be in a committed relationship and she trusts you. And you show her
Right.
all the signs that you want to be in this committed relationship. You show her all the signs. And she's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Next thing you know, this nigga got a stable full of women. He done got 4 houses he can go to. You know what I mean? After
Yeah.
leading this woman on, and then what happens is, oh, she just left out there in the cold by herself. She done wasted all this time, but all he had to do was be honest from the rip. That's the problem.
I think.
Motherfuckers ain't
Well,
honest.
I love wisdom. What it is, you truthful, you true about that. What it is, men don't know how to be as transparent as me because I had to learn this shit like 10 years ago of how to just be open to tell a woman certain things so where she ain't got to necessarily open up a certain feelings for me, right? So what you're saying, if men can come on out and be very transparent and be clear about, this is what he probably wanted to do, how he want to kick it with you, more likely you probably would, if you feeling the same way, you probably would. But a lot of men don't know. They don't think that a woman would go along with that kind of shit. So they feel like if they tell you what you want to hear to get you hooked, then he got you. Even though he might want to fuck with other women, but he don't think that he can tell you that. He don't think that he's confident enough to tell you that, and you would still want to fuck with him. Because of what you just said, though, you have a decision if you want to deal with him or move on. He might not want you to move on. Understand this, though, love Wills. I'm gonna say this. This might sound crazy. You got a lot of guys that got them agenda. Some guys be trying to trap women too. There's a reason why they can't really be truthful. A guy would look at you, Love Wisdom, and say, look, Love Wisdom, good looking woman. She got it going on, man. She got, stable place, stable income. I might can just put a baby in her, bro. I have to lie to her first, put a baby in her, and give her this illusion of us having a goddamn family. But I can't tell her that I want to mess with other women too, because I don't want to lose her. But in order for me to get her, I got to pretend like I want to be with her until I get a baby put in her and she have my baby. Now I have a reason to come over here and kick it with her every day type shit and go spend time with other women too. Other than that, man, you got to understand, if a dude can't be truthful with you in the beginning, he don't really have no good intentions for you. That's what I'm saying. Niggas be trying to trap too. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
All right.
And
Well,
that's
I
why you
just
have
want
to
to.
vet all of them. That's why
I
you have to
just
vet
want
them,
to.
because they look the same like regular
You gotta
people,
vet
and they're
them.
not.
You gotta vet them.
Exactly. Well, let me go ahead and welcome Third Ward Colombian to the panel. Third.
How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
My
can hear you
brother's
now.
third
Yeah, what's
ward.
up? What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, bro? What's going on, Rue? Hey, man. Hey, you be wilding, bro. But I fucks with you, bro. But I'll say this, bro. Some of the things you were saying, I agree with. But the one thing I do disagree on, like me personally, I don't believe in the whole open relationship thing. And the reason why is because I just feel like if you're gonna do that, nigga, you might as well just be single and just do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand the whole purpose of that whole open relationship concept. Like I get it, certain people do it, like celebrities and all that kind of stuff. But like I said, I'd rather just be single because like I'm not gonna be, not gonna be screwing other people and then coming back home to each other at night, looking at each other acting like everything all right and all that shit. Like I ain't gonna be doing all of that. But what I will say is that me personally, um, I think one of the problems that, like you were saying, Ruth, you got too many dudes out here that be, trying to trap women and, all they be, just, like let's just keep it real. A lot of, black folks, we don't want to use protection and stuff like that. We just be loose with it and all that kind of shit. And me personally, I don't play that shit because only women I've ever had unprotected sex with is women that I've been like in long term serious relationships with. Anything outside of that, like I'm strapping up every time. I'm getting checked, all of that kind of stuff, because I'm not going to be playing with my livelihood like that. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the whole relationship thing, which you was talking about earlier, I just feel like, like I said, if you're not going to be serious about it, then, don't even engage in it. If y'all still want to see other people and all this stuff, then, just be single, keep doing your thing, you know what I'm saying? But when, because once a lot of people and you telling people that you want to be serious and all that stuff, but y'all still fucking around with other people and all this kind of stuff, all that shit gonna do is just make problems and shit like this. So it's like all that shit is unnecessary. Just keep doing you if you want to be single. But if you serious about that shit, you know what I'm saying, then do that. But like I said, all this back and forth little games and stuff, man, like I ain't got time for it. I done already been there, done that, you know, when I was a little bit younger. I ain't trying to do all that. Like now going forward, if I just really want to get with somebody, be with somebody, like I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, you know, do the whole committed thing. But then again, you know, we do live in some strange times where, you know, a lot of people want to have their cake and they want to eat it too and all that kind of stuff. So it really just depends on the person that you get with. And then as far as the thing that you was talking about earlier, as far as the older man and younger woman dynamic, I mean, my whole thing is like, I think the limit for that should be like maybe like 10 years, you know, like the man maybe be like 10 years older than her. I don't really see nothing wrong with that because that's something that's been going on for like a long time. And I'm not saying that, you know, whether it's good or bad. I'm just saying like that tends to be something that happens a lot, you know what I'm saying? Versus, you know, if she gets with a guy that's on her age level, you know what I'm saying? Like he might not necessarily have all his shit together, you know, at that time. He may still be trying to, you know, come up as a man, trying to grow, trying to build himself up as a man. So I can kind of see why younger women tend to mess with guys like maybe like 10 years they senior because they tend to be probably like in a better space, you know, financially, they're more mature. You know, they just got more of their shit together versus somebody their age. They still kind of like on the same thing, trying to, you know, come up, trying to make a name for themselves, trying to, you know, make some money and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's kind of why that whole dynamic plays into it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Well, let me look at this comment that a gracious greatness put up here because he made a really good point about children. Because in those types of relationships, when you have children involved, look at Will and Jada Smith's children. Those children are messed up. So I
Right.
don't really, you know, those types of relationships do mess children up. I don't really see any benefit to having any type of children. So would you have children in that type of relationship, Ruth?
I already got children. What you mean? Huh? I already got two of them. Oh, what's up? You talking about have some babies or just already have like some grown kids? Like, what you mean?
Right, in a relationship where you and the other person has an open marriage, don't you think that would confuse the children?
Not when the kids get older. Maybe when they were young. Not when they get older. My kids, I got one. You know, he almost 12 and my daughter almost 10. So you know, they getting older. They'll be all right.
You hope
I
they'll be
wouldn't.
all right.
I wouldn't put it in their face though. Like they never seen me with another woman though. So I'm saying, so I wouldn't be unless I'm really want to be married or be with a woman for real. I wouldn't bring women around them like that. So that'd be something I do away from them. But as they get older, you know, I can explain to them that hey, your daddy, he like different women, you know, like kicking it with different women, and these women deal with different men. It's just what it is.
All
I
right.
mean, am I?
Well, you know,
No, what I'm saying, am I tripping though? 'Cause I don't want to. I don't want to sound like I'm tripping. I just look at it from a different perspective to give you, you know, put something on your mind, just to tell you that you know what the way we've been doing things, maybe it could be wrong, and now you know maybe if you want to go about doing it another way to get an easy and a better outcome, then all right, we'll look at it from a different perspective now, right? And my thing is this though, I learned this shit years ago that I mean relationships not supposed to be stressful, and yet we are stressful in these relationships, man. That's not a good thing to be stressing. So to take away the stress, what's really stressing you is simply you worried about what somebody else is doing. That's all you because the kids don't really stress you out like that. The struggle not really stressing you out. Like we can struggle, damn near, you know, ain't got no food some days or can't pay a bill. That's not stressing you out like that. But it's always what this person's doing behind my back type shit. And it's
but
like,
see,
well,
I,
god
I
damn.
think I think the
Yeah,
dysfunction itself is what stresses people out.
yeah,
Right.
Because going back to Will and Jada's situation, they had it seemed to me like some sort of agreement, but
yeah.
even within the agreement, you had this entanglement stuff going on.
But that
Yeah, I
wasn't
mean,
stressful to them. People
I think,
finding
I
out was
think,
stressful to them.
I think that situation. I think Will just overreacted, in my opinion. Though I think Will knew exactly what was going on with her and August Alsina. I think he just playing games, man. He knew exactly. I think he wanted to play the victim in that situation because like Will, he messed with other women too, probably other men too. You know what I mean? So Jada kept bringing August Alsina over. So in the open situation, I mean, they know. I mean, he know what was going on. It just, I guess she just got busted, and he just kind of like left her out to dry. because he probably don't want to deal with her no more. And maybe this was a good way for him to get out this situation. But you can't get me to believe that Will feel some type of way about Jada messing with another man when they've been open the whole time they've been married for like 25 plus years. You see what I'm saying?
He had to
I
react
think
that way because he's the moneymaker and his image was at stake. It had nothing to do with August Alsina.
Right.
They don't care.
exactly. Like men don't look, men. I'm not speaking for all men, but after a while, you don't really be giving a damn about if a woman you dealing with, if she's out there doing all kind of crazy shit. You know that you in it for another reason, and yet it just like, okay, well, cool. She out there fucking around, man. Let her do her thing. So what? Like, you know, you're not going nowhere because it's cheaper to keep her. So you already know you stand to lose damn to half for however much that nigga worth, and he not even willing to go through all that because she's out there messing with another dude. It's just like, it is what it is, though. And my thing is about that whole cheating. And I want to tell you women on the panel that, like I say, it's not cheating if you take care of your household. It's cheating when you can't take care of your woman and you trying to go get other women. Now you cheating because you playing games now. But I don't really feel that a man who decided that he want to get a side chick every now and then or look out for another woman and he's cheating on his wife when he's taking care of everything of her. And vice versa. If you want those women who take care of a nigga, right? You're not cheating on him if you taking care of him. And he should never ever try to hold you to that, or you cheating on me type shit. Like, hold on, nigga. I'm taking care of you, bro. Like, I'm not cheating. You're not. That's just my thing. That's my thing. All right.
Wow,
Can y'all hear me?
But here's the thing. I just want to say, Root, you need to keep this same energy 15 years from now when you're trying to find a wife that don't have a high body count. That's all I'm saying. Because people think this way when they're young, and then all of a sudden you see on one of these streams when they're 55 saying, "Oh my God, where are all the good women at? I can't find someone who they can't pair bond because they have sleeping with everybody." Keep this same energy when you get old. That's all I ask.
No, I'm gonna tell you like this. I probably wouldn't even want a woman with a low body count because I'm a bullshit
No, I'm
ass
saying
nigga when it comes to
now
women.
you don't. But I'm
talking
saying
about now, or even years ago, I would still keep the same integrity and say, you know what, I'm a crazy wild nigga. I can't dirty up no good girl like that. So now all the women I fuck with, you got to be kind of just as bad as me. Yeah, you got to be fucked up as me, bad as me and shit. Right? Yeah.
Hey, let me also add this to this whole. I want to also add this in too. I think one of the major problems that I see is that a lot of people just don't be honest about like what their true intentions is with one another, and like to me, I think that's to me, I think that's crazy, especially in this day and age where everything is like all out on the open and like front display. You know what I'm saying, with social media, like. I think like if you can't be honest with the other person or with each other, like now more than ever, then then I don't think we really need to be dealing with nobody like that. Like me personally, I don't care. Like anytime I've dealt with women, I've always let my intentions be known on like what I want to do, whether I want to be in a relationship, I just want to have fun with her, whatever the case might have been. I've always been upfront and honest, and I think that's kind of why I get kind of certain response from women that I get is because I don't be trying to hide, deceive, none of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think people just got to be more honest. If you ready, if you say you want a relationship and that's what you want, then hey, let that be known. If you don't, then hey, let that be known too. But I think the problem is a lot of guys, of course, and I think it's some lame ass shit. But you got guys out here that say, "Oh, I want a relationship," or "I love you" type shit to these women just to try to get the pussy out of women and all that kind of stuff. Which I don't feel like you don't really have to do that because there are women out here who they don't want a relationship neither. They just want to have fun, have a good time. But I think a lot of guys are so scared just to say that, that they're scared, oh, I might lose out on the opportunity. But it's like, if you do, then hey, let's just move on to the next one. There's somebody out there that's probably going to be down for whatever it is that you want to do. You know what I'm saying? So I just think people just need to be upfront and honest with each other. Like, period.
Yeah,
like
there
I
are
said,
plenty of black women who've accepted the environment that we live in. There's stripper hoe Cardi B and there's rapper hoe Offset, and they're together. So find yourself, your opposite of you, and stop trying to pollute the field of everybody else.
Right.
Now you gotta be truthful. You gotta be truthful, right? Like I would be, right? The reason why I can get along with a bunch of women, because I tell a lot of women that I'm liable to break your motherfucking heart because I'm a whole ass nigga like that. That is what it is. And like it's funny, it sounds funny, but like the women, they know not to catch certain feelings for me because I'm telling you I'm a bitch ass nigga when it comes to women. So like you ain't supposed to get caught up with me like that. It's like have a good time with me and that's it. Like go find your man, go get your man and be happy with your man. But like don't think I'm gonna be the guy who's gonna, be a long term committed with you, not in a relationship with you like that, because Nah, I like too many different women, man. Like I'm gonna want to, switch pussy every now and then. That's just me personally. And I would tell you do the same thing, man. Go hop on different dicks if you feel the need to. Protect yourself, but you ain't gotta try to live to my standard. Do whatever you want to do. That's what it is, though. You got to be honest. It sounds crazy, but a lot of guys don't know how to be honest in conversation. It's all about the conversation you're having with the women. They get closer to you. They open up to you just based on the conversation, and you can kind of tell her then, I'm a bitch ass nigga. I'm a hoe ass nigga. You know what I mean, Faith? I'm a hoe ass nigga who's gonna run you raggedy, but like, don't let me run you raggedy. Just have fun with me. You see what I'm saying? And you ain't supposed to let me run you raggedy, Faith. Facts. I'm
Hey,
telling you the
rude,
truth.
bro.
What's
Hey,
up?
rude. Look, I'm
What's
I'm
up?
gonna tell it to you like this, bro. You know, you're my dog, you're my bro. I ain't finna knock you for the type of shit that you be getting into, but hell no, man. I can't co-sign that, man. I can't do
You
that,
ain't got.
bro.
Yeah, you ain't
Nah,
got
bro.
to.
Nah, bro.
I
You
feel
know what I'm saying? Woman fuck with me trying to fuck with, play musical dicks and shit, bro. Like, I ain't with that. Hell nah.
Hey,
I'm just
man.
not with that shit, bro. Cause I know
Yeah.
me. I know the type of shit I'm capable of in bed, and I'll be getting down and shit. So, like, if another nigga get to doing all that with her, bro, like, hell nah, bro. I'm gonna be like, man, you know what? Hey, you want that nigga? You can have him. Like, I ain't finna be doing all that, bro. Like, I don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying? But also, I think another
Saying
thing.
you might not want to do like have a girl. Mhm.
No, I was about to say another thing that I want to add to
Go
this
ahead. Okay.
conversation is that one of the another reason why I think there's like this miscommunication or just this lack of understanding between black men and black women is because from what I be hearing in this space from a lot of these guys that be on some like other type shit, and I think me and you talked about this before, bro, on one of your panels.
Yeah.
And look, I don't mean no disrespect when I say this, but they pretty much want like a slave, robotic ass bitch. That's what they want. You know what I'm saying? They want
Oh,
a
yo.
woman that they can, pay for, give her money, all this kind of stuff, but they don't actually want a woman that they can actually interact with. You know what I'm saying? They don't want a woman
That's
that,
facts.
I hear these guys say all the time, like, look, I want her to shut up. I don't want her to say nothing to me, blah, 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 all this stuff, right? And, to me, that's just crazy because at the end of the day, I feel like the chemistry and the interactions between the man and woman is better when y'all actually have some kind of good communication and chemistry going on with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like everything's better. The sex is better. The relationship is better. Y'all whole vibe is better. You know what I'm saying? When y'all actually getting along and having productive conversations. You know what I'm saying? But when you just,
You talking about?
paying for a chick, it's kind of like it's almost like you got guys that say, oh, just trick, just pay her the money, just pay her the money, that way you can bypass all the bullshit and stuff like that. But with me, like the way I feel about it, I feel like a nigga doing that, you like shortchanging yourself. And look, I'm not saying that you shouldn't take a woman out, you shouldn't take her out nowhere nice and do nothing for her. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you just literally just trying to give her money in her hand just for sex or whatever, then to me that's kind of like you ain't really getting the best sexual experience out of that woman anyway, because it's like she just doing a job or giving you a service. She's not really, having sex with you because she's attracted to you and because she just want to give you the business. She just doing it out of obligation, out of a job or a service that she owes you for you paying her. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
But
want
Yo.
I'm
that shit.
saying
I want
nowadays, the true alpha, you have the woman paying you.
Oh,
See
hell
that's
no.
the old school beta ways where the man paid and the woman just went along. Nowadays, to show your true alphaness, the woman
Yeah.
pays you money. You have multiple women and she pays you. That's the new thing.
Nah, I don't
Yeah.
agree with that shit.
I'm
Now, what it
saying
is
no,
though?
no, no, no. I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm just saying that's the
Oh,
new thing. Well, it probably ain't new, but I'm
I
saying
mean,
that's the thing that people are admitting now to show your true alpha status. The woman pays you. You don't pay her.
yeah, I never been
That's
big
what
on
we have
women.
out there.
Like, I never really been big on women paying me for a goddamn thing. My thing is, if I make the effort to want to either kick it with you, then I'm gonna pay for everything. But what I'm saying is that if you are as a woman just want to treat a nigga one day, that's one thing, but it wouldn't be required. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be expected. You see what I'm saying? So I don't believe in that. Like if niggas moving like that, that's the reason why I don't really run with a lot of these guys because I don't agree with how they view women. And getting back to what Third Ward was saying, that whole looking for a slave type shit. See, I don't like that neither. And the whole vibing with a woman, this is the reason why I'm not big on titles because I know that when you can vibe with a woman, the moment you put a title on the shit, it's gonna fuck up. Like if you guys were able to go and have that feeling that deep down just based on the phone conversation or the time y'all spend with each other, and you know that this is your bitch, nigga. Like, you my bitch. No, excuse my language though, right? But you know, you my girl. I don't have to be reminded that you my girlfriend, because what happens is that the moment we put titles on the shit, we giving ourselves an option to break up. It's like, why we have to break up? You know what I'm saying? We was friends and we was vibing like that. It was so pure and it lasted so long. Like, case in point, with me and my homegirls, the women I kick it with, I done fucked all of them and had good chemistry with them, but we never played that boyfriend girlfriend shit for a while. We could still be cool now, and we can go years without talking to one another, and it still would be there if we kick it. What I'm saying is that a lot of women, I'm gonna put on you women on this one. You women be fucking up when y'all be wanting a nigga to put a title on the shit, because I'm telling you, chemistry don't have no title. If you vibing with this dude, and the sex is good, you spend time with this nigga, you know you this nigga's girl, man. You ain't got to even wonder. You know this shit. You know this shit. And what I'm saying is that I know you want clarity, but god damn, the moment you want the clarity, that's the beginning of the end of y'all situation, man. I just want women to know that. Like, men treat women better when they are not obligated to them. The moment men feel obligated to you, you
Well,
wonder
why shouldn't there be clarity? I mean, shouldn't it be obvious to everybody that you're an item? I mean, that's the reason
now,
why you have the title.
Let me show you what I mean, though, Faith. Because the moment now is clarity. The moment now he know that you his girl, because y'all got this so-called boyfriend girlfriend title. He's not going to do the same things he was doing for you at one point. The majority of guys, they don't. Niggas do turn lane on these women because it was better for him to work for you when he didn't have you. He put in work to try to get your attention, to spend time with you, and that shit could have lasted about 2 or 3 good years. But yet, the moment he became your boyfriend and you agreed to be his girlfriend, now hold on, I'm talking about like 2 or 3 years to get started. But I'm saying, like, y'all could actually have that chemistry for so many years. The moment you became his girlfriend, the moment he's gonna start taking your ass for granted, because it's just natural. It's natural for a nigga to take you for granted, because that's he just
true.
Know. No, let me show you what I mean, though, because the obligation is not really there, because he know you his girl, so he ain't have to really do all the hard work no more. Like what you enjoyed this nigga doing at one point, he ain't have to do this shit no more, because you his girl. He can get the pussy anytime he want to. He can just like come kick it with you anytime he want to. He know now that you are so caught up and want to be his girl, and you want the title, to where he know that he ain't got to even show you he loves you anymore. So I remember my ex-girlfriend, when I used to fuck her, right? She would tell me to tell her that I love her, instead of me actually showing her. As long as I could tell her the shit. A lot of you women just be wanting a nigga to say the shit. Nigga be in jail talking about, hey, love, wisdom, baby girl. Look, baby girl, I've been in this motherfucker thinking hard. This motherfucker. Hey, man, when I get out, sweetheart, I promise you, we gonna make this shit right. I'm gonna do this shit right, man. We gonna get married and all that. See, he doing all that because he know you want to hear that. And he ain't got to ever live up to the shit when he get out. A lot of you women accept a man just telling you some sweet shit, but he ain't got to put the work in. And I'm telling you the reason why, because he know he got you. If he don't know that he got you and y'all vibing, he gonna put in work, because men, they do more for things that they're not obligated to do. Obligated to, excuse me. You will see men busting their ass for kids that's not even his, dog, and he got kids, but he'll fuck around and do more for other kids. You'll see this man doing more for his side chick and not his wife. Why? Man, because he's not obligated to do so.
You're describing the worst examples of black men. I'm sorry. You shouldn't even be saying that kind of stuff. Dude, you have any idea how you sound?
Wait, hold on, everybody, because I have to. Awful. Let me shout out somebody. Elise is out here. It looks like she's singing a song to you, Rudep. She says, "Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no something low enough, no valley low enough." Okay, to keep me off your ass. What?
I'm just saying, it's like you're out here promoting the worst stereotype. I'm sorry, that's awful what you're saying. If people really accepted that kind of behavior as the norm for black men, I'm sorry,
yeah,
that's awful. No,
it's not
everything
about,
you're saying is awful. I'm sorry,
it's awful.
That's
like,
the worst example of behavior. I'm sorry.
No, which part is awful?
You think you sound smart, but I swear to God,
I want you to tell me what part is awful. Tell me.
Every part of it.
Like tell me. No, tell me.
Let me say this. Let me say, I don't think it's so much the titles that ruin the chemistry of the relationship, what I think it is like I said, it's the communication. Like I always go back to communication because once that breaks down, then everything else is going to break down. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to be, open and honest. That's actually what happened in my last relationship that I was in like years ago. Everything was good at first. And, we was communicating, we was vibing, laughing, all that kind of stuff. We started out like you said, rude as friends, all that kind of stuff, and then it eventually morphed into the whole relationship thing. But later on down the line, once the communication broke down, that's when everything else just started falling to the wayside. Like, everything, from I mean, the sex was still good, but it wasn't the same because we weren't really vibing like that no more. You know what I'm saying? So I think once you lose that communication and once you lose like that connection to a person to where y'all kind of like just vibing and like, y'all kind of knowing what each other kind of thinking without even really having to say it,
Yeah.
that's when everything starts to break down. So like I said, really all of this shit goes back to communication. You know what I'm saying? Like once you lose that, and I say communication and probably like trust. Once those two things is like kind of like in the wind, that's when everything just, gets fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So I think those are the two key things right there. You have to have communication number one because you gotta, be able to talk to your mate and express whatever it is that you feeling or whatever you got on your mind. And two, you have to be able to trust each other because if you don't, then you really don't have shit at the end of the day. So I think those are the two major components that play a role in either making a relationship or breaking that shit up.
Hey, I want any one of the women on the goddamn panel to tell me, man, prove me wrong. At the time, go back into your life, and the time you done gave a nigga a chance, right, and you finally agreed to be his girl, and the work that he put in before. I mean, tell me how long he kept up with that same work, consistent work, to keep you after you agreed to be his gal. I want to know. Since I'm sounding awful, Miss J.
You are, and that's the reason why people really and y'all complain about that black women nowadays don't want to be in relationships anymore. They're just fine accepting being the side piece. You're the reason why.
What's the
Dealing
reason
with
why?
people like you is the reason why they don't want a relationship. Why they rather just go ahead and do other things than trying to get with you, and they wait till after they hit the wall. Then they're like, okay, I'll settle down now. No one
Nah,
wants
I
to
don't
give
think.
the best years of your life to someone who's going to give them 2 hours every couple of months or every week while they're going off doing the timeshare penis routine. That's not what people want. I'm sorry, that's
I
not.
agree. I agree.
Okay,
I'm
then.
just.
So
You ain't
then
shit for
people
that,
can't
Miss J. You
complain
ain't
if you
shit.
have the women that you have now. They're dealing with this environment. I don't blame them. You're not the kind of person to be in a relationship with.
That's
You're not the
facts.
kind of person to
No,
build a family with. You are
that's
simply
that.
someone to
I
have
agree.
your way with them and then move you on your way. That's all it is.
Well,
You
thank
would
you for
share
saying that.
penis. That's it.
'Cause everybody who know me know that. Thank you. Good to
Okay,
me
but I'm
too.
just saying that's the
You got
reason
that.
why.
No,
But
that's
see,
the
let
reason why.
me
Because you speaking facts though. You speaking straight
but
facts about
see
that. Yeah,
let,
I'm
let
not. I'm
me
not
add
the.
let
What's
me
up?
add this into there though. See, this is why I was going back earlier to like the whole being honest about what your true intentions is. And here's what I have noticed and found. Like I said, you could be honest about whether you just want to have a casual fling with that person or a serious relationship, and based on the person and based on if they are attracted to you like that, you might be able to get what you want, you might not. But I will say this to Miss J's point. I would say this though, one of the major problems that I see, and this is both on men and women's side. I'm not just singling out one particular side. A lot of times, people start out as one way, and they know that that's what it's going to be, but then they try to turn it into something else later on down the line. Like there's been times where I've known people that they may have like a little side situation going on where this is side chick or the side nigga, whatever. But then over time as they dealing with each other, it's like they try to change that into something else. Like perfect example, right? I got a homeboy right now that he been messing around with this one chick that she's pretty much engaged to this dude who been with her like 3-4 years and shit, right? And he want to marry her, but the problem is that you know, she want to be with my homeboy, who, like I said, that's just her side nigga. But she all in love with this nigga. Treat this nigga, with a different kind of energy and respect, and she treat her main dude. You know what I'm saying? And she told him that she wanted to break up with her dude, like literally right after he proposed to her, just so she could be with my homeboy. He told her like, I don't know what you thinking about doing that for, like you do that, like I'm not even gonna fuck with you. I'm not gonna be doing this whole side thing with you no more. He like, you know what this shit was from the jump. You agreed to this shit. Like, why you trying to change this situation into something that it's not. And he was like, you really gonna do that to that man, you know, after he didn't just propose to you and all that kind of stuff, you gonna just leave him for me, and I ain't even doing none of those things for you. Like, I ain't putting no ring on your finger, no shit like that. So I think sometimes people, you know, get beside themselves thinking that they can change a situation or a person, thinking, oh, well, I could make this and this. No, it was what it was from the beginning. The way you start is usually the way you're gonna finish. So if you started out on some side nigga shit, some side female type shit, then that's what it's gonna be. We're trying to change that shit into an actual relationship, because it damn near almost never works. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. It's facts. I agree. I agree with
That's
that.
my point, sir, where nobody's being honest. Like, nobody's being honest. Everybody wants to be a kid until it's time to be an adult, and then now it's a problem.
Mm.
Even though what Rube been saying was awful as hell, and I felt as though I was in the twilight zone, you do gotta respect the fact that he's actually honest. See, like,
Right.
he's
No,
actually
nobody
honest.
accused him of lying. That's the
No,
thing.
no,
He's not
no.
lying. There are people like him.
Right.
That's the sad thing.
But what I'm saying is, the man's honest. Now, if he says that to a woman in her face and she chooses to roll with him, that's her choice.
Right.
What tends to happen with women sometimes, and we don't like to address this, we can agree with the program, but in our mindset, I'ma change him.
Oh
Yeah.
That's why Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion got that
Facts.
song right now. They think that kind of
Right.
thing is gonna impress somebody. Everybody got what you talking about. Half the
Exactly.
population has it. That don't mean nothing.
Exactly, Sister J. Women, what happened is, we, on one point, we say we want the honesty, but do we really want the honesty though? See, do we really want the men to be honest? Now, individually, yes, because I'll tell a dude plain, if you honest with me, you got a friend in me. But when you start that bullshitting, that's it. Now, how many women can say with confidence, you know what, I want a man to be honest, without having in their mind, I'ma change him? Because part of the reason why sisters waste their best years is because they try to change them. If a dude tell you off the rip, man, I ain't looking for nobody right now, I'm just out here chilling, in a roundabout way, I'm just trying to fuck. And she's like, okay, you know, I'm down with that too. Next thing you know, she catching feelings and she wondering why he ain't answering his phone, or he ain't trying to chill with her, because he already put the parameters out there. You just came in on another tip. I'ma change him because we gonna be together. And that's something
hearing the truth and accepting the truth are two separate things. They can hear it, but they don't accept it. And then they want to cry to the world when the truth that was already there, either spoken or unspoken, they want to cry and act like, oh my God, I didn't see it happen. Give me sympathy. No.
Facts.
You're a dummy.
No, it's easy.
You played the dumb game. You got the dumb prize. So shut up.
Exactly. I think it's harder for women to handle the truth. I think that we do, as women, have issues with handling when men are being honest with us.
Facts.
Right.
Okay, but
life
is hard. You still got to do it though. Life is hard.
Let me
That's
ask
why
the
people
women
call
on the
me
panel.
black pill, but I just accept the reality for what it is. You hear people talk, you accept it, and then you just move on. You don't try to have these long ass conversations crying and screaming, oh my God, no. This is what happened. Deal with it.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you ladies a question, all right? Y'all don't mind answering.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, if a man come up to you and he's trying to talk to you, or he's been nice to you, or he's trying to, you know, get your number and all that, like, do you think that it would be for any other reason for why he's asking for your number and trying to be nice to you and trying to holler at you, other than him just want to be able to fuck you because he might like the way you look? Could it be any other reason for why he would come to you and ask you for your number?
No. He wants vagina or he wants money.
He could want an actual relationship. There's some guys that do, you know.
Right. It still has something to do with it has something to do with sex though. No, it has something to do with sex. Ultimately, the nigga wants the sex though. He want to be able to stick his dick inside of you. Some way, somehow, he want to be able to go in. What I'm saying is that, do you think that a man would want to actually come and just holler at you and get your number and just simply do not want to have sex with you? Because what I'm saying is that when you talking about honesty, the reason why I said it earlier, that men just don't feel like they can come to women and just be truthful about that the first conversation. Like I could be truthful with any woman. Any woman who try to change me, they end up getting their feelings hurt really bad though. You know what I mean?
But
What it is, I
I
could
think, but Rudum, I think that you put all men in one category when you do that, though, because
do.
not all men approach women thinking that, oh, all I'm going to do is just pump and dump. You know, there's some
Exactly.
men.
it's
That's
not-
the key.
it's not pump and
Everybody
dump per
wants
se.
it, but they also want
It's not pump and dump.
relationships. You just want to screw.
Hold
That's
on, Rue, I
it.
got
It's not a pump and dump. Hold on, third. I got it. It's not a pump and
No,
dump per
you don't
se.
want to dump because
It's
you want to
simply-
come back later on. That's
No,
the whole
yeah,
thing.
I'm
You
saying
never
it's simply just want to be able to have access to have sex with you. It's not really
Right.
pumping and dumping. It's being able to make you one of his women that he can go and fuck every now and then. That's simple. It's not
Exactly.
the
You
fact
don't
that he
want to
don't like
dump.
you.
You want to
Here's
keep
the
them
here's the
around
part I
forever.
think y'all. Here's the part I think everybody's missing on the panel, and I kind of see where Rue is coming from. Basically, here's the thing: when you go out in public, right, and you run across somebody that you find attractive or that you be interested in getting to know better and all that kind of stuff, initially it's based off of the physical
Yeah.
appearance and the physical attraction.
Right.
So because when you pulling up on somebody for the first time, meeting somebody, you're not trying to get to know them based off of their personality conversation because you don't know that person. The only thing you know is what they look like on the physical part, on the outside part. So I think
Right.
that's kind of like the part that Rudell was trying to get at. Usually when you meet somebody, women when they meet a handsome guy or when men meet a attractive woman, she looks good. We'd be like, damn, like man, she look good. And of course, one of the things, look, I'm just gonna be honest. One of the things that does cross our mind is, damn, I wonder how she's like in bed. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I will say this, if you get to know that individual and y'all get to talking and vibe and whatnot, then you can
Things
put the
change.
sex on the back burner. You can't,
Right.
you can put the sex on the back burner
Yeah, you
because
can.
you realize, okay, like man, like yeah, this person attractive, but like she's cool too. She's a cool individual. It's more than just about the sex. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
but that physical
think
attraction
in
is
our
like the
community-
first thing though.
But I'm saying in our community, it's almost the opposite. People lead by sex, and then they try to go ahead and have relationships. This whole idea
Yeah.
that black women somehow think that you're coming up to us because you love our sparkling personalities and our intellect and our wit. We all know that's not the case. It's the
So,
Right.
Miss
chicken ass.
J,
We
So
got
what
it.
it is, what it
Miss
is,
J,
Yeah,
let
we
Jay,
got
is
that
me ask
part.
Miss
That's
J a
why we.
question.
That's why.
And,
people
and
act
that's
the way
and
they
that's the thing that I get tired of. I'm tired of us leading with the wrong thing. We're gonna
Yeah.
lead with sex. We're gonna have the children first before we get married. We're gonna do everything backwards. And
Right.
I think that we
Question.
need to do something different.
the
question,
children is
Paul.
backwards. Hold on, the children is backwards, right? But leading with sex, I mean that makes sense because you do want to know if the sex is worth it to where if you want to do something for that person. Like the pussy got to be good in order for you to want to take care
But
of that woman or look out for her.
Yeah,
how about figuring out if you like the person first?
You find it out through the sex.
But I'm
What?
saying if you're an escort, you're gonna make and you make money through your vagina. That makes sense.
No,
If
we
you're
talking
trying
about
to
just a
build
regular
an
person.
actual family and
You find
successful children, that's not what you lead with.
that. No, I agree. Technically, you're not supposed to, but really, when it comes down to, you're trying to find out if a person is somebody you want to have a relationship with. It got to be based on if the sex is good between you two to even talk about that. Like, think about what I'm saying, ladies.
Okay, sexual
Would you actually hold on
right.
one second? No. We
You're
talking about relationship
about
period.
sex relationship.
We talking
not
about
an
relationship
actual
period though. With any
long-term
one of
But
you
see,
ladies,
now
with
this
any of you ladies,
this is how come there's so many black men out here paying child support and their
I
fathers
agree.
with children,
I'm not.
women that they don't even like because they saw
Mhm.
her behind and they led with the sex first. They didn't see whether or not they liked the woman enough to even want her to be a
I,
baby mama.
I
And
agree
that's
with you.
why
I'm
they
not
50
saying
years
it
old
don't come
crying
with.
on
I'm not.
streams talking about they can't
I'm
find
not.
good women. All women are hoes and
I'm
succubies.
not.
Because
I'm
they
not
live
saying
that
that. I'm
lifestyle.
not saying that. I'm not saying that it doesn't come with consequences. I'm saying how motherfuckers be thinking of why people doing what they doing. I'm not going based on trying to change the environment. I'm just telling you why people do what they do. When it comes down to you getting to know somebody, the person who you can
But
have the
we
sex
already
with,
know
the
that.
best sex.
I'm
Hold on,
saying we're talking about
the
improving the
person you have the
environment,
best
not
sexual chemistry
continuing
with,
Sodom and
the
Gomorrah.
person who you have the best sexual chemistry with is the one you're gonna take the most interest in, and you're gonna want them to become a girlfriend or a boyfriend of you. That's just what it is. Other than that, if it was being logical, then we would get with people who's not really attractive because they could be a good mother or a good actual father or a good husband or a good wife, but we don't do that. We
And
go
that's why
based
our
on
community
if the
This
looks
is
the
sex
way
why I
is
it
good.
say
looks. And that's why our
this,
boys can't
That's
read.
true. I'm not
this
arguing
is
That's
against
why
you.
I
why
I'm not
we
say
arguing with that.
have our neck kneeled on because we have that kind of mentality. It's stupid. We can all
this is
see
why
what
that
it ends up
whole
to. Why do we keep doing it?
Right,
This is
me and
why
D,
that whole
the original topic just got pulled into something else. I might have to rename the stream now.
So let me
this is
ask
why that
ladies a
whole
question.
initial.
Let me ask
Hold on, bro.
ladies.
Hold on
Let me
real
ask.
quick. Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on real quick. That's why I'm saying. That's why I put a lot of emphasis on that whole initial physical, attraction to one another because, like I said, you don't know if you're gonna love that person, as soon as you meet them and you just, trying to figure out who they are, trying to get their number. You don't know none of that because that's stuff that you can't see just yet because you kind of
True.
living in that moment where you kind of just, y'all admiring one another as far as how y'all look and stuff. So to me, if it wasn't for the initial physical attraction, which I guess I could say when you first, that first physical attraction, kind of like glancing at one another, that is kind of like on some lustful stuff, but
That's lust.
that
Yeah.
doesn't mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean that all I want to do is get to know you for sex. That just means that, well, damn, I like what I see. Obviously, you like what you see. Let's try to get to know each other a little bit more. Let's exchange information type thing. And if it wasn't for that, the initial physical attraction part, then would a lot of people even be hooking up in the first place? That's the point that I was trying to make.
But okay,
What was you gonna say?
third and rude.
Yes.
But here's what I got to say. So now you all, all black men all throughout social media need to let black women off the hook talking about we should have chose better if we are just, using sex to see if we get to know people.
I don't speak on that. Faith. I'm not the type of guy who speak on black women should have chose, but I know exactly why y'all choose who you choose. Now I wanted to ask. So you telling
Yeah,
me
me
so
and
the
Rue
ladies
don't get
so the
down like
ladies
that.
yeah, exactly. So the ladies on the panel and also the ladies in chat, you telling me that based on how you choose a guy or whoever you might want to be with, doesn't have anything to do with how good the sex was or how you felt closer to this person because the sex was good enough and he was good enough to satisfy you for why you determined that he could be my boyfriend or I might want him to be my man. Like, is it because his personality? I just want to know. I just want to know if I'm tripping about that. Like, do you guys just really fall in love with a nigga because he had a personality, a good personality, but he ain't got no good dick though? I want to know that.
Well,
But
let
Rue,
me.
here's the
Well,
thing.
Yes,
yeah. Well,
I have.
But
let's
here's the
be.
Um,
Let's.
thing, though.
I hate to
Look,
break
look
it
when
to
I
you, a
was
lot of you overestimate
Yeah,
what you
women
talk about.
think like women. We think differently. Like
Okay.
and you can have a guy who can make you laugh. He has a nice personality.
Yeah.
He's a protector. He a provider, and the sex may not be as good. Like as women, we can compensate for that. Like I'm gonna be real. Some of y'all up here saying, "Yeah, we got good dick," but absolutely
Nah,
not. You know what I'm
I
saying?
ain't
And it's
but
saying.
like
but but love,
we can
you still have to be
We talking
initially
about
attracted to that person to like like what you just said. He may not, every person that you run across, every guy may not necessarily be able to just put it down in bed like that. But in order to be attracted to everything else, for you to compensate for that, you still have to be initially attracted to that guy off the rip. Am I
no, of
lying?
No,
course,
you
no,
don't.
no, no,
There are a
no.
lot
Uh,
of people. That's not
Well, for,
true.
well, for me, put it
There
this
are a
way for
lot of
me.
ugly Negroes out here who have
if
women.
if a
They
bunch
got
of ugly
several of
niggas,
them.
if a bunch of
but
I'm
you
just
okay
still,
saying.
ugly
you still
dudes,
gotta, you
if a
still
There's a
find,
bunch
there's
dating.
something that you
I'm saying
still
there's a
find.
male dating coach on YouTube right now. If you look to him, there's no initial attraction.
if a
He's
bunch of
No,
constantly
Miss
talking
J,
ugly
the
about how to
point,
get women. He gets women.
Miss
He
J,
ain't
the
cute.
point, the
I
point that
get
I
I
was
get what
making
y'all
is
saying.
you have to find something attractive. But okay, let's
Attractive
say
about them.
I'm saying you're not going to
let's say you may
initially
not
find it
find.
just by meeting him. Sometimes it grows later. I'm just saying you don't.
Well,
Right.
That's not women's
that's true.
attraction
Well, I'm
doesn't
gonna tell
work the
y'all like
same way.
this.
Sometimes it does, but you can find some
I'm
attractive after you get to know them.
I'm gonna tell it to y'all like this. I got one homeboy of mine's, right? And he always says this. He always says he like, look, man, I'm an ugly ass nigga, but the one thing that's always worked in his favor is that when we would go out and stuff like that is, he was very funny, very charismatic dude. He knew how to make women laugh, and so that was his one strength that he used to, I guess, to lack for the fact that he claimed he was an ugly dude. You know what I'm saying? And that's what attracted women to him. And look, it doesn't always have to be physical, but a lot of times it is the physical that we're attracted to off the rip. But even if it's not that, like I said, it's going to be something that you find attractive about that person. If it's not the physical, it might be, he might be funny to you, he may be charming to you, whatever the case may be. But there's some kind of initial attraction there that you have to be attracted to in order for you to even give him a chance to try to get to know you. That's the only point I've been trying
facts,
to make.
No,
facts,
no,
Right.
that's
and
true. That, that
to
I'm
consider
just
him
saying that's
and to
not the only
and to
way.
consider
You
him
don't
as a
have to
man.
meet someone right off the bat. It's like lightning strike. That doesn't happen. Sometimes you can get to know someone and attraction grows. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Yeah,
I
there are
agree.
some people you
I
Right.
just
agree.
look at them. They're just so hot, you're like, oh my God, and then that happens. Yeah, that does happen, but that does not always happen.
That's
There are a
not,
lot of
yeah, because
people out
that's
here who have relationships, and you look at them, and you don't really see why they have a person, but they do, because it's something deeper.
right.
Someone took the time to get to know, see what was attractive about them. That's all I was saying.
What I'm saying is men know off the bat they're visual. Men off the bat are visual. So when they look at a woman walking down the street, she got a nice shape, she got a cute face, they're gonna be boom, they're gonna be attracted to her.
True.
Women, on the other hand, we are like that, but we're a little more, how can I say this? We're a little more compassionate. Like we can see a dude or whatever, he may not be the best looking dude, but we're attracted to his height. You know what? Man got a nice height on him. He may have some pretty teeth, or he may have a very engaging conversation, and we could be attracted to that. Like
Hmm.
we are visual, but we're not as visual as men. Because a man can look at two women coming down the street, and it could be something a little off by one woman that he ain't gonna fuck with, but he'll fuck with the other one because she compensated what the other one did. Women, on the
Yeah.
other hand, we can see two dudes. We can see a tall one, we can see a short one. That
Well,
short dude could dress better than that tall dude. We could be like, you know what? I like how that short one dressed. Even though the tall one could be fine, we like, I like this one over here. So we're not as super judgmental as men are when it comes to looks. We're not. We're
well,
really,
I would
really
say
not that
this.
judgmental.
I would say this to your point, love. I would say I agree. Men overall do tend to be more shallow when it comes to like the physical part than women do. Even though I do believe women are very visual beings too as well, because like I said, attraction matters to a woman too. It's not just like it just matters to one side. But I will say this: what I noticed with women is that y'all are more attracted to what I would call uniqueness. You know what I'm saying? What is it about a particular guy that makes him stand out from the rest? And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's kind of where, as a man, that's you kind of that's kind of like where you have your sweet spot with women. What is it about you that's different from like the everyday guy or the other guys that tend to approach the same type of women? Because a lot of guys tend to be the same. Most men are the same when it comes to like just basic, fundamental things. But what is it about you that sticks out from the rest of those guys that's actually going to make her notice you versus the other 10 guys that tried to approach her? You know what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of where men, this is kind of where I think the whole Pookie and Ray Ray thing applies, because these guys be like, well, they want these Pookie and Ray Rays, they want these thug dudes, these all these guys, but it's not necessarily that y'all attract the guys that's just in the streets. What it is that y'all are attracted to these guys because there's something about them that's different from just the other. And look, I'm not trying to shit on the everyday hard working man, because he plays a role too and all that. But I'm just saying, like, there's you have to have something that sticks out about you. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, you're just kind of like the everyday average Joe type of guy, and nothing really sticks out about you that's unique to you. Then yeah, of course, a lot of women gonna probably look past you or just not even be interested. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Okay, can I shout out the Cash App real quick? I wanted to say shout out to Pretty Black Magic for the Cash App. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
And also,
What you
Pookie and
doing?
Ray Rays get chosen more because there's just more of them.
That's facts.
It's a
That
I agree
numbers
too.
with that
game.
too.
That too. Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up because I hear a lot of dudes in this space talking about, the community is full of pookies and ray rays and thugs. And I'm like, well, if you're talking about sisters need to choose better and all you saying the community got pookies and ray rays, what pool does she really got to choose from? But at the end of the day, people just need to be honest. Like people just need to be honest with
And
who
accept
they are.
honesty.
Right, who they are and where they stand, and be consistent with it. And I would say for women, if we're saying that we want men to be honest, then you're going to have to be consistent in accepting that honesty without coming into a situation, oh, I'm gonna change him. Nah, if he's saying he just want to fuck, that's just what he want to do. You don't have to roll with it. Nobody is saying you got to rock with it. Nah, if he telling you off rip what he want, and you not for the program, it's okay to be like, okay, nice to meet you, fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
Hmm.
not down for it. I think A lot of times women force themselves to be in positions that they're not comfortable in, because whether it's the
Because they want to
biological
prove
clock,
they're special, so they'll
right,
get chosen in the end, and they get discarded and get
right,
mad.
right. My biological clock
That's
is
what.
ticking. All my friends got it. So it's as sometimes as women, what is your worth and what is your real value out here? What's your real worth and what's your real value? Like for you to stand on your feet and be like, nah, I'm good. That's not what I want. And it's okay to be like, nah, that's not what I want. And
I
I
mean
think
that.
you can look in the mirror and say, yeah, you know what? I'm fine with the decision that I made instead of saying, you know what, I'm gonna be with the program, but I'm really not. So I'm gonna try to circumvent and change it. Like it, no,
Yeah, and your
no,
And you know
children
what?
out there
And you know
eating
what? And you know
goji
what? That's
beans and
how.
hemp seeds because you're trying to convince yourself you're a queen. And
And you know what?
deep down inside, you live in a dumb lifestyle, but you want to convince the world you're not. It's
right.
dumb.
But you know what though? You know what? That's the reason why a lot of times it backfire on a lot of women because they try to go in thinking that they're gonna change a dude or they're gonna be the best woman that he ever had and all that kind of shit. When you don't even have to do that. Like if you're gonna be the best woman that this man ever had, or if you can change him, it's like that. It would just happen. You know what I mean? Like you don't when you come off like I'm gonna fuck with him because I'm gonna change him to be a better person. It's like you up to no good. It's like you trying to change him to suit you, and yet what you got up under your sleeves is like it's not good for him or the situation. So that's why it always backfire. Because like I said, the women who just don't give a fuck, right? That's the key thing in dealing with people is not really giving a fuck about what happens. Those are the people who normally win. The person in the relationship who don't give a fuck the most, they win the situation. In a situation where a nigga trying to get to know you and you don't give a fuck, he chase you a little bit more. Same thing with a man not giving a fuck. Women chase him. It's just not giving a fuck about all that trying to be special, trying to be the best sex. You trying to be the one who, the best boyfriend or the best girlfriend. No, you ain't got to do all that. This you be your natural, normal self. You kicking it with this guy. You're not expecting a goddamn thing. Whatever happens, it's gonna happen organically. It's gonna flow. You ain't got to worry about nigga lying to you because you don't give a fuck. You don't care about these other hoes because you don't care about that shit. I'm telling you, you stand out more as a woman, not caring about what he's doing. I'm telling you, men chase out the women who don't sweat him, who don't hound him. He be want to know what the fuck is you doing, and you wonder, well, why this nigga worrying about me now? Because you ain't caring about him. That's facts.
Now
Why
that
That's what
would
I'm
might
you
be
saying.
want to be
true.
chased
That
by
that
someone
might
that's
be
going to
true.
spend? I'm saying, why would you want to be chased by somebody or caught by someone who's going to offer you timeshare penis? What have you
It's
won?
not about no. It's not about that. It's the fact that the person not caring nothing about you. And sometimes women have this little
Okay, so
ego
I'm
to where,
saying
well, how dare
that's
you?
not a
Oh no,
benefit.
oh,
That's
no.
not
But
a
what I'm saying
benefit
though,
to
no, no,
you.
no, no.
If you
It might not
care.
be a benefit to you. But what I'm saying is that you got some women who feel like the audacity of this nigga does not pay me no mind though. Like who do he think he is? Timeshare penis ass nigga. Who do he think he is for not fucking giving me the goddamn time or not chasing me like these other niggas be doing? So that may make you a little more intrigued and
Because
want to
they're
know what is he,
because they're
who he's
stupid.
about.
Dude,
I
how
mean,
does
yeah,
that make you feel when they're calling you timeshare penis? I mean,
that don't make me feel like nothing.
Hey, Miss J, you
But I'm
ain't shit for
saying
that
you
that
should not
term. That
care
shit
about being
hilarious.
chased by someone who's offering you that.
I love
That's
it,
my
man.
whole
I love
point.
the term.
Why
That
are you insulted because someone's not saying I'm going to spend 2 hours with you every other month? Why would that insult you? Because he doesn't want to give that to you. If you're smart, you're going to be like, thank you, and move on with your life.
let me add this too. Earlier y'all was talking about like y'all was saying men being visual and caring about more of like the vanity stuff than the women and stuff like that. Like I said, I agree with y'all on that. I would say this. I think when you're young, I think men tend to care more just about the physical and the actual appearance versus everything else. But then as you get older, it's not that men don't still want an attractive woman or women that look good because we do. But I think your priorities change. Like I know for me now, at the age that I'm at now, like don't get me wrong, do I like attractive women? Do I want to be around an attractive woman? Yes, but at the end of the day, that's not like the number one thing on my list. That'll probably be actually like the third thing on my list. Now, if it's just a casual situation where I'm just trying to, hit it and quit it, then yeah, then I guess you could say physical attraction will be the number one thing because that's all I'm looking for at that time. But if it's something that I'm actually trying to, take further than just the whole in and out of bed thing, then the physical attraction part will actually probably be like the third thing on my list because to me, like I said, communication, and then I would say like compatibility would probably be the two things I would put over actual physical attraction, because you know when you have chemistry, and when you have good communication, the physical attraction, not that it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter as much, because you're still going to be attracted to that person, number one, based off of the fact of the type of interaction and chemistry that you have with that person. You know what I'm saying? So I think those two things for me now that I'm a little bit older, those two things outweigh the actual attraction piece. Like I said, that probably be the physical attraction piece would probably be like third on my list. You know what I'm saying? Because I've had experiences where I've dated and been with the more quote unquote attractive women, the women that men in this space would consider to be like a 9 or 10 or whatever. And I can tell you from experience that those women, that's really all they have to them is just their looks, and that's it. Like, they really don't have no kind of substance to them. You can't really talk to them about anything outside of their own personal vanity or just ego or persona, you know what I'm saying? Versus somebody like me, I'm a very down to earth type of humble type of guy. I like me personally. I've always had the best interactions with women, with the quote unquote around the way girl. The down to earth girl, the one. You know, not, and it's not to say that she's not attractive, because she is. It's just she may not necessarily be arm candy or eye candy, but she's still attractive enough for me where I'm still physically attracted to her, but also I'm having good chemistry with her, good vibes, good conversations. We laugh, all this kind of stuff, and we enjoy each other's company. You know what I'm saying? But to me, the whole nine to dime and dimes things, man, they really just really a lot of them is just pretty, and that's it. Like, there's nothing else to them but just them being pretty and superficial, and that's like really it. So that's why I tend to go more for the women that she's still attractive, but there's more to it than just her being attractive. She's cool, she's down to earth. I can, we can do anything. We can go to a fucking type of family function together. I could take her around my people, or every now and then, if you want to get on some extravagant shit, we can go to a nice little upscale restaurant or something like that, or to some little event or something like that. But like I said, women that tend to be more on the superficial side, I don't really, my interest is like kind of short with them.
So it seems to me like Third Ward, you've had your chance to be out there and play around. You've kind of just sown your wild oats, and now you're looking for something more.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
would
what I'm
say that.
hearing?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
And
Hey,
Elise also brings up a good point, because she says a lot of men in this space don't grow to substance because they've never gotten the chance to play around because they were too lame.
Now that's true. That's definitely true. That's
let me show you
definitely
But
true.
something.
see, this is why guys like myself who have had that experience, this is why I don't have no hatred in my heart for no women. And look, I'm gonna say this. I just because I don't want to seem like I'm coming off as being disingenuous or not honest. Like, I say this all the time. Even some of the best of us, men who have good interactions with women, who have kind of had it good with women all our lives, we go through bullshit with women. We go through deal with fuckery from women from time to time. But it's not necessarily about it's not necessarily about that. It's about just being upfront and honest about, okay, well, where did I go wrong in that situation, and did I, accept any of the bullshit that, was I, indulging in this shit longer? Like, there's been times in the past relationships where, I've, I've, there was times where I was like, well, damn, I looked back after it was over, like, damn, maybe I should have left the situation sooner, because there was a lot of, bullshit going on that I either accepted or that I looked past, all because I was in love with that person or attracted to that person or whatever. So I can kind of I can kind of look at myself and just be like, okay, well, I did accept this, I did accept that at that time. So now it's like I know what I'm not willing to accept and what I'm not going to put up with. And you know what I'm saying? So it's like now my whole my standards are different than what it was back then. You know what I'm saying? And I will
But
also
now,
say, yeah.
just let me interject this, because now see how you are able to sow your wild oats in your youth, and
Hmm.
and as a result of you doing that, you became a better man. You know what you like and what you don't like. But how is it
Facts.
that women can't do the same? We're considered ran through if we do the same thing.
That's
Because
only if
men
Yeah,
you
that's
want
care.
to.
That's only if you care about being called ran through. Like, Like no one's stopping a woman from being a hoe if she want to be a hoe, right? It's just if you want to still be wifed up. In the end, a lot of men may not wife you because you have had a whole lot of dicks. Though men don't care about being, a woman's husband like that. Like that's something women be wanting. You understand?
Well, I will say this. I'm gonna say this. A lot of guys in this space, from what I see, are very delusional. Very Look, I'm not saying that a
Thank
man
you.
doesn't. I'm not saying that men want a ran through woman, because truth be told, we don't. But I will say this: to sit up here and act like there are just women out here that have no type of bodies on them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where I think men are delusional at, because I mean, let's be honest, we live in a very over sexualized society to where times is different, ain't the same. Sex is everywhere now. They sell they be selling sex to people all over the place, even younger people now. So to try to think that you're gonna just find some kind of virgin woman out here, if you can find it, then hey, more power to you. But it's kind of rare and hard to find that, especially if she don't come from a family that like preaches that, and that instills that in her. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hard to find that. So my thing is this: like, instead of complaining about it, my thing is either you go find a woman that is a virgin, that is on that type of stuff, or hey man, it is what it is. Like, it's gonna be people before you, it's gonna be people after you. And I'm not saying that you should just accept whatever, but at the end of the day, if you steady worried about that, then you ain't gonna never be satisfied with no woman, because like I said, there are people before you, just like there's gonna be people after you. So, that's
So I'm
something
saying
that you just gotta, yeah,
if you promote a pimp lifestyle, that comes with hoes. So you can't
yeah,
promote this
true.
player. I want to be a pimp. I'm this. I'm that. And then
Right.
after you did all your pimping, you turn around and ask where the virgins at. Well, nigga, you fucked them all. That's why they ain't
True,
around. So I
true.
mean,
That's
it's
true.
common sense.
Wow.
You know what, Miss J?
I
I
mean, it's
don't.
common
You know
sense.
what,
You
Miss J?
can't
I
run
don't.
through women and then wonder how come all the women I ran through. Look in the mirror.
Girl, you
Now
better
you know
preach
what.
it.
You know what, Miss J. I don't agree with you on very much, but on that one particular point, I actually agree with you on that. But like I said, see, here's the thing. I got to be honest though. This is a two-way street though. Both, like, until you actually settle down, both men and women settle down with whoever it is they want to settle down with, or find worthy of settling down with, both men and women are going to play the field, especially when you're young, from like the time you're teens to, college years, until maybe up to, probably maybe like to maybe you hit that 30 mark. A lot of men and women are going to, you're going to experiment on different men and women, and, you're going to do what you do, you know what I'm saying? So, because what I notice is a lot of women today, from what I see, they don't want to necessarily get married at a early young age. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to get married fresh out of high school, or even early in their college years, because a lot of times they feel like, or from what I've heard women say, they still want to live life a little bit. They still want to travel, explore, do things. So they don't want to feel like by them getting married, that's going to take away all of those opportunities, and they're going to be like locked down and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So, by the time, what I see is a lot of women, they usually tend to get married, usually like their late 20s, maybe in their 30s and stuff like that, versus, back in the day, when our grandparents was, during their era, they was getting married like damn near like fresh out of high school and shit. So that's kind of like where the gap between the older generation versus this new generation, that's like where the gap, the difference is between both gaps.
And then you take
Right.
into consideration as well, black people, we get married later in life, period. So
Right.
The
you got
latest,
black
not
women,
later. We literally getting married. If we get married, the latest out of
the
everybody.
latest.
So
Yeah,
I mean, of course, when you
30s and
have that kind of
40s.
when you have that, of course you're gonna have a higher body count. The people who marry off virgins and stuff like that, they all get married at a very young age. Like the Mormons, you know what I'm saying? Like these what do you call them? The Mennonites, Jehovah Witnesses, people in the Middle East. They don't wait till they're 35 and try to find a wife. They marry them very young. That's
Very,
kind of
very
how it
young.
works. So I mean, if you don't, you have to accept that part if you're gonna want to accept the virgin part. But if you want to have your fun, you're gonna have to understand everybody had their fun. So that's why you're gonna have high body counts. You're gonna have children out of wedlock. You're gonna have mentally damaged people because that's the lifestyle you participated in. That's what comes with it.
My only
People want to
thing,
have
my
their
only
cake and
thing
eat it
is,
too, and that never works.
my only thing as adults and as grown folks is that, people need to just be honest about what their decisions that they made and what they chose to do. If you decided to be out here, sleeping around, and whether it's the men or the women, then just accept everything that comes with it, and of course make sure you protect yourself, all of that, but don't be complaining about how nobody wants to take you seriously as a woman, because it's like, if you wanted to be taken serious, you wouldn't be out here just screwing this guy and that guy. You know what I'm saying? You would actually be more exclusive on who would allow in you and who you actually are dealing with. You know what I'm saying? And the same thing for the men. You say you want a good woman, all this type of stuff, but you out here just pretty much just as Rue would say, just dropping off dick to all these different chicks. you know I don't know how you're gonna find a good woman like that, because I don't know too many relationships, lasting relationships that started out, as a one night stand or as a first week smash, and smash and dash type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I rarely see relationships start like that and end up being together for a long time based off of that. Like it almost never really happens. Maybe a few exceptions, but that never really
That
happens
is
from what I
true.
see.
But I'm saying
That's
also, if you
true.
require a woman to have sex with you by the second date, the latest, in order to proceed to have a relationship with you, well, I've
Nah,
heard quite a few men in this space, basically repeat that talking point. That's what they want. On the other hand, if that's the requirement, or just to be in a relationship with you, you can't complain about high body counts.
hmm.
That
Right. And
contributes to
looking
high body counts. Your behavior, what you require, it expressly ends in high body count. So you
Right.
have
and
to literally
that's
pick a
that
lane. You can't do both.
that segues into what Christopher is saying about the men in the
Yeah, let me
manosphere.
let me address that real
And it's
quick
not
since
just in
he
the manosphere. That's how it is in the dating scene. That's why a lot of people just simply say, you know what, if that's the requirement, I opt out. I've seen
Right.
it out
no,
in the dating field. I'm not interested in that. I opt out. And you can call me
now let me
whatever you name you want to call me, but you ain't gonna call me HIV positive.
let me address that real quick since my name is in it. And Dan, you my bro. I ain't got no problem with you, so this ain't no issue. But I was saying, when I said men in the manosphere, I was just speaking about a particular group. I wasn't just generalizing all men in the manosphere, because, like I said, once you grow up and become a certain age and you realize how certain things play in this world, you realize that, like I said, in this day and age and this time, it's not too many virgins just laying around waiting for somebody to just scoop them up. Most of these virgin women, like y'all was saying, they usually have parents that try to pair them off with certain type of men and all this kind of stuff. So, I wasn't necessarily aiming at you or anybody particular. I'm just speaking on a certain group because, like I said, they always talking about body count, body count. Look, I'm not saying that it shouldn't matter to a degree, but what I am saying is that, like I said, you got to realize, man, men and women out here both fucking. Like, it is what it is. Like, you can't stop it. We can't control it. Like, all you could hope and pray is that if she fucking with you, that she ain't fucking with nobody else at the same time. And if she is, make sure both of y'all strapping up and, having protection. You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
we
That's
could
about it.
stop it though, but that's the thing. You could stop it, but instead of stopping it, we're now promoting pump and dump, which is only going to make the situation 10 times worse.
But
So I'm saying
Miss
there
J,
are
here's the
things we can
thing.
do to change it. People just don't want to do it. So we should say that we can have
But Miss
we
J,
know how
here's
to
the
change it.
thing.
We just don't want to do it.
Miss J, but here's the thing. Look, I'm not saying I agree with pump and dump, but what I am saying is this: pump and dump has been going on, especially this been going on with everybody. But let's keep it on the black folks in the black community. But pump and dump has been going on damn near since like forever. It's just that we never gave it a name or a term for it. But that shit been
And we
going
didn't
on. You know what I'm saying?
openly promote it. We didn't openly promote it to people who are young, who are
That
just now
part.
starting out. And
Well,
that's the
I
problem.
don't.
You're
I
corrupting the
kind of
next
disagree.
generation. So they're trying to
I kind of
change it.
disagree because when okay, so let's go back in the day, and I was a kid, but this is like during like my parents' generation. You say we wasn't promoting it, but what about, the stuff like Freaknik, stuff like these like the black beach parties and all that type of shit.
Right, but
You
I'm
kind of
saying
was
we did
promoting it
that
back
back in the
then.
day, and look, I'm saying we did that back in the day, in the '90s, late '80s, so forth and so on. Look at where we are today. So I'm
No,
Right.
saying
but
we are where we
the
are
only point I was
today.
making,
You're
the
having
only
it
point I was
worse
making is
every
we
single
was promoting
generation,
it.
and then you complain about it.
No, I agree. I'm just saying the only point I was trying to make is that we were promoting it. Like, this is not a new phenomenon, new thing. Like I said, the only thing that's different is we actually gave it a name and a term,
I
but it
know,
was promoted back. It was definitely promoted back then. Like
right?
I said, Black Bike Week, Freaknik, all these type of stuff. all that stuff was
But I'm
pretty much
saying
promoting.
we complain about Meg the Stallion and the song WAP. But I'm saying we promoted Luke, whatever he was back in the day, when he went all the way to the Supreme Court to basically say, I
Hmm.
want to say on record all these nasty things. And then
Right.
we're mad
Hmm.
because Megan the Stallion says gross things on on an audio too, and she sells it. And we're talking
What?
about how the culture is being degraded when we're participating in it and passing on degradation
Right.
to the next generation.
Exactly.
That's
Because
my
Yeah,
whole
but
even
see,
point.
that's been going on before. That was going on way
And we need
before.
to stop. I'm saying, look at where we are.
Yeah, because
the
Look
I
at
his
mean,
where
let's
we
be
are.
honest.
This is not made us into a better people. If you
No,
told
that's
Martin Luther
facts.
King you're gonna get shot and this is what's gonna end up too, he would go back home.
No,
He would
I
say, I'm
agree.
not
I
getting
agree with
shot
what
for
you're
this shit.
saying.
Because nobody wants to do that.
No, I agree with
it,
what you're saying. And to your point, they was making fun about it, but they was actually kind of being serious about it at the same time. They did a skit on the Boondocks about it. There
I
was an
know, I
episode where
saw it.
yeah. So you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. But I will say this.
But I'm saying we
Yeah.
know what's happening, we see it, and then we turn around and keep doubling down. Each generation doubles down on it, and then we complain when we have our kids end up looking the way they look.
Well,
that's
here's
They
what
were
I
why
will.
that
raised by
Here's what
stupidity,
I
Right.
and then
will
you wonder
say.
why they're stupid.
Here's what I will say real quick. I agree with you. All of this stuff from this, ratchet thought culture behavior, the dope dealing and all that, glorifying that stuff. I will say that does definitely play a role. But here's the part where I would kind of give a little pushback. This is where you as an individual comes in. You have to, like me personally. Don't get me wrong. Do I like rap? Do I like documentaries about drug dealers and all dope dealers and all that stuff? Yes, because it's entertainment for me. But that's all it is for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though this stuff happens in real life, I could separate entertainment from, what's going on in my life. Like, if I hear somebody talking about doing some murderous shit on a rap record, I'm not gonna go out there and do it just because I heard it on an actual record. You know what I'm saying? That's where you as an individual have to have some kind of self-awareness and discernment about yourself, to where you be like, okay, I know what this is. This is just entertainment. This is some ratchet entertainment shit, and I'm not gonna act out on it just because I see somebody on TV doing it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I think one of the problems with black folks is we
But
let
that's the
main.
problem, though. We have not taught that this is just entertainment. We have actually had households that we grew up in that actually
Mhm.
tried to emulate this stuff that was put out in the rap albums. You got a lot of children that grew up in households where their brothers and fathers were trying to live that gangster lifestyle.
No, that's true. That's true. I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is that mainstream media shouldn't have so much of an influence and control on people to where they doing stuff based out of off of what they see on TV. Like, for instance, you had people like you were saying, Fab, there's people that was doing that was involved in the whole dope dealing culture way before it even got glorified on TV. These were people that actually lived that real life because that was their circumstance. You know what I'm saying? So, but now
I'm
from
saying
what I see in this now.
every successful civilization, they promote the good in their civilization and they knock down the bad. We do the
Right,
opposite. We clown people who do
Well,
things right. The man who wants to get married, we call a simp. The guy who wants to do
right,
good in school, we call him a nerd and a lame. And the guy who
right.
does the wrong thing, we promote as the good thing. And then we wonder why our community looks the way it looks. So I'm
right.
well,
saying
I will
stop
say,
doing the dumb things and it will improve. It ain't about white
well,
supremacy anymore. It's about us and our behavior.
I will say this. Yes, a lot of times black culture gets defined as the pimp culture, the dope boy era culture, ratchet thought, whole culture, all that stuff. But if you actually look at other cultures, they have the kind of like the same thing going on. For instance, the Italians, they have the mob, which is really, let's be honest, all of this gangster stuff was predicated off of what we saw from, the mob and stuff. A lot of black people was enticed by the whole mob culture and all that kind of stuff. And then even if you like look at like Asians and stuff, they have their own gangs and street teams and stuff like that. They be engaging in what would we call degenerate behavior and all that kind of stuff. It's just that they tend to not be more on they don't be like on the front street with it like black people do. That's the one area that I will
Yeah.
give them
But I'm
credit, is
saying
that they, yeah.
right. I'm saying the Italians used to have an image problem because every time you talked about Italians, they only talk about the mafia. They did two
Facts.
things. They formed task force in the FBI and got rid of their criminals, all their little mafia people, the little Gambino crime families, and the top five. The most of their heads are in jail, and you don't hear about them anymore. They died in jail or they got shot. And then they also went ahead and said, you know what? Stop making movies glorifying our mafioso. We want to go ahead and have other things. And guess what? When was the last time you saw a mafia movie about the Italians? It's been a minute because they stopped that nonsense. We keep
But
doing it.
see, that's because they actually. But see, I got to be
That's
honest though.
true.
You're right. You're right. But here's the thing. Here's the part that you left out, Miss J. The reason why they stopped promoting that kind of stuff, and the reason why you don't see it as much is because they took all the illegal money that they made from engaging in said activity from back in the day, and they legitimized it and put it into something that was gonna keep them having
Okay.
money and their family money, going forward. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
But
And
I'm
I
saying
think that's
whatever
where,
reason whatever the reason is, the point is they stopped. We haven't.
yeah.
We're
But see, here's
still
the
making
thing.
gangster movies. We're still out here promoting hoeing and
But
pimping
see,
it
there's
as
a
a
reason.
form of guidership in relationships. And then we're
There's a
complaining when
reason
we
for that
have
though.
the outcome.
The re- the reason for that is, and look, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Those other groups who were, like the mob, they was in the bootlegging and numbers and all that kind of stuff. And what they realized, and then even when the whole drug thing came into play, you had a lot of old school mobsters that they kind of foresaw where the whole drug thing was going to go and saw that it was going to get a lot of people caught up and locked up and shit. And some of the mob bosses didn't even want to touch it because they like, yeah, it has potential to make money, but there are severe consequences behind this shit versus me running numbers and bootlegging. It wasn't as bad, you know what I'm saying? So they kind of left the drug things alone. But what I will say is this: they had more foresight than we do. And let's be honest, a lot of us, black folks, we live in the moment. We can't see past today or tomorrow. We don't think 5, 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. So a lot of times we not, even like, let's say you in the street, you hustling and stuff, you're not putting that money up for a rainy day just in case something happened to you the way you need it. You're not putting that money up to try to start a business, a legitimate business, because we too busy trying to live in today and in the now, trying to gratify ourselves today. We fucking it off on money, clothes, hoes, cars, all that bullshit, instead of actually being disciplined and saying, well, you know what? Let me go ahead, save majority of my money from the street shit because I know this shit ain't gonna last. And just in case if some shit ever happened where I got to get out the game, I could take whatever little money that I put to the side and I could actually start a business with it. I can, do something with it to where I ain't got to look over my shoulder anymore. And that's where all these other groups tend to be better at. They planning 10, 20 years down the line versus us. We only
Facts.
planning maybe like a week ahead. You know what I'm saying? That's as
No,
far as we
we're
plan, maybe a
planning
week
in
ahead.
2 hour increments. We're not even planning a week ahead. It's
Facts,
just who you
facts.
gonna spend with for the next 2 hours and move on with your life. I'm saying, but we do that. But I'm saying, look at where we're at.
No, I
So
know.
stop
No, but
promoting it. Stop thinking that shit's funny. It's not.
but what I will say is this country was based, built off of crime though. Like that's like when people try
Okay,
to act like this
cool.
country was built off of just
But I'm
a
saying,
moral
but the
fabric, I'm like,
majority of
no.
us are in jail. So let's do not the majority. I'm saying the large percentage of us who are in jail are of our kind. So let's stop that. Let's stop worrying about what other people do. Look at the situation that we are in and say, okay, you know what? We need to change and stop looking at what other people do. Other people ain't in our position. We've been here for 401 years. Can we win one of those years? We're old for 401. That's
No, that's true.
embarrassing. Can we win one?
That's true.
No,
That's
that's
absolutely true.
true. But I think we
But
have to
now I
we have
wanted
to
to
practice
I
on.
wanted to
I,
move into a different
my
segment
bad.
because I want to take advantage of this great conversation that we're having. Another thing that I hear a lot in the YouTube streets, and that is that black women, we're sleeping with the same 20% of the same black men. Has anybody else heard that?
They say a lot of things. It doesn't make sense when you look at the numbers, but okay.
Yeah,
Well, I will say
I've
that.
heard that. I've
Yeah, I've
heard
That
that
heard
doesn't
quite a
that.
even make
few.
sense when you look at the numbers, but I'll go with that. We do need to basically, look wider than what we look at. We need to, broaden our horizons, as they say, because what we're doing now ain't working. So change
It,
something.
if this is the case, let's for argument's sake, then wouldn't that, like, here's the problem I have in this space when it comes to accountability, when it comes to the men in particular. Most of the men in this space don't like to take no accountability for the dysfunction that they've actually brought to the community. If you're saying that these women are fucking the same 20% of men, then why aren't those men feet to the fire about slinging all of this dick? And I say that because there was an episode on Yama Van Zant. One man has 32 children between 8 women. One man.
Wow.
One man. Between 8 women, 32 children. So you got to ask yourself when it comes to these men, why are you having so many children like this? Why is you slinging dick like this so damn hard?
Yeah,
but that's true. That's bad. But I'm saying at one point in time, we have to also look at ourselves. I mean, how are 8 women falling for that? I can see 1 or 2, but 8, I mean, that's not a good look on us.
Absolutely.
And see, Ms. J, and to Ms. J's point, that's where I was gonna go with it next. My whole thing is they say that, women well, here's the thing, let me say, before I get in there, let me say this. Women, y'all do have a certain each individual woman, y'all have a certain archetype of man that y'all tend to be attracted to and go for. So even if you break up with one guy, y'all tend to date the same type of guy over and over because y'all like that particular archetype, whatever. Whatever that may be. Well, I would halfway agree on that, but let's just be honest. People are attracted to what they're attracted to. That's just something.
Yeah, they're attracted to what they're promoted with. What they see in front of them as successful, they're going to be attracted to it, which is why you don't promote debauchery.
But here's my thing.
People that can't figure it out. If you promote that to children, you promote that to young teenagers, guess what they're going to like? That's what it is. So, I mean, that's why you don't do it.
Well,
that's my whole point. That's what I'm saying. If you promote it, that's going to be the outcome. Your little girls are going to grow up and like the thugs because that's what you put on TV as successful.
Right.
I would say this: women are going to also be attracted to what they grow up around. So if women grow up around a lot of thug dudes, then 9 times out of 10, that's what they're going to be attracted to because that's tend to what they see on a regular. Even before you even put on the television for a child, whatever they grow up around is usually what they're going to be attracted to. Period. It's your environment, the proximity, all that plays into it. And I would say this: I halfway agree with you, Ms. J, about being attracted to what's being promoted, but then I disagree, the other half, because like I said, it's really about what you grow up around and what you're used to seeing. And I would say this too, when it comes to the whole the 80-20 rule, whatever they want to call it, to Ms. J's point, I think sometimes again you do have to look inward and take that self accountability, self responsibility, because at the end of the day, I grew up in the hood, and I seen women who knew that this guy had 2-3 baby mamas or whatever, but they didn't stop her from becoming like the 4th or 5th baby mama. And it's like, do we blame him or do we blame her for seeing what it was, knowing this nigga had all these other kids and baby mamas prior to her?
I would say it's both. I would say it's both. I can't just sit up here and just blame the woman without also looking at the actions of the man. They're both, degrading the whole community.
But couldn't the woman have said, well, you know what, that nigga already got too much going on. I don't want no part of that. Couldn't she have just, excused herself from the beginning, which he wouldn't have even had a chance to even get her pregnant and her becoming another baby mama if it that she just seen the shit from the jump and just been like, you know what, I don't want to be part of this nigga's baby mama here, period. Like, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like, I'm not saying that the man doesn't play a role. I'm just saying, like, I think
I agree with you. I think that the woman should have, looked at the fact that, okay, I don't want to step up and be baby mama number 5. I mean, I agree with you there, but here's my whole thing. That whole 20% number that a lot of these men throw out in these spaces, do you even believe that that's even a real number?
No.
Right.
No, it's impossible.
It's impossible. I mean, yes. One man can have.
You have 80% of black men are virgins. 80% of black men are getting no ass. Really? Come on.
Right.
Really?
I mean, of course, one man can have multiple children, but to say that women are messing around with 20% of these same men,
that doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, I will say this. I'm not, with this whole numbers thing, I don't really know it, so I'm not gonna act like I'm just well versed in there. But what I will say is this: like I said, men and women both have an archetype or a particular preference that they're attracted to. So 9 times out of 10, that's what you're gonna stick to, whatever they may be. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's not necessarily a numbers thing. It's more of what's your preference or what you're attracted to. Period. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like, to me, the more factor that plays
But
into
see,
this.
my whole thing and the reason why I bang hard on this is because it was thrown out there to make black women look bad and to shame black women.
I mean, but that's 80% of this space. So yeah, you're right. That's nonsense. We all know it. But I'm saying they're gonna keep saying it because again, it tries to make us look bad. But I'm saying we as women, I'm sorry, we don't have the ability to change how these people are, especially when they're already in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. It's now just gonna be like, what are you going to do to react to the environment that you're in? How are you
Right.
gonna accept it or not accept it? That's it. These people are fully formed adults. They're not gonna be changed. So when you meet them, that's what their character is. So how are we as women gonna navigate the space that we're in? That's the only thing we can really do. You're not
But
gonna
see,
make
this,
people who are irresponsible be responsible. It's up to them to do it. If they don't want to put in that work, you can't change that. So
Right.
how
but
do you
see, this
not become a
goes to
victim
what
of their nonsense? That's what you need to focus on. That's what we need to focus on.
this
Recognizing it
goes to
and
what I was
navigating.
just saying when it comes to these women who, and this is what you was speaking on this too, Miss J. This goes to both our points when you were saying that women need to take accountability if they got involved or part of a situation that they already knew what that situation was prior to them getting into it. And I just basically said that, hey, if a woman sees a guy, he got like multiple baby mamas and multiple kids with these women, and they're not necessarily all taken care of and all that stuff, and she signed up to be baby mama number 3 or 4, then hey, I got to kind of look at her with the side eye because it's like you already kind of knew what was going on. It was already out there for you to see. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you signed up for that. And another thing that plays into that is kind of what Rue was talking about earlier when he was up here, when he was saying that a lot of women think that they can change a situation or change a person when you came into that situation and came to that person and you knew already what it was, but because a lot of women think that they can change the situation or a person, they find out that they can and they get their feelings hurt about it. But it's like you knew what it was from the jump. Like, so you trying to change it, trying to make it something it wasn't, like you really did yourself a disservice, and it really falls on you because, like I said, you knew what it was, but you thought whatever it was about you, your pussy, whatever your looks, whatever your charm, whatever, it changed, that situation or that person. It's like if a nigga ain't taking care of his previous baby mama and his previous kids with those baby mamas, what's gonna make you be any different? Like, I know women that think, oh well, he gonna take care of my kids and me, and I'm gonna be, that baby mama. He take, like, no, you gonna be just like the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna come before them. You're gonna be just in line where you was at. So if you was baby mama number 3, you're gonna fall in line at baby mama number 3. You're gonna get taken care of third. You ain't gonna be first or second. You're gonna be right where you came in at. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So I
true.
think, so it's like,
Yeah,
I think
in our
a lot of
community, in
women
our
gotta
community
realize that.
being, I'm saying in our community being beautiful, that really doesn't hold the same weight it does in other communities. Because at the end of the day, in our thing, it's only based on sex. So whether you're
Right.
beautiful, whether you're ugly, it doesn't really matter. You're still gonna get the same dick. So I don't even know why you focus on that. People, they're chasing you, but you're gonna give you the same thing they give the ugly chick that they visit 2 o'clock in the morning, which is some dick. You ain't really winning nothing.
Yeah, and that's another thing too that bothers me about women. They'll sit up here and say, "I can't believe he cheated on me with that thing," and I'm looking like,
She got the same hole you do, sis.
right,
That's it. And as soon as you accept it, the better off you'll be. It's not about. That's what I'm saying. You're confusing what our dysfunctional situation is with other people's situation, which is not dysfunctional. And when you roll through life with a misconception of what your reality is, you're going to make some bad decisions.
Nah, that's
absolutely,
true. That's true. And look, I'll say this. I'll just be all the way honest. Like me personally, like let's say I'm not looking for nothing serious or whatever, and I'm just trying to have fun, trying to go out there, sleep around, whatever, right? Of course, like I said, I protect myself, all of that. I'm honest up front about what I want out of the situation. But see, the problem is with some of these guys is, not all, but some of these guys that, you know, you got guys out here that do the same thing that some of these women try to do. They try to take a woman that's just loose and just out there, and they'll try to mold her into like a girlfriend or like a wifey type. And it's like, no, it's like if that's how you met her, then that's how you should keep it. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be trying to. And this, like I said, this is on both ends, men and women. However you meet somebody and how y'all start off is how you probably going to finish off with that person. So it's like at the end of the day, for all the guys trying to make holes in the housewife and all that kind of stuff, like just like stop it. You just doing yourself a disservice, and you really gonna put yourself through a headache. You know what I'm saying? Period. Like if I'm dealing with a woman that that's just loose and just out there like that, hey, I'm not gonna judge her off of that, because if that's what she shows me and that's what she tells me that she is, then hey, then I'm gonna treat her and address her as such. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna try to be like, oh well, I need you to be this for me, be that. Nah, you are who you are, you do what you do, and if I'm a man enough to accept that or to deal with that, for the time being, then I gotta accept what come with that. You know what I'm saying? I can't be trying to change or force you or trying to mold you into somebody that you're not, or something that you don't want to do. That's insane. You know what I'm saying? So I think both men and women gotta just accept whatever it is. You meet somebody on some casual shit, then just accept it as for what it is. It's a casual situation. Don't try to flip it into something else that it's not, because it never works.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and if you're just
character,
Mhm.
you
and if
can't
you
change
just
someone else's character.
yeah, exactly. And if you're just out here looking for sex, I wonder how come men just don't pay prostitutes.
Because they're cheap and the
No,
game is
no,
fun.
no, 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 no. I disagree. I disagree. I spoke on this earlier when I first hopped on here. What it is that it's not that men are cheap, because truth be told, you got men out here with money that could pay these women. What it is that, like I said earlier, when you paying a woman just strictly for sex, and that's all it is, like I said, she's gonna treat the sex with you like it's just a job and a service. It's not gonna You're not gonna really get the best sexual gratification out of that situation, because like I said, it's just she's gonna look at it as a job and as a service that she's just doing, providing to you. It's not gonna be any kind of natural sexual lustful attraction there. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna be, okay, he gave me this money, I guess I gotta do what I gotta do. Let me go ahead, break this nigga off real quick, get it over with, so I can get back to my day. That's kind of like the attitude and the vibe that you're gonna get. You're not gonna get that, well, damn, this nigga look good.
You
Like,
want
you know
her
what I'm
to
saying?
have the emotions involved. You like playing with her emotions, and
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
part of
no,
the
that's
no,
what
game.
it's sounding like.
That's part of the
Yeah.
game.
no,
It's not
no, that's
about the
not,
sex
no,
act.
it's
They
not
want to play
about,
with the
no, it's
emotions.
not about, no, it's not about, here's the thing. When you're just casually having sex with someone, there is no emotions there. There's lust there, but lust and emotions is two different things. Lust is just, I'm attracted to you, you attracted to me off the physical appearance. So I disagree with that. The only person that I want to have emotional sex with, or have feelings there and all that type of stuff, is the woman that I'm actually in a serious situation with. If it's just a casual, every now and then we hook up and we get together and we do our thing, then nah, I don't want no feelings involved, because that's when it turns into the extra shit, the bullshit, the crazy shit, the you played me, you manipulated me. Nah, like, it
No,
was
but
what
see,
it
you
was.
don't want feelings involved, but you do want her to feel something. You want her to feel the attraction, but you don't
And
want
you
her to
want her to
feel
care.
anything
But
You
else.
want her to
no, no,
care.
no.
That's
You don't
it.
have to. No, that. But see, I disagree. You don't have to care about somebody to be attracted to somebody, like physically. Like physically, you don't have to care about somebody to be attracted to them physically. Now, when you talking outside of the physical part or the physical realm, then yes, I would agree with y'all. Y'all are right. But of course, everybody, wants, when you're dealing with somebody sexually, you want there to be some kind of initial, kind of like lust and attraction there. But like I said, that's totally different from me actually caring about a person outside of just the physical part of it. That's two totally different things. You got people that are actually attracted and care about you because y'all actually have a deep vibe and connection. Y'all rocking with each other like that. But then if it's just a smash and dash type of situation, that's just strictly off of the physical and off the sexual part. There's no feelings there, and it shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? It should just be, hey, y'all do what y'all do, and y'all go on about your business like grown folks. It ain't got nothing to do with, because if I was
And you know
honestly with,
what? I'm starting to understand what this whole non-select thing is about now, because if you guys want the women to have this physical attraction to you and you're a non-select guy that's not very attractive and all you got is the
correct,
money, then that's
correct,
why they mad. That's why they're mad.
correct,
I'm starting to
e-
understand now.
That's the
exactly. And
difference
here's the,
between game culture and successful culture. I'm
And
saying
here's
the
the
men
thing.
who are successful, they can go ahead and find a pretty escort and move about their business. The game is the
Here's the
one
thing.
people who don't have much going on in their life and they spend all their time pussy hunting. And that's where
And
you see the difference in our community.
I will say this. It's not manipulation or deception if you're upfront and honest about what y'all are doing with each other. If y'all know that y'all just fucking and that's it, then there is no deceit, deception, or manipulation. There is no trying to get her to be emotionally caught up with you. No, what it is what it is. We already done laid out the terms and the agreements on the table. You know, it's just a sexual situation. It is what it is. You don't get caught up in your feelings and emotions. I won't get caught up on mine, and we go on about our business, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, anything outside of that, then yeah, there is going to be an emotional component to that situation. But outside of that, it shouldn't be no emotional component. If it's just you getting with somebody just for the night or whatever the case may be, then that's what it should be. Don't try to overcomplicate the situation and try to make it something that it's not. Is all I'm saying.
That's why you shouldn't play the game, because that's what you're getting. There's
Well,
no
like I said,
point in women playing that game. You're not getting anything out of it. So unless you
I
just
mean,
want to be an unpaid hooker, don't
but
play
see,
it.
here's the thing. You say, look, here's what I would disagree with you on, MSJ. You say women aren't getting anything out of it, but I disagree because there are some women out there, they don't want to do the whole emotional thing, emotional attachment to a man. They don't want to do the whole
I know
play the whole
they're
girlfriend role and
unpaid
stuff like that.
hookers. So I'm saying unless you want to
But
So
be an
but
unpaid hooker, don't do it.
so
but see,
they do get something out
third
of it. They
ward.
get satisfaction. They get physical without
They're
having
getting
to
some
play the
dick.
role of of a girlfriend or a woman, some kind of woman to this man.
That's what hookers do. So
But
yeah,
see,
you're just not getting
third
paid.
ward. Those women that you're describing, though, they have settled for a particular lifestyle or particular how can I say treatment from a man. They're not
Just like every single
really.
prostitute that's accepted that she don't want to work at McDonald's, so she's selling her ass, and that's what she gets. So I'm just saying, if you're in that lifestyle, just understand what you're doing and just move on about it. Just accept
Okay,
it. So you end
I
up in a
see that.
dumpster somewhere dead. That's what happens when you're a prostitute. You end up with diseases. That's what happens when you out here
Thank
selling your
you.
ass or giving it away for free. And if you're okay with that, cool.
But here's the assumption though. Here's the problem that I have with everything y'all just said. The assumption is that yes, did they settle? In a way, yes, they did. But here's the thing: we're assuming that every man or every woman is uh boyfriend, girlfriend, or wifey, husband material, and everybody's not. There are going to be some people in this world that only thing that they're good for is just casual flings and sexual encounters, and that's on both sides for the
But
men and the women.
how are you disagreeing with what we're saying? We're saying the same thing.
Well, what I'm
I mean, you
saying
may
is
not
that
like the way we're wording it because that's the reality of the situation, but that's what it is. If you're just
basically the
out
point
there
out.
fucking for nothing, you're an unpaid prostitute. If you're out there fucking for money, you're a paid prostitute. At the end of the day, you're still giving away your body for a very cheap price, dealing with the reality of of what you're doing. That's your
Well,
behavior.
the point that I was trying to make, Miss J, is that maybe that's all some people have, got, or just or worth. You know what I'm saying? Like so,
Okay.
not everybody is a relationship material, and like I said, I
But
know men and women.
I never said they were. I never said. I'm just saying that's the behavior. Why you're doing this behavior is completely your situation, but that's your behavior.
No, I agree. I
So
agree. I'm just strictly saying, like, look, man. Some people ain't gonna be cut out to be relationship material, and that's okay as long as you know that. As long as you okay, and I'm fine with that, and accepting of that. Then hey, then who am I to tell you wrong for that? You know what I'm saying? I may not agree with it, just like I know you don't agree with it, Ms. J. But at the end of the day, if that's what people want to do or choose to do, and they're comfortable with it, and they made their decision to be comfortable with it, then hey, do what you do. You know what I'm saying? It ain't my business. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't. You're not in my bed. I'm not hopping out of your bed. So why do I care? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I
Like,
agree, but I'm saying the difference is those same people who do that behavior, they come around everybody else and want everybody else to feel sorry for them. They come around and complain to everybody else of why they can't find something after they went ahead and messed up everything when they were supposed to find it. That's my whole
well,
thing. Live your
here's what
life,
I would
but
say to you.
accept the consequences and be quiet about it. Don't bring it to us. I don't want to hear about
I
your man problems when you accepted a man hoe, and vice versa. Keep it to yourself.
I agree. I agree 100%. And then I would also add this to this. If you are allowing yourself to listen to that bullshit, listen to that woe is me ass, I'm a victim ass shit, but you knew what the fuck you was doing and what you was participated in, then you just as bad as a person that was engaging. Because it's like when people come around me, like I'm gonna be honest, like I've lost a lot of friends, a lot of people, that I used to be cool with, over the past 10 years because I'm a very no nonsense, zero tolerance kind of person. I don't. I'm very blunt, very honest, very straight to the point and people want like they want me to sugarcoat shit and just tell them what they want to hear, but I'm not that individual. I'm the opposite. So I've lost friends because of that. I've lost acquaintances, associates because of that, because they expected me to do for them what everybody else does for them, which is sugarcoat shit, say something sweet about a situation that isn't sweet, and I'm
Tolerate the
like, no.
nonsense, make excuses, blame white people.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what we do
E-
way too much.
Exactly. And so, I'm not that person. So I tell people this all the time. Look, if you putting yourself through a situation that you know is no good for you, hey, I better be the last motherfucker that you come to talking to trying to get advice from. Because I'm gonna tell you the real deal. I'm gonna be very blunt and honest and up forward about it. Don't come to me first. I better be the last fucking resort because if you come to me first, you're gonna get your feelings hurt. Because I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm not gonna tell you what you want to hear. I'm gonna tell you what you need to hear. So again, don't come to me first, woe is me ass shit, and then you knew you played a role in this shit. Because I'm gonna tell you, like, nah, I can't blame this other person totally neither. You play a role in this shit too. Like, and you got to be honest about it. And then that's when,
Yeah.
oh, you're not being sensitive to what I'm going. Man, I ain't trying to hear all that. Period.
hmm You're a white supremacist because you understand people are just. I mean, I'm saying as black people as a whole, that's what we need to go ahead and do. At some point in time, you have to say enough of the bullshit. Okay, we've seen
Hmm.
enough of the previous generations of this mistake they made. You can either decide to go with it or you can decide to walk away, do something different. Because if you go with the same bullshit, it ain't gonna change. So I don't want to hear
Hmm.
about it on you on 8 hour live panels complaining about the environment that you helped create, that you participated in. Just deal with your
You also
environment
have
and
to.
move on. And that's annoying when we keep
You
having
also
every
have to
time we see
know.
people get shot and we got to go up there and start marching. When you just need to look at
You
people and like, why are you putting yourself in that position?
you also have to know people's character and they vibe and how they get down. Like for instance, it used to be a point in my life when I was younger where something happened to people in my family, I would always jump up right away to their defense, trying to defend them,
hmm
trying to, all that kind of shit,
And
right?
then
Because I
15
care for
times
them.
down the
Yeah,
line, you realize, wait a minute, we
exactly.
had this conversation before.
Exactly. And so now I realize when people tell me stuff, depending on who it is, I realize, okay, I know this person. I know how they get down. I know how they act. I know how they say stuff, how they respond to things. So you know what? Anytime now they call my line with that bullshit, I'll be like, the first thing I ask them when they tell me, oh, people done me wrong. The first question I ask them is, okay, well, what was your role in this? What role did you play in this? And then when I do that, I bypass all the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I get straight direct to it. Like, okay, well, what role did you play in this? Because you're making it seem like you have no fault in this or no kind of oh, you play no role in this, but I know that you play some kind of role in this somewhere. So what was your part? And then that's when, and exactly, that's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? And until you're ready to be honest with me about what your role is in this part, don't blow up my line, giving me some false cry wolf ass stories because I ain't trying to hear it because I done already been down this road with you before many times.
Yep. I'm saying
All
that
right.
as black people, that's just the frustrating part where we keep doing the same thing over and over and asking why are we in this position?
That's true.
Shout out to Joe. Shout out to the OG Joe. What's going on, bro?
Well, you know what, guys? We've been on this lab going on 4.5 hours. I'm just not realizing this. I'm over here at my destination now.
Oh, you on the road? You back on the road, Faith?
Yeah, I'm back on the road. Actually, I've been working this whole time we've been on this lab.
Okay. Let me ask you a real quick question before we get out. As a female trucker, just as a trucker, period. Is it like a free type of feeling and vibes just to travel from state to state, just to be on the road, and all you got is nothing but the open road in front of you, and you just to yourself? Is that like a free kind of therapeutic kind of feeling sometimes for you?
It's definitely a free feeling because you don't have the hustle and bustle of having to be in the office, no office politics. No boss breathing down your neck. It's just yourself. You pretty much I manage myself all day. I don't even see a boss or dispatcher or anybody unless I get called into the office or something like that. But that's pretty rare.
Those
So
are the
Nah,
yes,
best kind of
definitely.
jobs. Those
no,
are the
I
best
agree.
jobs. They leave you alone. You can just do what you want to do. Well, I mean, as long as you're doing the
Exactly.
job, but you ain't got someone breathing down your neck.
Exactly. I hate when people, breathe down my neck or supervise stuff like that because it's like I'm doing my job, like, or they'll try to come tell you how to do your job, but you might have been at this job for like some years now, and they still trying to tell you how to fuck to do your job. And it's like, bruh, I already know how to do my job. I've been doing this shit every day for the last how many years or months, whatever. It's like I know what to do and stuff. And like me personally, I work at a hospital, right? And I kind of have a job that's similar to where I don't have a fucking manager breathing down my neck. I pretty much what I do is every so many days when we get shipments of medical equipment, I take it off the little truck or whatever, then I take it to our little department, I break it down, and I basically organize it and stuff like that. And then we get calls from like different floors on the hospital. They may need certain medical equipment, and then we put it like on this little mobile kind of cart. I just basically, take it up to these different floors and different units, and that's pretty much what I do all day. Break down medical supplies, talking on these little med carts, and then I push it up to these floors all day. And then it's a very laid back kind of job because we do have a supervisor and a manager of our department, but the only time he really just come in the office like that is when there's some kind of new policy, something, or when we have some kind of big shipment that needs to be looked at. But other than that, like he leave us the fuck alone. He don't bother us at all because he kind of know that we know what we doing and he trusts us. So I ain't got to deal with none of that. It's like a real laid back job. I be listening to my headphones and stuff while I'm stocking items and stuff and all that kind of stuff. So you're right. That tends to be the best type of jobs because you can just do your work in peace. You ain't got to worry about somebody breathing down your neck and all that kind of stuff. That shit is annoying.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why a lot of people are moving towards these job apps like Uber Eats and Amazon and stuff like that. Like I ain't gonna lie, if you have Amazon, if anybody doesn't know about Amazon Flex, in one day you can make about $300 in one day. So if you do it,
Damn,
oh yeah, and if you do it like 3 days out the week, what is that like or
almost a
even four
thousand
days?
dollars. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can make between
that's
Is
nine
that
hundred,
the
$12 a week. That's a real good living.
Is
yeah.
that the, is that thing? Because I heard now Amazon, like beside like their actual company trucks, I heard like they actually hire people as actual delivery drivers to where you can get something that you order like within the same day.
Right,
Like they'll
right. That's
yeah,
that's what
Hmm.
I'm talking about. That's you can
yeah.
make that much money in your vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
in your car you can do that? I
Yeah,
thought you
Yeah.
had
yeah,
like some kind of truck or something.
No,
yeah.
no,
If you
in your personal vehicle. All you have to do
yeah.
is just apply to be an Amazon Flex driver.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. To me, that when Amazon implemented that, that was kind of genius because now, like, let's say you live in like a city like Seattle, and you order, in, which is where the hub is at, and you order something from there, you could get whatever you ordered in that same day because you can actually have a personal driver deliver it to you, that same day. You don't have to wait a week to get it in the mail or whatever the case may be. So that was actually pretty genius of them to do that. You know what I'm saying? So
Hell, now with Trump, you be lucky you get something in the week in the mail. You know, messed
exactly.
up our mail system. I ordered some damn stamps on August the 15th, didn't get it to September the 2nd. I ordered
Are you
Yeah.
stamps online from the post
wow?
office and he took that long to deliver it.
Also, right now, these Uber Eats and Grubhub and DoorDash people, they making money too because if you're not cooking at home, and then with restaurants being closed on the inside, where all you can do is take out, they said that there's been a big spike in people ordering from Grubhub and DoorDash and Uber Eats, and so a lot of people have been making extra tip money off of that. You know what I'm saying? Just from delivering food and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know a lady, and it really depends on your city, how big it is, and how busy it
Yeah,
is. But
yeah,
there's a
yeah.
lady that lives in LA, and I promise you, she lives off Uber. That's all she does, and she's bringing in paychecks like 1,700 sometimes.
No, that's facts. Like you said, it does depend on the city, the area that you live in. Also, also your like approval rates and your ratings, that matters too. You know, if you can get the food on time there into the whatever place you're trying to get to, all of that plays a role. So if you usually making deliveries on time and the food comes out right and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, you're going to get a lot of referrals. You're going to get people rating you high, and so you're going to make money for sure.
Definitely, so there's no more reason why anybody should have to, punch a clock anymore. And the best thing about those types of jobs is you work it when you feel like it. So if you have a day that you just don't particularly feel like working, you can just say, okay, I'm gonna take the day off. Give yourself the day off. You don't have anybody to explain anything to.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So and like right now with this pandemic, I know a lot of people saying, man, jobs is being taken away and stuff like that, and that is true. But I will say this: right now is really the best time to really just be as flexible as you can, whether you doing the delivery stuff, or Amazon Flex, Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever, or make a kind of create a demand for something. Like I know a lady right now at the hospital that I work with. She's a nurse, right? She's made a killing off of this whole COVID thing because she makes her own mask at home and stuff, and she's made like a killing because she sold like masks to damn near everybody in the hospital. So she done made a killing just off of just making masks and stuff. And this ain't no like she make masks for like good material. This ain't no cheap material, no shit like that. So she making some money right now just off of selling masks during this whole pandemic. Really, this time should be when people, they creative minds and juices get to running because if you can make money in this little pandemic right now, from a side hustle, some kind of good idea, then you're gonna be straight. You know what I'm saying? It's the people that can't do that, that depend on their job or whatever, they're gonna be hurting because it's like you used to just getting that paycheck every so often, but it's like you need to come up with a side hustle that's gonna make you some money right now while all this shit going on because a lot of these jobs ain't gonna never come back after this shit is over. So
I don't know how this economy is going to work in the future, but damn, there's a lot of people going to be getting money under the table. So
hmm
IRS is going to be hurting.
Yeah, that's
It's
hmm
true.
like it's going to be a good 60% of the economy. They're not even going to have, that what do you call it, the W-10 or whatever, W-2s, where you just automatically
hmm
take the money out. They ain't got to think about it. Now they got to report the
hmm
money. There's going to be a lot of unreported income.
Oh
I
I
yeah.
remember
know if I could do it, I would. I wouldn't tell
they was
nobody I
locking
couldn't do
niggas
it.
up. They was locking. I remember when this whole COVID thing hit. They was locking barbers up who couldn't cut hair in their barbershop no more. So they started cutting hair in their garage or whatever. And they was
Hmm.
locking, dudes up for that because they like, we don't know how much you getting. You're not, verifying with
That's
us.
half
So
the reason why they
yeah.
want to license everybody. Like you don't need a license for half the stuff they want licensed, but they want to have you on the record so they can know,
hmm
okay, you making this kind of money. I want to see what you're doing. But you get an
hmm
LLC in certain states, they don't report stuff, and you just report a
hmm
little bit. That's how all these little. Have you ever noticed how gas stations never have any no damn customers yet, so they have money because they doing illegal
Yeah.
shit.
hmm
You know what?
Oh
I
yeah, that's
often
facts.
wondered about that.
Yeah,
That's
like
facts.
Mattress King. You ain't never seen anybody in Mattress King buying a damn mattress, but yes, so they got stores everywhere. Because they're front for some stuff.
Oh
Nobody
yeah.
buys a
No, that's
damn mattress
facts.
for them.
No, that's facts. That's facts. But see, the reason why they could do that is because they clean the money. You know what I'm saying? Those places, those
Exactly.
companies,
That's the kind
they
of job I
clean and wash the
want.
money.
So
Yeah.
you the
So,
cartel out there, hit me up. I wanna do stuff.
Miss J, you
But to
crazy.
but to answer Water Sniper's question, I don't know what truck relocation services is because like I said, I just do the Amazon in my private personal vehicle. I don't drive the Amazon truck.
Like right now, me personally, I'm gonna share a little something. But right now, of course, like I said, I work at the hospital, whatnot. But also right now, I'm kind of working on, and I'm just kind of like getting it off the ground. So I'm still like in the beginning phase. But right now, I'm kind of working on online, creating an online website where one of my passions is I'm very heavy like into like sneaker culture and stuff like that. And so what I'll do
Hmm.
is like I'll take like some plain Jane sneakers or whatever, and I'll just like color them whatever colors I want to color them or customize them however I want to customize them, and then I'll turn around and flip it and sell it for a particular price or whatever. And I'm
Hey,
kind of like
listen,
trying to get there right
If
now.
Nike can hire
Yeah.
12-year-olds from Vietnam to do it and flip that
Yeah.
money, you can do it too. Cause
What?
that's a great
What?
thing.
Well, actually,
I'm saying,
that's actually a real hustle right now. Like if you go on
I know.
Facebook, Instagram, there are people that that's all they do is they take sneakers that are already made by these companies and they'll just add
Yeah.
whatever little shit to them. They'll like customize it. Like so, let's say you'll buy a pair of all white Jordans or whatever. They'll take them all white Jordans and they'll color them whatever color, whatever design, for whether like I seen somebody they took a pair of all white Jordans and they did like the whole the bait and ape print on it or whatever, and they sold it for a certain amount. You know what I'm saying? So that's
That's
actually a real
awesome.
hustle. You like
That's
people making
awesome.
like money off it. Like I sold one pair of these custom sneakers that I did. I sold one pair for like $300. Because somebody liked them
Yeah.
enough to pay me that. So so I'm kind of working behind the scenes right now, trying to get some other stuff off the ground. But I'm using the money that I'm making from my job to kind of implement that. You know what I'm saying? Because I work a lot of overtime
Yeah.
at the job at the hospital. So.
That's good. That's real good.
hmm Yeah, at this point nowadays, you got to have a backup plan, a backup hustle, or some kind of means to make extra kind of income because you just depending on your job. In times like this, you're gonna be hurting, especially if they decide to let your ass go or lay you off, and you might not ever get that
Facts.
job back. Like, you're gonna be hurting. So
Hmm.
you so now is the now if now more than ever, you need to be coming up with some kind of side hustle and mostly legitimate side hustle to try to make some money because that's really the only thing that's gonna keep you above water. So.
Yep. How it is, America. The America is literally changing before our eyes. That's why white people are losing their minds so much. Well, black people, we already
Hey,
lost our minds, so ain't much left to lose. But I mean, now the white people are feeling the pinch, so they losing it, and that's why you have folks out here acting the damn fool
shit,
because
right now,
the world's moving too fast for them.
right now they hiring out wherever you live, whatever major city state, they hiring for people to go door to door and do the census thing. I heard they pay good money. Some states they pay like 20 or more an hour for to go do the census thing, and that's I don't
Well,
even
they
think that's
closed
a
that
whole.
down now. They closed that
Well,
down,
I'm
unfortunately.
saying prior to them closing it down, I know that's what they was doing.
Yeah.
Like
Oh
people was
yeah.
and people was making good money. Some people making like depending on
Hmm.
what state you was in. Some people making like 20 an hour, 18 an hour, depending on what state and city you was in. So
That's
if you
why they
didn't
were
get
so
on it,
mad when they
hey,
shut it down early because
yeah,
they
true.
were really, yeah.
One thing I would say, two things that anyone would need to have: get you a driver's license in a car and
Yeah.
own a computer. Because if you got those three things, you can make
Hmm.
money outside
Yeah.
of a regular job.
Yeah. That's true.
But at any rate, guys, I really got to get up off of here because now I got to go to the restaurant. I've been
Okay,
driving for
that's
like
cool.
5.5 hours. But I wanted to thank Love Wisdom and Third Ward and Miss J and also Rudemp. He was very entertaining. Oh my goodness,
Are
Hey,
Rudemp.
that's
you
rude
third
for
ward
you.
Colombian or are you a different third ward?
No, I'm me. This is me. This is Third World Columbia. I'm me
Okay.
and Rue both from Houston. We both from Houston. He's just from one side of town. I'm from another. But but yeah, I be everywhere in this space. I be over here with Fave.
I know.
I
You
be
talked
yeah.
plenty of
Yeah.
shit to me in the chat, so I just want to put a. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to put a
No,
face.
it wasn't that I talk shit to you. It's just that we don't agree on some things. But I would say
I
today
know.
I was actually quite surprised. Me and you actually agreed on quite a few things today. So it's cool. It ain't
I
nothing
know.
personal against you. It's just
I was
sometimes
just
we have
kidding.
disagreements. You know what
It's
I'm
okay.
saying?
I
But
was
it's
just
cool.
kidding. People talk shit to me in the chats all the time. I'm fine with it. It don't even bother me.
You
I'm
you
cool
actually a
with
lot
it.
cool. You actually a lot cooler than I thought you was. So I give you credit for that. You ain't as bad as I thought you was. So I give you some credit on that, Miss J.
Listen, I got a smart mouth. I'm gonna be honest with you. I got a smart mouth. That's my thing. So people don't
Yeah.
realize. Well, I mean now people realize it, but yeah.
But it's all love though. It's all good. Hopefully, we can have more conversations like this, going forward in the future over here or elsewhere. So it's cool with me. I don't take none of this shit personal.
Yeah, neither do I.
All
It's
right.
cool.
Right,
We'll see
well,
you later,
that
Faith.
is yeah, that's my base calling me. That's my boss. So let me get
All
off
Okay.
of
right.
here, guys. I want to say thanks for everybody that participated in the stream. Thank you for everyone that sent super chats and cash apps. And thank you also for everybody that woke up early in the morning to ride with me. I appreciate all of you. And with that, I've got to go. I got to get this phone call. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Appreciate your faith. Talk to you later.